Okay, guys. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Aslam. Okay, so we've got IELTS listening part 1. And if you stay attentive for the next 10 to 15 minutes, you will be able to understand how to get 10 by 10 in listening part 1. Those who need overall 6.5 or overall 7 listening and speaking, these two modules will provide them that. Because with a little extra effort, you can achieve better bench score. Writing needs time to develop, practice to develop. Reading needs time because of your understanding and all that. But listening and speaking, if you pay a little more attention, you can get very good bench score, right? So anyways, now the first thing is you need to see the first sentence is complete the notes below. This sentence will tell you about the type of questions. So question type is notes completion. Next, write one word and or a number. Now answer is going to contain one word or number or word plus number. One word, number, word plus number. Okay. So after that you need to read the title, Buckworth Conservation Group. Don't go for the meaning of Buckworth conservation. If you understand, good. If you don't understand, no problem. It's just a group and all that. Your focus should be on the questions, right? So, regular activities. The first title is regular activities, and the first one is beach. When they play the audio, there are certain words which you need to signpost, because going along the audio is very important. Here you are on the question booklet, here is the audio. If you go simultaneously, like if you are on question 1, when the audio is on question 1, you will find the answer. If you are little below or little before or after, you will not be able to find. So that is why encircle at least 4 or 5 words that when you listen to those words, audio has reached here. For example, if they use the word beach, now beach means audio has reached here. If they use the word nesting boxes, and by the way, the notes or sentences where there is no question, they use the same wording for that. Okay, maut pendi hai, when question comes, they change the wording altogether. When there is a note, there is no question, only note, they don't change the wording. They use the same wording, like nesting boxes, they will use the same wording for that, okay? So you need to signpost so that now the audio is here, now the audio is here, now the audio is here, and you'll find the answers easily. If you and audio, they're going to go together, okay? This one point, Shamaila, this one point treble ko kam karein, ye awaaz sahi ho jayegi. Okay, so question number 1, making sure beach does not have. Now, very simple. This question is with not. And for not, they can use anything, any word. For example, they use the word unless, they use the word none. So make sure beach does not have. Now, underline does not have. For does not have, for example, make sure beach does not have pollution. Now just try to understand their mindset. You should make sure that there is no pollution at the beach. Does not have and no pollution at the beach. Or they can say, make sure the beach is free from pollution. Free from pollution means does not have any pollution. You understand? This is called rewording, this is called synonyms and all that. So once you start understanding these type of synonyms, IELTS listening will not be difficult for you. Anyways, let's start. Question number 1.
You will hear a woman called Jan phoning a man about their local conservation group.
Hello?
Oh, hello. My name's Jan. Are you the right person to talk to about the Buckworth Conservation Group?
Yes, I'm Peter. I'm the secretary.
Good. I've just moved to this area and I'm interested in getting involved. I was in a similar group where I used to live. Could you tell me something about your activities, please?
Of course. Well, we have a mixture of regular activities and special events. One of the regular ones is trying to keep the beach free of litter. A few of us spend a couple of hours a month on it, and it's awful how much there is to clear. I wish people would be more responsible and take it home with them.
I totally agree.
free of litter. How do you spell litter? Litter. Now, other litter is 1 liter, 2 liter, 3 liter. This liter means garbage, trash, garbage, litter. And see, sometimes listing starts with confusing word. Now, liter is a confusing word because sometimes we only know liter, 1 liter, 2 liter, 3 liters. So, trash, garbage, litter, it's the same thing. For example, don't litter. Don't litter means gandna philao. Don't litter. Okay. Now, on it. And the second option is no dash. Now, another point which is not allowed. And for no, they can use not, free from, or anything. Now, I play the audio.
I'd be happy to help with that. Is it okay to take dogs?
I'm afraid not, as they're banned from the beach itself. You can take them along the cliffs, though, and children are welcome.
Right.
Children are welcome. Dogs, I'm afraid not. Are we allowed to take dogs? I'm afraid not. So, no dogs. Answer is dogs. That's right. Because it's one word only. Okay, let's go on. Nature reserve. Now, can you see there are 2 points without any question? So, you need to know which point is discussed in the audio. If you know, now they are discussing point 1, now they have come to point 2, and when they come to point 3, you know there is your answer. So going along the audio is extremely important. From the first point, maintaining paths, underline the word paths. They will elaborate on it. They will just explain it. Next, nesting boxes for birds installed. Now nesting boxes and installed. Next, task is taking action to attract. Underline the word attract. Taking action to attract dash to the place. To attract dash to the place means that thing should come to the place. So it can be any species of animals or attract mosquitoes, attract birds, attract pigeons, attract crows and all that. So let's see which word they use. For example, for attract, they may use the word encourage. Attract mosquitoes. It will encourage the mosquitoes to come here. Attract mosquitoes, encourage mosquitoes. So whenever you solve IELTS listening and you do debriefing, you must see what is written here and what is the synonym of that in the audio. Once you learn 40 questions, 40 things like that, you will be better test after test. So let's see.
We also manage a nature reserve, and there's a lot to do there all year round. For example, because it's a popular place to visit, we spend a lot of time looking after the paths and making sure they're in good condition for walking.
I could certainly help with that.
Good. And we have a program of creating new habitats there. We've just finished making and installing nesting boxes for birds to use, and next we're going to work on encouraging insects. They're important for the biodiversity of the reserve.
Okay.
They certainly are.
Insects. Plural, they've spoken plural words, so you're going to encourage insects to the place for biodiversity, means every type of animal is there. If in the forest there are only lions and tigers and zebras are not there, what will happen? Lions and tigers will die of hunger, right? So they are important. That's what we call biodiversity. Okay, answer is insects. Next, question number 4, identifying types of. Now, underline the word types of and listen carefully. For types of, they can use the word types of, kinds of, sort of, S-O-R-T, classification, sorts of, or species of. Species of, types of, kinds of, species of. For example, types of birds, kinds of birds, species of birds, and all that. Now let's see what is the answer.
Oh, and we're also running a project to identify the different species of butterflies that visit the reserve. You might be interested in taking part in that.
Instead
Sure.
of speaking your answer, I would advise you to write your answer. Okay, once you write your answer quietly, when I stop the audio, then tell me what the answer is. Because many students who don't find the answer, then they find it. And they find it from you, not from the audio. Okay, so keep quiet, wait till the last moment when audio is over. Then I say, yes, what is the answer? Then tell me the answer. Okay, so question number 4, please listen again.
And we're also running a project to identify the different species of butterflies
Okay,
Could
to
visit the
identify
reserve.
different species of butterfly, identifying types of and species of. Okay, in part 1 and part 4, listening merely depends on all these things. Part 1 and part 4, absolutely. Question number 5. Building a new. Now listen, for building they can use the word constructing, making, creating, and for new they use a number of different words for new. For example, they can say, if I say, for example, I want to replace my old mobile. What does it mean? I want to buy a new mobile. So when I want to replace, now replace is another word for new. Okay, so replace, another one. I want to buy another mobile means I want to buy a new mobile, right? Or I want to update my mobile means I want to buy a new one. Okay, so let's see.
Another job we're doing at the reserve is replacing the wall on the southern side, between the parking area and our woodshed. It was badly damaged in a storm last month.
Okay.
So replacing the wall. I play it again. Please stay focused. Even for a second, if you lose your attention, you will miss the answer. Answer will come and go and you will never notice that. Please listen.
Another job we're doing at the reserve is replacing the wall on the southern side, between
Another job we are doing. Another job we are doing means building. Building, and another job we are doing is replacing the wall. So replacing the wall means new wall. Answer is wall. If you write new wall, 2 words, right answer will be wrong. Okay, that's good. Okay guys, now we move on. Next is forthcoming events. That is the title. And the subtitle is Saturday. Now whatever is going to take place on Saturday, that will be your answer. Just underline car park. The points which are without questions, you will never read them to waste your time. But you will just take a look at them and underline one important word for signposting. And what is signposting? Audio has reached here. Now they are going to move on to the next one. So when you underline car park, you know the audio is here and now they are going to come to the next one. And you can do this thing also with the right, if you are a right hander, with the left hand, follow the audio. Now audio is, and with the right hand, write the answer. So right hand will move from question number 1 to question number 2. Question number 2 to question number 3. And this hand that is only following the audio will move along the audio. Now it's here. And when these two hands join, you will write your answer. Okay? So let's see. Walk across the sands and reach the. Reach the means a place where you are going to reach. How will you reach there? By walking across the sands. Walk across the sands and reach the dash. Now just keep in mind, by walking across the sand, you will reach somewhere. For example, reach the garden. Walk over the sand and you will reach the garden, or you will find the garden, right? Or the garden will come there, something like that.
Then, as I said, we have a program of events as well, both at the weekend and during the week.
Right. I presume you have guided walks. I'd like to get to know the local countryside as I'm new to the area.
Yes, we do. The next walk is to Ruston Island a week on Saturday. We'll be meeting in the car park at Dunsmore Beach at low tide. That's when the sands are dry enough for us to walk to the island without getting wet.
Sounds good.
The island's a great place to explore. It's quite small and it's got a range of habitats.
Okay, answer is Ireland. I-R-E-L-A-N-D. Ireland, huh? How do you spell I-C-E-L-A-N-D? Yes, I-S-L-A-N-D. Island. S is silent. Okay, so the answer is Ireland. Just listen to this once again.
Then, as I said, we have a program of events as well, both at the weekend and during the week.
Right. I presume you have guided walks. I'd like to get to know the local countryside as I'm new to the area.
Yes, we do. The next walk is to Ruston Island a week on Saturday. We'll be meeting in the car park at Dunsmore Beach at low tide. That's when the sands are dry enough for us to walk to the island without...
Walk to the island. Reach the island. Walk to the island. Okay, picnic, you need to underline. They will talk about it. Question number 7. Where appropriate. Now, it's something variable. Anything on your head, on your feet, on your arms, on your body, anything. And appropriate. For appropriate, they can use anything. Suitable. Right? For example, if the answer is appropriate coat, they can use the word suitable coat. Coat that suits. Right? Or for appropriate, they can use any other word. Now, let's see what that is. But remember, answer is going to be variable. And which is appropriate. If they say, don't wear plastic shoes because they are not good, would the answer be plastic shoes? No. You must wear sandals, for example, if they say, right? So,
It's also an ideal location for seeing seals just off the coast or even on the beach.
Okay, and is there anything we should bring? Like a picnic, for instance?
Yes, do bring one, as it's a full-day walk. And of course, it'll be wet walking across and back, so make sure your boots are waterproof.
I must buy a new pair. There's a hole in one of my current ones.
make sure your boots are waterproof. Now, waterproof is appropriate. Got it? No. Answer is boots, but appropriate. For appropriate in the audio, they use the word waterproof. Waterproof, appropriate, and answer is boots. B-O-U. Absolutely. B-O-O-T-S. Got it? Now, when you understand suitable, waterproof, they are synonyms. And I call them stupid synonyms. Why? Because they are only synonyms in IELTS. Not otherwise. You will never find anywhere suitable and waterproof. But in IELTS, you will find. We call it rewording, paraphrasing, and all that. So, the answer is boots, right? Yeah. Sorry? Reference to the context. Absolutely. Okay. Next is woodwork session. They have a woodwork session. You know woodwork, making things out of wood and all that. Okay. Woodwork session. Suitable for. Suitable for means suitability of woodwork session for the type of people. Right? Suitable for dash to participate in. Now, suitable for who to participate in?
Well, I'd definitely like to come on the walk.
Great. Then later this month, we're having a one-day woodwork session in Hopton Wood.
I've never tried that before. Is it okay for beginners to take part?
Definitely. There'll be a couple of experts leading the session, and we keep the number of participants down, so you'll get as much help as you need.
Excellent.
Beginners. Is it okay for beginners to take part? Definitely. Suitable for beginners. Try to understand how they talk. Is it suitable? No, they use the word is it okay for beginners? And definitely means suitable for beginners. And if he would have said no, then that would not be the answer. Okay, so answer is beginners. How do you spell? B-E-G-I. ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਹਿਰ 'ਚ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿਓ, okay? Single G, B-E-G-I-N-N-E-R-S, beginners. Okay, question number 9, making dash out of wood, underline out of wood. Now listen and always remember, for out of wood, for example, if it is out of wood, for that they use wooden. For instance, if answer is plate, plate out of wood, wooden plate. Okay, plate out of iron, iron plate. Plate out of silver, silver plate. Understand? Plate out of gold, gold plate. Right? Like that. So out of wood means wooden something. So let's see what that is.
I'd love to be able to make chairs.
That's probably too ambitious for one day. You'll be starting with wooden spoons. And of course, learning how to use the tools. And anything you make is yours to take home with you.
That sounds like fun.
All right. Answer is, now one more thing. Don't develop a habit of speaking the answer when it comes. If you do it in actual exam, it may lead to cancellation of your test. So just your mouth shut and write the answer down and all that. Okay. I mean, you need to follow the practices which are allowed in the exam. In reading module also, you are not even allowed to whisper. Your tongue and your lips must not move when you are reading. So make sure you practice with your mouth shut. Okay, answer is spoons. Then there is 3 p.m. So when they say 3 p.m., it means they are going to move on. 3 p.m. is signposting, right? Question number 10. Cost of session. No camping. Now this no camping, in another language we call it, this is a sort of chaval. They will give you the price with camping, and some students will write that. And then without camping. For no, they use the word without. So cost of session, no camping means cost, and they have already given pound sign. So you will not write currency sign, you will just write the amount. Okay, so let's see what is the cost without camping. With camping, that's not your answer.
When is it?
It's on the 17th from 10 a.m. until 3. There's a charge of £35, including lunch, or £40 if you want to camp in the wood.
I should think I'll come home the same day. Well, I'd certainly like to join the group.
Alright, so cost of session 35. Absolutely. Got it? Now they gave you 2 options and one of them is the right one. Okay, thank you. Okay guys, now those who do not understand multiple choice questions, this is a good opportunity for you. Why? Because we've got multiple choice questions from a very basic level. And in the same test, we will go on to advanced level multiple choice questions as well. So if you really have problem in multiple choice questions in IELTS listening part 3, try to solve multiple choice questions in IELTS listening part 2. Because part 2 multiple choice questions are easier and shorter than part 3. Once you develop good understanding of multiple choice of part 2, then part 3 will be fine for you and all that. So that's what we are going to do. Boat trip round Tasmania. Now they have a boat trip and that boat trip is round Tasmania. Now you don't know what Tasmania is, but still forget about it. Just think about boat trip. वो कागज की कश्ती, वो बारिश का पानी. All right. Question number 11. What is maximum number? Underline maximum number. Thank you. What is maximum number of people who can stand on each side of the boat? Now they have a boat. Imagine this is a boat. What is the maximum number of people who can stand on each side? Right? If it says, well, for example, 9, 15, 18. So 9, 18, 15, what is the maximum number? Maximum number means each side and maximum number. Right? Equal. Yeah. So let's see what is the maximum number. Let's see. Maybe it can be 15 and total 30, right? But anyways, keep in mind maximum number and then keep in mind each side. Each side means one side. For example, if one side 15, total 30. Yes, yes.
You will hear a tour guide, Lou Miller, speaking to a group of people about a boat trip they are going to take around the Australian island of Tasmania.
So, hello everyone. My name's Lou Miller and I'm going to be your tour guide today as we take this fantastic boat trip around the Tasmanian coast. Before we set off, I just want to tell you a few things about our journey. Our boats aren't huge, as you can see. We already have 3 staff members on board, and on top of that, we can transport a further 15 people, that's you, around the coastline. But please note, if there are more than 9 people on either side of the boat, we'll move some of you over. Otherwise, all 18 of us will end up in the sea.
Okay, 9. And he had already counted. Staff members 3, 15, 15 plus 3, 18 divided by 2. Answer is 9. But you don't have to do it. He said that clearly, that 9 on each side. Otherwise, all 18 of us will end up in the sea. What does that mean? Sare dub jayenge. Yeah. Okay. So the right answer is 9. Sure.
You will hear a tour guide, Lou Miller, speaking to a group of people about a boat trip they are going to take around the Australian island of Tasmania.
So, hello everyone. My name's Lou Miller and I'm going to be your tour guide today as we take this fantastic boat trip around the Tasmanian coast. Before we set off, I just want to tell you a few things about our journey. Our boats aren't huge, as you can see. We already have 3 staff members on board, and on top of that, we can transport a further 15 people. That's
Okay, 3 staff members, and top of that, we can transport 15 people.
you around the coastline. But please note, if there are more than 9 people on either side of the
If there are more than 9 people on either side, so maximum number more than, and answer is 9.
He's saying maximum number of people. People might include the staff and the tourist as well.
Good. I like it. I tell you, I like it. You are at the height of confusion right now. You are forgetting the word either side. Read the question. Read it loudly. Maximum number of people on each side. Each side means at the either and either. Okay? Don't confuse yourself too much, okay? There's no way out of it. Question number 12, please now. What color are the tour boats? Now listen. Are. Is it past or future? Present. So if he says our boats used to be light green, will that be the answer? No. If he says we are planning to paint our boats jet black, no. The color they are now, that will be the answer. Okay, so let's see. Dark red. Option A is dark red, B is jet black, C is light green. So again, focus R.
We've recently upgraded all our boats. They used to be jet black, but our new ones now have these comfortable dark red seats and a light green exterior in order to stand out from others and help promote our company. This gives our boats a rather unique appearance, don't you think?
Dark red. Well done. Excellent. Quiet. Upset. Shut up. Yeah. So dark red. किसने लिखा? Well done. Come on. Excellent. Good. हाथ खड़ा करें. Dark red किसने लिखा? Okay. Dark red is the color of seats. So that's not the color of boat. They are talking about boat. Okay. So the answer is light green. And when you write the wrong answer, you are double choda. Yeah. Here. IELTS Canada. Yeah. Okay. So be careful. I play this one again. I tell you. Yeah, they use the word interior. The question is, what color are the tour boats? When we talk about the color of the tour boats, that is their exterior, right? So just look at that.
We've recently upgraded all our boats. They used to be jet black,
Now, jet black cannot be the answer. They used to be.
but our new ones now have these comfortable dark red seats
New, comfortable, dark red seats. That's the color of seats.
and a light green exterior in order to stand out from others.
Okay, light green exterior in order to stand out from others. All good? Okay, let's go on. Question number 13. Which lunchbox is suitable for someone who doesn't eat meat or fish? Which lunchbox? Vegetarian. Okay, vegetables and all that. So someone who doesn't eat meat or fish. Which lunchbox? Now lunchbox 1. They will tell us what does it contain. If they write over here, fish, chicken, this, then we can easily identify, right? So lunchbox 1, they say, we offer 3 lunchboxes. Lunchbox 1, they will tell us. And if they use the word meat or fish, that will not be your answer. A lunchbox which contains only vegetarian food, that will be your answer. Okay, now let's see.
We offer you a free lunchbox during the trip, and we have 3 types. Lunchbox 1 contains ham and tomato sandwiches. Lunchbox 2 contains a cheddar cheese roll. And Lunchbox 3 is salad-based and also contains eggs and tuna. All 3 lunchboxes also have a packet of crisps and chocolate bar inside.
B? No. A? Well done. C? Good. Now listen, we are not playing a guess game. The right answer is option B. I tell you why. Just listen. And again, you need to remove your confusions. If you are confused, I say right answer is B. You say it's C. I know it is C. I heard C. They use the word vegetable. They use the word tomato. Not like this. You need to make sure why B is the right answer. If you don't make sure why B is the right answer, you're not learning anything. You're just following the trend. So,
We offer you a free lunchbox during the trip, and we have 3 types. Lunchbox 1 contains ham and tomato.
ham and tomato. Ham, barley the ghost. Okay? That is what we call ham. Understand? Ham is pig's meat, pork or whatever. So ham is actually meat, right? Now, lunchbox 2.
Sandwiches. Lunchbox 2 contains a cheddar cheese roll, and lunchbox 3
That's it. Cheddar cheese roll. Now, cheddar cheese is not meat or fish. So that is the right answer. Cheddar cheese roll. And lunchbox C or 3.
a cheddar cheese roll, and lunchbox 3 is salad based and
Now, salad based, you say, salad based. But now,
also contains eggs and tuna.
tuna. What is tuna? Fish. Okay, eggs and tuna. Now, if you don't know tuna, you'll say, okay, salad, yeah, I know. Islets. Yeah, okay. So, it's just that thing. You gotta be very, very careful, and you have to observe all these things while practicing. If you practice like this, the way we are doing, you will find all the answers right, okay? Let's go on. Question number 14. What should people do with their litter? Same litter. Yeah? Yeah. The other day, one of my colleagues once said, "Main letter pronne letter." I said, "Letter? What letter?" We were just like, "You want to post the letter?" He said, "No, letter. Lighter." Yeah. Okay, some people call it letter. So, what should people do with their litter? Litter means garbage. What should they do? Now, what options do we have? Throw it in the sea, as they have a sea tour. Throw it in the sea, exactly. Or otherwise, you can keep it with you in the plastic bag and throw it. Or if they say on the boat we have a dustbin, throw it in the dustbin. So, option A, take it home. Option A, take it home. Why not? Tanu ki bhai? If they say, be careful, don't throw your trash anywhere, you should take it home and put it in your bedroom's dustbin. Hun sahi hai? They can say anything. Without listening to the audio, you cannot decide answer is yes or no. Don't do the fluke or tukkas. Option B, hand it to a member of staff. Like you say, excuse me, this pamper, you take it, yeah? Hand it to a member, hand it. Give me your hand, here you go, yeah. Alright. So hand it to a member of staff. And option C, put it in the bins provided on the boat. Bins mean dustbin. Hand it to a staff or keep it home. Now what should you do with your trash?
I'm sure I don't have to ask you not to throw anything into the sea. We don't have any bins to put litter in, but Jess, myself, or Ray, our other guide, will collect it from you after lunch and put it all in a large plastic sack.
B, hand it to a member, and he named the staff members and they said, we'll collect it from you and put it in the large plastic bags. Even they didn't use the word bins, large plastic bags, so B is the right answer. So, this is the very foundation of IELTS multiple choice questions. Now, we will find multiple choice questions in part 3 and you can differentiate how these questions are and how those questions will be. Yes, in IELTS listening part 2 or part 3, we have a question type which is actually called multiple choice questions. Okay, and these multiple choice questions are double. And for that they write choose 2 letters. Choose 2 letters. Now whenever it is one letter, choose 1 letter. For that they say choose the correct letter. Choose the correct letter means single multiple choice. And choose 2 letters, that means double multiple choice. Okay. So which 2 features of the lighthouse does Lou mention? Now you know lighthouse? On the bank of sea there is the lighthouse. 2 features. Now listen carefully. 5 features have been mentioned. 3 features he will discuss in contrast with the statements given here. He will have contradicting ideas to 3 of these statements, and 2 of his statements will agree. Or otherwise, I can say 3 statements will be false according to A, B, C, D, E, F, and 2 statements will be true. I explain further, don't worry. Why it was built. If in the audio he says the reasons why this lighthouse was built are still unknown today, will this be the answer? No. And just say this lighthouse was built to protect the army, then A is the right answer. Got it? What I mean by false statement and true statement. Okay, option B, who built it? If in the audio they say it was built by King George, answer is this, right? However, people still don't know exactly who built it. So, yeah, it's cross. So you got to see right or wrong. Option C, how long it took to build. If he says it took 35 years to construct this lighthouse, this is the right answer. And if he says, well, it took a lot of time, but nobody knows exactly, precisely, then this is not the right answer. Option D, who staffed it? Past tense, who staffed it? Who staffed it means workers. The people who work at the lighthouse, who are they? Who staffed it? And option E, what it was built with. That means material. Okay? So now another problem is this. They're going to discuss all 5 options, but unfortunately, they will not discuss them in order. If they only discuss these options in order, first A, B, C, you only have to do one thing. Tick, cross. Tick, cross, and the ticks are the right answers and cross that are the wrong answers. But anyways, now the first thing is you need to catch the option which is under discussion. Then you need to decide if that option is right one, tick. If that option is wrong, cross. And then move on to the next option. And how to go to the option? In every option, underline one word. For example, option A, why built? Option B, who built? Option C, how long built? Option D, who staffed? And option E, what built with? What built with? So now please listen and answer. And this time you will select 2 letters.
The engine on the boat makes quite a lot of noise, so before we head off, let me tell you a few things about what you're going to see. This area is famous for its ancient lighthouse, which you'll see from the boat as we turn past the first little island. It was built in 1838 to protect sailors, as a number of shipwrecks had led to significant loss of life. The construction itself was complicated, as some of the original drawings kept by the local council show. It sits right on top of the cliffs in a very isolated spot. In the 19th century, there were many jobs there, such as polishing the brass lamps, chopping firewood, and cleaning windows that kept lighthouse keepers busy. These workers were mainly prison convicts until the middle of that century, when ordinary families willing to live in such circumstances took over.
So, option A and D, well done. Now, option A, why it was built. They use the word to protect sailors. To protect sailors, option A. And option D, who staffed it? Prison convicts and other and all that. Okay, so option A and option D, these are the right answers. Now I play the audio and just listen to option A and D more carefully.
The engine on the boat makes quite a lot of noise, so before we head off, let me tell you a few things about what you're going to see. This area is famous for its ancient lighthouse, which you'll see from the boat as we turn past the first little island. It was built in 1838 to protect sailors.
It was built in 1838 to protect sailors. Now listen, how long it took to build? He didn't mention that. It was built in 1886 to protect sailors, so A is the right answer.
As a number of shipwrecks had led to significant loss of life. The construction itself was complicated, as some of the original drawings kept by the local council show. It sits right on top of the cliffs in a very isolated spot. In the 19th century, there were many jobs there, such as polishing the brass lamps,
Okay, there were
chopping
many jobs there, polishing the brass lamps and all that, and then they come to those prison convicts. So A and D are the right answers. Questions 17 and 18. Choose two letters A to E. Which two types of creature might come close to the boat? Imagine you are traveling by boat on this sea tour. So two creatures will come closer, and other creatures you will see from the distance. Now the creatures that will come closer will be the answer, and the creatures that you at the distance will not be the answer. Sea eagles. Sea eagles. Option B, fur seals. Option C, dolphins. Yeah, do you think dolphins will come closer? Let's see. Okay. Option D, whale. If whales come closer, they will be a disaster, right? And E, penguins. Yeah, penguins are friendly, so they might come closer. Now, the animals that will come closer the boat, that's going to be the right answer.
Some of you have asked me what creatures we can expect to see. I know everyone loves the penguins, but they're very shy and unfortunately tend to hide from passing boats. But you might see birds in the distance, such as sea eagles, flying around the cliff edges where they nest. When we get to the rocky area inhabited by fur seals, we'll stop and watch them swimming around the coast. They're inquisitive creatures, so don't be surprised if one pops up right in front of you. Their predators, orca whales, hunt along the coastline too, but spotting one of these is rare. Dolphins, on the other hand, can sometimes approach on their own or in groups as they ride the waves beside us.
Okay, so correct answer? B and C, absolutely. B is fur seals, and then whales are their predators, right? And C is dolphins. Now please write down this code, EAB, write it down, EABDC. It's elephant, alpha, bravo, delta, Charlie. Okay, so this is the order of the audio. Now I just play this one again for you.
Some of you have asked me what creatures we can expect to see. I know everyone loves the penguins, but they're very shy.
Everyone loves the penguins, but they are very shy. Cross this option. At the end, write a little cross. Now, penguins is not the answer. Cannot be the answer because they are very shy.
And unfortunately tend to hide from passing boats.
Okay, unfortunately tend to hide from passing boats.
But you might see birds in the distance.
You might see birds in the distance. What is the question? Type of creature might come close. So it's the opposite of might come close. That is why the birds like sea eagles, that will not be the answer.
Such as sea eagles, flying around the cliff edges where they nest. When we get to the rocky area inhabited by fur seals, we'll stop and watch them swimming around the coast. They're inquisitive creatures, so don't be surprised if one pops up right in front of you.
Don't be surprised if one pops up right in front of you. So right in front of you means might come close to the boat, and that is fur seal. Okay, now they discuss option D.
Their predators, orca whales, hunt along the coastline too, but spotting one of these is rare.
Spotting one of these is rare, so it's not the whales. Now they are going to talk about dolphins.
Dolphins, on the other hand, can sometimes approach on their own or in groups as they ride the waves beside us.
Okay, so the second answer is dolphins. Now, questions 19 and 20. Choose two letters. Which 2 points does Lou make about the caves? Now, underline 2 points. Lou makes caves. Okay, now just visualize caves. Option A, only large tourist boats can visit them. So underline large boats visit. And them means caves, and you should know that. Option B, entrance are often blocked. So underline entrance blocked. Entrance often blocked. Option C, dangerous for individuals. Dangerous for individuals. Option D, someone will explain. Someone will explain me in tourist guide, will tell you what is inside the caves and all that, okay? Option E, cannot be reached on foot. They cannot be reached means caves cannot be reached on foot. You need to use a boat or any other means of transport. So just underline cannot be reached on foot. Now listen 2 points they make about caves.
Lastly, I want to mention the caves. Tasmania is famous for its caves, and the ones we'll pass by are so amazing that people are lost for words when they see them. They can only be approached by sea, but if you feel that you want to see more than we're able to show you, then you can take a kayak into the area on another day, and one of our staff will give you more information on that. What we'll do is to go through a narrow channel past some incredible rock formations, and from there we'll be able to see the openings to the caves, and at that point we'll talk to you about what lies beyond.
We'll talk to you about what lies beyond. What lies beyond means what is inside. So the correct answer is option D for doctor and E for elephant. Option A, large to, okay, now just write another code. It's echo, E, alpha, bravo, delta, Charlie. Delta and Charlie, they just confuse these two options. Anyways, I'm going to play this one again. Please listen.
Lastly, I want to mention the caves. Tasmania is famous for its caves, and the ones we'll pass by are so amazing that people are lost for words when they see them. They can only be approached by sea.
They can only be approached by sea. So option E. They cannot be reached on foot means they can only be approached by sea. Now if something can be approached by sea means it cannot be approached on foot. So E is the right answer. Got it? See how technical they are. You cannot go there by boat. For example, if they say, it means you need to fly there. So if they say you cannot go there on foot, it means you need a boat. So E is the first right answer. Now come to option A.
But if you feel that you want to see more than we're able to show you, then you can take a kayak into the area on a...
You can take a kayak into the area. Now those who don't know kayak, they will not understand. This kayak is a small boat. You might have seen one person is having this thing and he oar in his hand and he's going on small boat, very small boat. His all body is inside the boat and only this much is visible and they're doing it like this. That is called kayak, and kayak is a very small boat. Now option A, only large tourist boats can visit them. Opposite of that is kayak, right? So A is not the right answer. Now option B.
Another day, and one of our staff will give you more information on that. What we'll do is to go through a narrow channel past some incredible rock formations.
Okay, go through narrow channels. Entrance to them are often blocked? No, he said we'll go through narrow channels. So entrance is not blocked, right? Now come to option D and option C.
And from there, we'll be able to see the openings to the caves, and at that point, we'll talk to you about what lies beyond.
Okay, we will talk to you about what lies beyond. And this idea, it is too dangerous for individuals to go near them, is not discussed. Okay, so correct answer, D for doctor, E for elephant. Okay guys, in IELTS listening, the most complicated questions for the students are multiple choice questions. Most complicated. Because of the complexity of the options they discuss, and they talk about them in such a way that a normal speaker of English language or a normal learner of English language cannot spot the difference between the right answer and the wrong answer. And what do many students do? They pick up the words. They don't go for ideas. They pick up some words and then they decide, okay, in option B, they have this word. That is why this is the right answer. It's not the word, it's the idea that will decide the right answer. The title, Work Experience for Veterinary Science Students. Veterinary science means animal doctors. So work experience for them. Question number 21. What problem did both Diana and Tim? Underline problem. And then both. If I say, well, I had this problem, and you say, yes, I also had this problem. It means both. So there are three problems. One is individual problem of Diana and one is individual problem of Tim, but one problem is their, common problem. So that common problem will be the answer. Option A, making initial contact with suitable farms. Underline making initial contact. For that they might say, I didn't know how to find or how to get hold of a farmhouse. And if the other one says, me too, then A is the right answer. If other one says, well, I had my uncle who helped me, so I easily contacted with them, then it's not the answer. Right? Option B, organizing transport. Underline organizing transport. If one says, well, I had to arrange a bus to go there, and the other one says, I lived on the farm, so I didn't have this problem. Or if other one says, I had my own vehicle, so I didn't have this problem. Will that be the answer? Now, what will you focus? Both. The problem they both had. If one says, well, I had issues with the train service, and the other one says, yes, I had the same problem with me, that will be the right answer. Option C, finding a placement for the required length of time. Finding a placement, required length of time. Now, what is finding a placement? Means job placement. And required length of time, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Like you do internship for 3 months, 2 months and all that. Now, a common problem will be the right answer. Individual problem will be the wrong answer. They will discuss all 3 options in any order. First, catch the option which is being discussed and then see if that is individual problem, cross it. If that is combined problem, and that is your answer.
You will hear 2 veterinary science students called Diana and Tim discussing their work placements and their course modules.
So, Tim, we have to do a short summary of our work experience on a farm.
Right. My farm was great, but arranging the work experience was hard. One problem was it was miles away and I don't drive. And also, I'd really wanted a placement for a month, but I could only get one for 2 weeks.
I was lucky. The farmer let me stay on the farm, so I didn't have to travel. But finding the right sort of farm to apply to wasn't easy.
No, they don't seem to have websites, do they? I found mine through a friend of my mother's, but it wasn't easy.
No.
Excellent. Right answer is A. Chor padege, huh? It's not C, okay? I tell you why. Write down this code. BCA. What's the code? BCA. It means in the audio first they will discuss option B, then option C, and then option A. Now please listen to it again.
You will hear 2 veterinary science students called Diana and Tim discussing their work placements and their course modules.
Okay, only focus option B.
So, Tim, we have to do a short summary of our work experience on a farm.
Right. My farm was great, but arranging the work experience was hard. One problem was it was miles away and I don't drive.
Okay, it was miles away and I don't drive. Now listen to her.
And also, I'd really wanted a placement for a month, but I could only get one for 2 weeks.
I wanted a placement for a month, but I could only get one for 2 weeks. Now that was his problem. Now let's see what does she say.
I was lucky. The farmer let me stay on the farm.
I was lucky. The farmer let me stay on the farm. So problem B was not her problem. She lived on the farm with other animals. Now come to option C.
But I could only get one for 2 weeks.
I was lucky. The farmer let me stay on the farm, so I didn't have to travel. But finding the right sort of farm to apply to wasn't...
Finding the right sort of farm to apply to means making initial contact with suitable farm.
easy.
No, they don't seem to have...
No, wasn't easy. No, means both had this problem. They don't have websites and all that. So making initial contact with suitable farms is the right answer. Question number 22. Tim was pleased to be able to help. Now Tim helped someone and he was happy about it. Option A, lamb that had a broken leg. Now listen carefully. If Tim helped a lamb with broken leg, A is the right answer. If Tim called a doctor and doctor treated the lamb, then A is the wrong answer. Understand? Yeah, some of you must be thinking it's so technical. But the good thing is I'm explaining to you so you can understand. Option B, sheep that was having difficulty giving birth. So Tim became a midwife there, okay? A sheep that was having difficulty. Now if Tim helped the sheep giving birth, then B is the right answer. But if doctor came and Tim only, they did the extra work, then it's not the right answer. And option C, newly born lamb that was having trouble feeding. So Tim helped with the lamb. Tim gave the new baby lamb a feeder or Cerelac or anything like that. Then C is the right answer. Otherwise, it's not. Now listen carefully. Out of 3 options, where Tim actively helped or Tim got involved in helping, that is the right answer. Where others, for example, the farmer did all the work and I was just looking. Right? Then that is not the right answer. Okay? Now let's see. Please listen and decide what's the right answer. And you know one thing. Answer is either A or B. Otherwise C. So that's not difficult. Okay?
My farm was mostly livestock, especially sheep. I really enjoyed helping out with them. I was up most of one night helping a sheep deliver a lamb.
On your own?
No, the farmer was there, and he told me what to do. It wasn't a straightforward birth, but I managed. It was a great feeling to see the lamb stagger to its feet and start feeding almost straight away, and to know that it was okay. Then another time, a lamb had broken its leg, and they got the vet in to set it, and he talked me through what he was doing. That was really useful.
Not B, C. No, A. And all of you are right. Right? But as per you, you are right. Okay, now please write down this code. B, C, A. B, C, A. And the right answer is C. Well done. Good English. You Canada soon. Okay, I stay here, Punjab. You Canada. Forever Canada. Yeah. All right. You Desi? No, you Valeti, I Desi. Yeah. Okay, let's listen and decide.
My farm was mostly livestock, especially sheep. I really enjoyed helping out with them. I was up most of one night helping a sheep deliver a lamb.
On your own?
No, the farmer was there, and he told me what to do.
The farmer was there and he told me what to do. Who did it all? Tim. So option B, sheep that was having difficulty giving birth and Tim helped. Now I tell you, listen, don't look at me angrily. Oh. Now I tell you why A and C are wrong. Now please come to option C. Newly born lamb that was having trouble feeding.
It wasn't a straightforward birth, but I managed. It was a great feeling to see the lamb stagger to its feet and start feeding almost straight away.
Lamb staggered to its feet and start feeding straight away. Did Tim do anything? No, the lamb did it all by itself. Okay, so C is the wrong answer. Now come to option A.
And to know that it was okay. Then another time, a lamb had broken its leg, and they got the vet in to set it.
They got the vet in to set it. Who set it? Vet. Vet is animal doctor. Right? Veterinarian and all that, yeah?
And he talked me through what he was doing.
He taught me through what he was doing. So who was doing? Vet was doing and he was watching. Okay, let's go on. Question number 23. Diana says the sheep on her farm. Now, Diana says, and she talks about the sheep on her farm. So you will listen to Diana carefully. Various different varieties, underline. Sheep and various different varieties. Okay, so if there was a various different variety, A is the right answer. B, mainly reared for their meat. Reared for their meat means they were raising the sheep for their meat. So for their meat, reared for their meat. And option C had better quality wool. So underline better quality wool than other sheep. Better quality wool. So now what does she say about the sheep on her farm?
Yes, my farm had sheep too. The farm was in a valley and they had a lowland breed called Suffolks. although the farmer said they'd had other breeds in the past.
So were they bred for their meat?
Mostly, yes. They're quite big and solid.
My farm was up in the hills, and they had a different breed of sheep. They were Cheviots.
Oh, I heard their wool's really sought after.
Yes, it's very hard wearing, and they use it for carpets.
Right.
So, why not C? Their wool is good, it is used for carpets. That is Tim. Absolutely, that's what I told you. Okay, now please write down the code. This time it's simple. A, B, C. Right? So I'll just play this and tell you.
Yes, my farm had sheep too. The farm was in a valley and they had a lowland breed called Suffolks, although the farmer said they'd had other breeds in the...
Okay, they had lowland breed called Suffolks. Now, various different varieties? No. They had lowland breed called Suffolks, although the farmer said they used to have, or they had in the past. So that other breeds were in the past. So A is the wrong answer. Why? Because they had only one breed. Now listen to option B.
Past.
So were they bred for their meat?
Mostly, yes.
Were they bred for their meat? Mostly, yes. So bred and reared. Right answer is B. And for C,
They're quite big and solid.
My farm was up in the hills, and they had a different breed of sheep. They were Cheviots.
Oh, I heard their wool's really sought after.
okay, but that was there on the farm of Tim. So that is why C is not the right answer. Got it? Okay, don't worry. Gradually you'll be fine, okay? Question number 24. What did the students learn about adding supplements to chicken feed? Now, what did students learn adding supplements to chicken feed? Like we have food supplements. So adding supplements to chicken feed. Option A. These should only be given if specially needed. Underline given if specially needed. If the chicken needed, then they should give. Otherwise, they should not give. Supplements, okay? Option B. It is worth paying extra for more effective ones. So worth paying extra. Worth paying extra means the money you paid, it was value for money. Worth paying extra means value for money. And option C, amount given at one time should be limited. Amount of what? Amount of chicken feed supplement. Yeah. So amount given at one time should be limited. Just underline two words. Limited amount. Right? Now I play the audio.
I was interested in the amount of supplements they add to animals' feed nowadays. Like, even the chickens got extra vitamins and electrolytes in their feed.
Yes, I found that too. And they're not cheap. But my farmer said some are overpriced for what they are. And he didn't give them as a matter of routine, just at times when the chickens seemed to particularly require them.
Yes, mine said the same. He said certain breeds of chickens might need more supplements than the others, but the cheap and expensive ones are all basically the same.
Absolutely A. These should only be given if specially needed, and the code is CBA. Now it's the reverse one. Listen.
I was interested in the amount of supplements they add to animals' feed nowadays.
Okay, amount of supplement they add to the feed, animal feed, but it's not the limited they are talking about.
Like, even the chickens got extra vitamins and electrolytes in their feed.
Yes, I found that too. And they're not cheap. But my farmer said some are overpriced for what...
Okay, they are not cheap. Some are overpriced. When something is overpriced, it is not worth paying extra. Overpriced means very expensive. So it's not option B. Now come to option A. Should only be given if specially needed.
What they are. And he didn't give them as a matter of routine.
He didn't give them as a matter of routine.
Just at times when the chickens seemed to particularly require them.
Just at times when chickens seem to require them means given if specially needed. For need they use the word require. A is the right answer. Question number 25. What happened when Diana was working with dairy cows? Yeah, majne tuddu maria, something like that, okay? So what happened when Diana was working with dairy cows? Option A. She identified some cows incorrectly. Identified cows incorrectly. Okay, like the breed of cows and all that. Option B, accidentally threw some milk away. Dudh dhul gaya. Yeah, she kicked the bucket and all the milk actually went away. So she threw some milk away. And option C, made a mistake when storing milk. When she was storing milk, she made a mistake. So what did she do when she was working with the dairy cows?
So, did your farm have any other livestock, Diana?
Yes, dairy cows. I made a really embarrassing mistake when I was working in the milk shed. Some cows had been treated with antibiotics, so their milk wasn't suitable for human consumption, and it had to be put in a separate container. But I got mixed up, and I poured some milk from the wrong cow in with the milk for humans, so the whole lot had to be thrown away. The farmer wasn't too happy with me.
C, she made a mistake when storing. So some cows were given antibiotic and that milk was not suitable for human and that had to be separate and she mixed both of them. And then farmer had to throw all the milk and he was not very happy. Okay, just listen to this one.
So, did your farm have any other livestock, Diana?
Yes, dairy cows. I made a really embarrassing mistake when I was working in the milk shed. Some cows had been treated with antibiotics.
Okay, some cows had been treated with antibiotics. That is, she identified some cows incorrectly. No, she knew that. Some cows were treated with antibiotics.
So their milk wasn't suitable for human consumption and it had to be put in a separate container. But I got mixed up and I poured some milk from the wrong cow in with the milk for humans.
Okay, milk from the wrong cow with the milk that was for humans. So that was, she made a mistake when storing milk. Okay, that is option C. And then who threw the milk? The farmer.
So the whole lot had to be thrown away.
Whole lot had to be thrown away. So farmer was not happy. Okay, let's go on. Question number 26. What did both farmers mention about vets and farming? Both farmers. There were two farmers and they mentioned about vets and farming. Vet means animal doctor and farming. Option A. Vets are failing to cope with some aspects of animal health. Vets are failing. And animal health means vets don't even know. They are failing to cope with some aspects of animal health. Option B, there needs to be a fundamental change in the training of vets. Fundamental change, training of vets. Vets means again animal doctor, vet means. And option C, some jobs could be done by farmer rather than by a vet. So some jobs done by farmer rather vet. Mean farmer can do it himself. You know, many farmers, they are injecting their cows and they're giving them medicine and all that. They know how to treat that and all that. So some jobs done by farmers. So what did both farmers mention? Now both mentioned. Both mean Tim's farmer and Diana's farmer. Yeah.
I asked my farmer how much he depended on the vet to deal with health problems. I'd read reports that the livestock's health is being affected as farmers are under pressure to increase production. Well, he didn't agree with that, but he said that actually some of the stuff the vets do, like minor operations, he'd be quite capable of doing himself.
Yeah, my farmer said the same, but he reckons vet skills are still needed.
My farmer said the same. See, some jobs could be done by the farmer rather than by a vet. Minor operations and all that, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, with multiple choice in IELTS listening part 3, we usually have matching. Sometimes if you are unlucky with single multiple choice, we have double multiple choice. Like questions 21 to 26, single multiple choice, 27, 28, 29, 30, 4 double multiple choice questions. So it depends. And if you are very lucky, then you get sentence completion. Sentence completion is the easiest one. Okay? So, questions 27 to 30. What opinion do the students give? Underline opinion. Students give about each of the following modules. Underline modules on their veterinary science course. So you have to match opinions with modules. Now, if you take a look at the questions 27 to 30, the question is modules. medical terminology, diet and nutrition. Do you get any information? That is why don't read questions, because in the audio they will discuss all of them one by one. The first module is medical terminology, or after that we had diet and nutrition. They will talk about them as clearly as the words are written here, so you don't need to worry about it. Read the opinions. Now they are going to paraphrase the opinions. Question will not be paraphrased. Okay, option A. Now please follow me very, very carefully. Tim found this easier than expected. Who is this guy? Tim. Now you got to listen to Tim and underline easier than expected. Underline Tim, easier. If he says anything, it was quite easy, and I was thinking it could be difficult, but actually it wasn't. Option B. Tim thought this was not very clearly organized. Again, Tim, not clearly organized. Option A, Tim, easier than expected. Option B, Tim, not very clearly organized. Option C, Diana may do some further study on it. Diana, further study on this. If she says, I will do some more research on it, I will read a couple of articles about it, it's that. Again, Diana. Okay? Option D, they both found. Now they, encircle they. This is very confusing question. Yeah, Tim and Diana. They both found reading required for this was difficult. Reading was difficult. They didn't understand. So, both and reading was difficult. Option E. Tim was shocked. Underline Tim and shocked. He learned something on this module. Tim was shocked. He learned something, or something he learned. Option F. They were both surprised. So, they were surprised how little is known about some aspects. Now it's basically Tim, Diana, both, Tim, both. Okay, now let's see. This makes it confusing. Tim, Diana, both, and all that. So this is quite complicated. Question number 27, medical terminology.
Now we've got to give a bit of feedback about last term's modules. Just short comments, apparently. Shall we do that now?
Okay. So, medical terminology.
Well, my heart sank when I saw that, especially right at the beginning of the course, and I did struggle with it.
I thought it'd be hard, but actually, I found it all quite straightforward.
I thought it would be hard, but I found it quite straightforward. It's A. Tim found this easier than expected. Easier than expected. Easier means it was quite straightforward. I thought it would be hard. So question number 27, answer is A. Question number 28, diet.
What did you think about diet and nutrition?
Okay, I suppose.
Do you remember what they told us about pet food and the fact that there's such limited checking into whether or not it's contaminated? I mean, in comparison with the checks on food for humans, I thought that was terrible.
I thought that was terrible. And she only said, What does it mean? Na ha te na na. Right? So I thought it was terrible. Tim was shocked at something he learned at this module. And what was it? Whether the food for animals was contaminated or not. There was no check on that. So E is the right answer for question 28. I'm playing it again.
What did you think about diet and nutrition?
Okay, I suppose.
Do you remember what they told us about pet food and the fact that there's such limited checking into whether or not it's contaminated? I mean, in comparison with the checks on food for humans, I thought that was terrible.
Question number 29, animal disease. So, let's see.
I think the module that really impressed me was the animal disease one, when we looked at domesticated animals in different parts of the world, like camels and water buffalo and alpaca. The economies of so many countries depend on these, but scientists don't know much about the diseases that affect them.
Yes. I thought they'd know a lot about ways of controlling and eradicating those diseases, but that's not the case at all.
That's not the case at all. Scientists don't know. Option F. Well done. They were both surprised how little is known about some aspects of this. Please listen to it again.
I think the module that really impressed me was the animal disease one, when we looked at domesticated animals in different parts of the world, like camels and water buffalo and alpaca. The economies of so many countries depend on these, but scientists don't know much about the diseases that affect them.
Yeah.
Scientists don't know much about the diseases that affect them, yeah.
Yes. I thought they'd know a lot about ways of controlling and eradicating those diseases, but that's not the case at all.
But that's not the case at all. Surprise, that's not the case at all. Right? Okay, let's go on. Next we have question number 30. Wildlife medication.
I loved the wildlife medication unit. Things like helping birds that have been caught in oil spills. That's something I hadn't thought about before.
Yeah, I thought I might write my dissertation on something connected with that.
Right. So, actually, I was thinking something along the same line.
I think I might write my dissertation on something connected with that. I write my dissertation. She's going to write her dissertation in the future, and for that she's going to study. Option C. Diana may do some further study on it. For further study, they use the word dissertation. When you do dissertation, you do further research on that topic. Okay, IELTS listening part 4. And it's one word only. One word only is the common pattern of IELTS listening part 4. Labyrinth. What is a labyrinth? It's a kind of in the past they used to have maze, like from one end you enter and then you have to come out. Right? There are many deadlocks, many closed ways and all that. Okay, yeah, puzzle. It's a kind of puzzle. Definition: a winding spiral path leading to a certain area. Right? Like sometimes you solve a puzzle or labyrinth on paper. You enter from here and from there that is the exit. You go there, that is blocked. Then you find another way and finally you go out. Labyrinths compared with mazes. Mazes are a type of. Now please tell me the synonyms of type of. We did it in part 1. Absolutely. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, anything like that. Now just focus kind of, type of, sort of, and you will find your answer. And mazes are.
Part 4. You will hear an anthropology student giving a presentation on spiral path designs known as labyrinths.
Labyrinths have existed for well over 4,000 years. Labyrinths and labyrinthine symbols have been found in regions as diverse as modern-day Turkey, Ireland, Greece, and India. There are various designs of labyrinth, but what they all have in common is a winding spiral path which leads to a central area. There is one starting point at the entrance, and the goal is to reach the central area. Finding your way through a labyrinth involves many twists and turns.
Okay, so what is the answer? Yeah, Siani hogi kudi, huh? Hunne nahi aaya answer. Well done, very good. So you got to wait for the answer to come. Shanti. Kahan ho tum? Okay? So,
But it's not possible to get lost, as there is only one single path. In modern times, the word labyrinth has taken on a different meaning and is often used as a synonym for a maze. A maze is quite different, as it is a kind of puzzle with an intricate network of paths.
it is a kind of puzzle. Well done. Kind of puzzle and type of maze. And for maze, they use the word it is a kind of. It means maze is a kind of puzzle. 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 Well done. Now, dash is needed to navigate through a maze. Navigate through a maze means find your way through a maze. Dash is needed. For example, intelligence is needed. Right? Let's see.
Mazes became fashionable in the 15th and 16th centuries in Europe and can still be found in the gardens of great houses and palaces. The paths are usually surrounded by thick, high hedges so that it's not possible to see over them. Entering a maze usually involves getting lost a few times before using logic to work out the pattern and find your way to the center.
Before using Logic. Now listen, before using logic means logic is needed. Logic is needed. Before using logic means you need to use logic, right? Logic is needed. Before using logic, it is difficult to find your way and all that. Question number 33. The word maze is derived from a word meaning of a feeling of. Now underline feeling. For feeling, they can use the word emotion. For feeling, they can use the word state. S-T-A-T-E. For example, what state of mind are you in? What are you feeling? What state of mind are you in means what are you feeling? So answer is going to be a feeling. It's going to be an emotion or a feeling. Simple.
There are lots of dead ends and paths which lead you back to where you started. The word maze is believed to come from a Scandinavian word for a state of confusion. This is where the word amazing comes from.
State of confusion. Okay, amazing comes from maze, and maze is, you know what maze is. So answer is confusion. Have you noticed answers are very simple? They are coming very systematically. So in part 4, if you have bad part 3, you can always get back in part 4. Right? Worst scenario, there will be 3 to 4 questions that you don't actually understand. It's not that, okay? So over here you can get 10 by 10. Part 1 you can get 10 by 10. With 35 answers you can get 8 pen. Anyways, let's go on. Question number 34. Labyrinths represent a journey through life. They means labyrinths. Labyrinths have frequently been used in dash and prayer. Now in dash and prayer, answer will come with prayer, before or after. And for and, they can use any other word. And also, as well as, along with, or anything like that. Now focus the word prayer and it's going to be with that.
Labyrinths, on the other hand, have a very different function. Although people now often refer to things they find complicated as labyrinths, this is not how they were seen in the past. The winding spiral of the labyrinth has been used for centuries as a metaphor for life's journey. It served as a spiritual reminder that there is purpose and meaning to our lives, and helped to give people a sense of direction. Labyrinths are thought to encourage a feeling of calm, and have been used as a meditation and prayer tool in many cultures over many centuries.
Meditation and prayer tool. So it's very easy. Whenever before the blank or after the blank there is and, answer is definitely going to come with that word. Okay, so answer is meditation with the right spelling. Okay, yeah. Question number 35. Early examples of labyrinth spiral. Ancient carvings on. Now look here. Carvings on means material. Carvings on stone, carvings on rock, carvings on wood, carvings on cement, carvings on what? So carving is when, they carve and all that. Like sometimes people carve heart. When you go to the garden, you see there is the A, love this, and B, love C, and all that. So that is also called carving, right? So ancient carvings on surface. Answer is going to be that surface where they have the carving have been found across many cultures.
The earliest examples of the labyrinth spiral pattern have been found carved into stone, from Sardinia to Scandinavia, from Arizona to India to Africa.
Okay, answer is stone. Carved into stone. Now carved into stone and carvings on. Answer is stone. Okay, next they talk about pima and baskets. Got it? So just underline pima and underline baskets, okay? Alright, as I said in part 4, there is one thing. Remember, in IELTS listening part 4, for many students, listening audio is fast. Why fast? Because it's a lecture. One person is talking, he talks on and on and on and on. And many students, they are lost in part 4. Audio is somewhere, they are on a different question, audio is discussing a different question. So in order to avoid getting lost, it's a very good idea when they give you 1 minute to read the questions, encircle some signposts. For example, before this question number 36, you can encircle Pima. And then you can encircle baskets. When they say Pima and baskets, they are discussing that option. And when in the audio they say ancient Greeks, it means now they are going to give us the answer. Ancient Greeks used the symbol on dash. Again, a surface. Symbol on something. Exactly. It's going to be a surface.
In Europe, these spiral carvings date from the late Bronze Age. The Native American Pima tribe wove baskets with a circular labyrinth design that depicted their own cosmology. In ancient Greece, the labyrinth spiral was used on coins around 4,000 years ago.
Okay, used on coins around 4,000 years ago. And for symbol, they use the word was used on coins. Symbol on coins, used on coins. Coins, okay? Q-U-E-E. All right. Good job. C-O-I-N-S, coins. Walking labyrinth, the largest surviving example of a turf labyrinth. Now, if you don't know what a turf labyrinth is, doesn't matter. The largest surviving example of turf labyrinth once had a big, underline big. Now, I tell you, for big, they can use the word huge. For big, they can use the word gigantic. For big, they can use the word large. Right? Enormous. Or any other word like that. Just focus. And then, at its center. Now, look here. Big dash at its center. For center, they usually use the word middle. Middle. Center is not that center. This center is darmiyan. Okay, yeah. So, for this center, they will use, because they said at its center. Right? Big dash. Focus, context of the talk. Context is big dash at its center. So they may use the word a large tower in the middle. A large tower in the middle. What will be the answer? Tower. Well done.
In Northern Europe, there were actual physical labyrinths designed for walking on. These were cut into the turf or grass, usually in a circular pattern. The origin of these walking labyrinths remains unclear, but they were probably used for fertility rites, which may date back thousands of years. 11 examples of turf labyrinths survive today, including the largest one at Saffron Walden, England, which used to have a large tree in the middle of it.
Which used to have a large tree in the middle of it. And the answer is tree. Okay? T-H-R. T-R-E-E, tree. Well done. Okay, question number 38. Labyrinths nowadays believed to have a beneficial impact on mental and physical health. For example, walking a maze can reduce a person's, underline reduce. Okay, walking a maze, if you're walking a maze, right? We used to have a maze in Gulshan Iqbal Park. Lahore Gulshan Iqbal Park. We used to have a maze old times and people used it for toilets. Exactly, wherever you entered, oh my God. Because in the maze, you can hide yourself easily. So people used it for toilets there. I remember in my childhood, we had a trip to that labyrinth. And as we entered, oh gosh, come out. So anyways, walking a maze can reduce. Now listen, can reduce, underline that. And write there, decrease or slower. Now look here. Can reduce blood pressure or slower heart rate, slower, with blood pressure we can reduce pulse rate. So slower pulse rate or anything like that. Okay, now let's see what it is. And they've mentioned persons. For persons, again, they will use some different word.
More recently, labyrinths have experienced something of a revival. Some believe that walking a labyrinth promotes healing and mindfulness, and there are those who believe in its emotional and physical benefits, which include slower breathing and a restored sense of balance and perspective.
Okay, which slowers? Breathing can reduce a person's, how do you spell breathing? I-N-G, breathing, good. Okay, let's go on. Question number 39. Then there is a point, prisons. So just encircle prisons. And when they say prisons, it means audio has reached here. After that, popular with parents, visitors and staff in hospitals. Oh, yes, I'm just coming. Popular with patients, visitors and staff in hospitals. Patients who can't walk can use finger labyrinth. Now they have a finger labyrinth, right? Made from. Now what is the answer? Material of that finger labyrinth, right? Now whatever the material, for example, made from plastic. Now they've got this and they're doing it like that, yeah? They just come. Do you understand labyrinth? Then you find it easy, otherwise, oh, ki hunda? Say, yeah, naan de na rakh ke khai de. All right. Let's see. Material of
This idea
labyrinth.
has become so popular that labyrinths have been laid into the floors of spas, wellness centres, and even prisons in recent years. A pamphlet at Colorado Children's Hospital informs patients that walking a labyrinth can often calm people in the midst of a crisis. And apparently, it's not only patients who benefit. Many visitors find walking a labyrinth less stressful than sitting in a corridor or waiting room. Some doctors even walk the labyrinth during their breaks. In some hospitals, patients who can't walk can have a paper finger labyrinth brought to their bed.
Can
The science-
have a paper finger labyrinth. Now paper is the material, right? So answer is paper. Well done. Question number 40. Research has shown that Alzheimer's sufferers experience less dash. Now underline less. And for less, they can use any word. For example, they can use the word calm and relief from. For example, answer is stress. Less stress. What is the other word for that? Minimum stress, reduced stress, or decreased stress. Well done, exactly. Or calm and relief from stress. शुरू में वीडियो बनाते हैं तो उसके एंड पे होता था कैमरामैन यासीन हफीज, राइट? उस वक्त इनको काम नहीं आता था, लेकिन अब इनको आ गया काम, माशाल्लाह. बड़े हाँ, इसी तरह ही उसका यूट्यूब चैनल भी है. अमीन हफीज उस दिन आया हुआ था, वो पीसी में था. All right. So let's go on. Question number 40. Research has shown that Alzheimer's sufferers experience less dash. Focus less and you will find your answer.
For example, one study found that walking a labyrinth provided short-term calming, relaxation and relief from anxiety for Alzheimer's patients.
Anxiety for Alzheimer's patients. Anxiety. How do you spell? X-I-E-T-Y. And again, if your spelling is wrong, your answer is wrong. Thank you. Yasin is quite intelligent in that. जिस जोक में यासीन का नाम आता है वो जोक भी काट देता है. He's doing all the editing. So जहाँ पे इसका अपना नाम कुछ चीज़ें आती हैं वो काट देते हैं. Okay guys, we start with IELTS reading, and this is academic IELTS reading, and academic IELTS reading is a monster. Ooh. Okay, so when we know IELTS reading, academic reading is a monster, so then we need to make a strategy how to deal with this monster. Okay, so don't be afraid. Step by step, gradually, you are gonna be fine. There are 3 parts of this monster. Part 1 is the baby monster. It will not be that difficult, so you can find your way out. Part 2 is monster's wife. Okay, so monster is monster, but monster's wife is also going to be a monstrous, so that can be a little difficult. And part 3 is the big monster or rakshas or whatever you want to say. But still, practice, through practice, you can beat this monster. If something is difficult at first, do it again and again and again. And God Almighty has given us one ability. We perform several things in our life on autopilot. What is autopilot? When you drive the car, when you learn to drive the car first time, you are observing each and everything, the gear, the clutch, if it is a shift car and all that, stick shift car. And once you learn driving, then you are going on very comfortably, you are enjoying music and your hands are moving on autopilot. In the same way, have you noticed the ladies, they are working in the kitchen, at the same time they are talking, all right, horsuna ki hal, something like that, and they're doing it all perfectly. So these things are on autopilot, right? So this is something very great. According to psychologists and experts, they say if God has not granted us this ability of doing things on autopilot, we would be confused every day how to do this and that. And this autopilot comes when you repeatedly do the things. When you repeatedly drive the car, when you repeatedly cook, then things go on autopilot. So once you practice IELTS reading, it will be on autopilot. You'll be enjoying, oh, academic reading, no problem. All right, true. Second, false, and all that, okay? So practice can beat this monster, right? Now let's start reading passage 1. The concept of intelligence. What does it mean? What is intelligence? What is the definition of intelligence? Who are intelligent people and who are unintelligent people? How can we define stupid people? How can we define intelligent people? What is the concept? What makes people intelligent? Are they born with intelligence or they can learn to be intelligent? So we will come across all these things. And in IELTS reading, we always come up with topics like this. Sometimes they will talk to you about chimpanzees, about robots, about driverless cars and things like that, okay? So never expect thirsty crow or greedy dog in academic IELTS reading. Topics are going to be on science, research and all that, okay? Concept of intelligence, and you can see the paragraphs are labeled as A, B, C, D. After reading the title and within few seconds you can make up your mind what you're going to read ahead. Now you will come to questions. Questions 1 to 3. Now, it is not necessary that you have to follow the same order. When you solve the questions, it's not necessary that first you will solve 1 to 3, then 4, 5, 6. No. Mainly, there are two types of questions in IELTS reading, academic or gender training. Type 1 is what I call type A questions, where questions and the answers in the passage, they are in order. In order means when you find one answer, you read on and on and on, you will find second answer. Then you read on and on and on, you will find third answer, okay? And then we have type B. Type B is where questions and answers are not in order. They are scattered. They are in random order or they are scattered in different parts of the passage. So whenever you start your IELTS reading, try to start with the type of questions which are easiest for you. And such questions are sentence completion, summary completion, flowchart completion, any completion type of questions you can do. They're going to be easy for you. After that, you can see in the end, you will do the questions which are type B. Now, let me tell you, in IELTS reading, there are only two type B questions. Number 1, list of headings. Number 2, which paragraph contains the following information? List of headings and which paragraph contains the following information? They are type B. And then there is another one, matching. We do have matching type of questions, okay? So, when we have matching type of questions, yeah, it's not Naswar, it's only hoistic, but I use the style of Naswar. Before reading, it's important to have one here, solve a test and throw it out, then have another one, okay? All right. So, yeah, I was telling you type A and type B. Number 1, list of headings. Number 2, which paragraph contains the following information? And the third one is not type B, it sounds like type B. It is called matching, where you have to match the names with the list, with options. For example, there is a list of scientists, list of researchers, and then there are questions. In this question type, questions are not in order, but the list of scientists, that is in order. Okay, so as we practice, we have all these questions here. We'll find them. Now, can you take a look? Questions 1 to 3. Which section contains the following information? How many questions? And for these 3 questions, you have to use, now there are 3 type of readings. 2 are reading types and 1 is only searching. Number 1, scanning. Scanning is looking for some specific information in the passage. When you scan, you don't read. You only look, you only search. For example, please come to the title page. Title page. The concept of intelligence. I want you to look for the word not well understood phenomenon. Not well understood phenomenon. Title page. Not well understood phenomenon. Search, search, scan, scan. Not well understood phenomenon. Now don't read, only scan. Paragraph C, second last line. So what it is? We call it scanning. Let's scan another word. Okay, same page, and I want you to scan the word implicit theories. Implicit theories. Yeah, it's there. And you may find it in another line as well. Okay, so this is what we call scanning. After reading the question, you find a clue word. And then you scan that clue word in the passage. Your first target is to reach the right part of the passage that contains answer. And second target is to read that part and find the answer. So by the way, for questions 1 to 3, there are only 3 questions. But these 3 questions will take a tour of all the passage. That may take more time. So it's a good idea to start from questions 4 to 6. Now, what is question type? Yes, no. And one common mistake that students do when it comes to yes, no, not given. For true, false, they write yes, no. But most commonly for yes, no, they write true, false. Okay, so in such type of cases, your answers may be wrong. If for yes, no, you write true, false, because the computer system or the markers are those gentlemen who check your reading, okay, and listening. So they only know true, false. If you write yes, no, they will cross your answer. So you have to be careful with that as well. Now, let's try to solve it. Yes, no, not given. It's type A questions. Questions and answers are in order. Question number 4. Slow language development in children is likely to prove disappointing to their parents. Now listen. Slow language development in children and disappointing to their parents. If slow language development is disappointing for their parents, answer is yes. If it is not disappointing, parents are okay with that. You know, some children, they start talking later, like after 6-7 years of their age. If it is not disappointing, if it is normal, then the answer is false. Sorry, or no. And if they don't tell us whether it is disappointing or it is good, then the answer is not given. Now look for the word slow language development. Slow language development. All right, paragraph B for boy. And please come to third line. Okay, we've got this third line of paragraph B. It is useful to learn about people's implicit theories. For example, parents' implicit theories of their children's language development will determine at what ages they will be willing to make various corrections in their children's speech. Now, have they mentioned that parents are disappointed or they are not? More generally, parents' implicit theories of intelligence will determine at what ages they believe their children are ready to perform various cognitive tasks and all that. What's the question? Slow language development in children is likely to prove disappointing to their parents. There is no mention of disappointing or good. That is why the answer is not given. Question number 5. People's expectations of what children should gain from education are universal. Look here. Whatever we expect from education for children. That is universal. Universal mean in every country of the world, parents expect that after getting education, our children will get a job, they will get money, they will be able to earn money and all that. If all the people of the world think in the same way, it's universal. If in some countries, people give education for one purpose, in other countries they have another purpose, in other countries they have another purpose, their expectations are different or variety of expectations, then this is going to be no. And if they don't tell us whether expectations are universal or specific, then the answer is not given. Okay, you need to understand. This is academic reading. Now let's go back. Expectations, education, universal. Expectations, paragraph E, well done. And you know how do you reach there? Through scanning. If you are good at scanning, you will reach there easily. Now, they say in the third line, okay, I'm reading it from second line. Paragraph E, second line after full stop. As mentioned earlier, people have expectations for intellectual performance that differ for children of different ages. How these expectations differ in part a function of culture. Now expectations differ and they depend on function of culture. So it means people's expectations are not universal, they are different and they differ or they vary from culture to culture. That is why, what is going to be the answer? No. People's expectation of what children should gain from education are universal. No. People's expectations vary from culture to culture or they are different as per the culture. So question number 5, answer is no. Question number 6, scholars. Clue word is scholars. Scholars may discuss theories without fully understanding each other. Now underline without fully understanding and each other. Each other means one another. Scholars may discuss theories without fully understanding each other. Now scholars will discuss the theories and even if they don't understand each other, they will still discuss the theories. Now the clue word here is scholars. Well done. Paragraph J, last 3 lines. And see that now those who said J, it means that gentleman is very good at scanning. So when you scan, you don't read. When you scan, you are only searching the word scholar, 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 and every question in IELTS reading will give you a clue. Okay. Until scholars are able to discuss their implicit theories and thus their assumptions, they are likely to miss the point of what others are saying when discussing their explicit theories and their data. Now, scholars may discuss theories without fully understanding each other. What do they say? Until scholars are able to discuss their implicit theories and thus their assumptions, they are likely to miss the point of what others are saying. They are likely to miss the point what others are saying means without fully understanding each other. So the answer is yes. You know, this test has started in a confusing way. Otherwise, in academic IELTS reading part 1, alright, in academic reading part 1, 2 type of questions are extremely important. It usually starts with completion. And completion questions are very easy, you can do them. Second one is true, false, not given. So usually there are 5 to 6 completion type of questions and 5 to 6 true, false, not given, and you can easily find your way. But over here, we've got yes, no, not given, and the passage is a bit confusing. Anyways, yes. Alright, now we try to solve questions 7 to 13. We call it matching. Usually we get matching in part 3 of academic reading. But when your day is bad and you are unlucky, so you can see this in part 1 as well, right? Now, you can see there are questions. Questions are more and the list of theories, they are fewer than the questions. How many questions do we have? 7 questions. And how many theories? 3. In this case, it's a good idea to do it according to the theories. Now, I want you to underline Hamiltonian. Hamiltonian. Where is it? Paragraph G, first line. Okay? So it means few answers are going to be in this paragraph. Hamiltonian. Underline it. Wherever you find Hamiltonian, underline that. It's paragraph G. Next, I want you to underline Jeffersonian. Paragraph H. And then Jacksonian. It's the second part of paragraph H. Now, what does it mean? Only 3 paragraphs and how many questions? Isn't it good? Like if you do it all in 7-8 minutes, that's perfectly fine, right? So this is what we call locating the right place in the passage where there is the answer. Sometimes students ask me the question, we can't manage our time in reading. We take 2 hours, or I spend 1 hour on one passage, I need 2 more hours. That is not possible, okay? So you need to manage your time. What are the time wasters in IELTS reading? When you read extra. When you are in the wrong part of the passage. For example, you go to buy a book and you are in a vegetable shop. And you say, किताबें नजर नहीं आ रही, हर जगह आलू टमाटर टिंडे पड़े हुए, पता नहीं क्या मसला है. So it means you are at the wrong place. When you are at the right place, you will find the answer. Okay? Now, let's see. We go back and we look for Hamiltonian. Now, I give you some time to skim read paragraph G. Okay, let's do this together. I'm reading paragraph G. Please follow me. And in actual exam, you will read it in your heart. Lip reading is not allowed at all. Invigilators will come and stop you. Okay? If you're reading like this, they will not allow you for that. Okay? They'll say, shh. And how to read? Understand? So whenever you read, your mouth should be tightly shut. Exactly. Shut your mouth. Alright, let's start. Hamiltonian view. Now, what you're going to do when you read, you should develop a habit that you need to underline important points. Now, let's see what are the important points here. Hamiltonian view, which is similar to Platonic view, is that people are born with different levels of intelligence. Underline that. People are born with different levels of intelligence, and that those who are less intelligent need the good offices of the more intelligent to keep them in line. Okay, less intelligent people can go to the offices of more intelligent people to keep them in line. Whether they are called government officials or in Plato's term, philosopher kings. Okay, and then they talk about Murray and all that. Got it? Now they're changing the topic. When they change the topic, you stop reading. Now we go back to the questions. Question. Now, when you read the questions, read them very carefully. Why carefully? Because other questions you have to match with other names as well. So don't just read them casually and underline the words. Question number 7. It is desirable for the same possibilities to be open to everyone. Underline desirable possibilities open to everyone, because this option will go somewhere. Question number 8. No section of society, underline section, no section of society should have preferential treatment at the expense of another. No section of society, preferential treatment, expense of another. Would it go with that? No. Question number 9. People should only gain benefits on the basis of what they actually achieve. So people gain benefits on the basis they achieve. No. Question number 10. Variation in intelligence begins at birth. Now let's go back. The Hamiltonian view, which is similar to Platonic view, is that people are born with different levels of intelligence. And what's the question? Variation in intelligence begins at birth. So question number 10, answer is A. Now don't write Hamiltonian by mistake. Your answer will be wrong. Some people are extra careful. A. Hamiltonian. They will write that on the answer sheet. Don't do it, okay? And one more thing you have to do. Now cross question number 10 from the list. You will not read it second time. For time management, this is very important. Otherwise, you will reread the questions which you have done. Okay, so number 10, where they have written number 10, just cross it. It means it's now out of options. Question number 11, the more intelligent people should be in positions of power. Why not? More intelligent people should be in positions of power. Come back. They say different levels of intelligence, and those who are less intelligent need the good offices of the more intelligent to keep them in line, whether they are called government officials or in Plato's term. Now, government officials, we call them people in power. Absolutely. So, question number 11, more intelligent people should be in positions of power. And for positions of power, they use the word government officials. Now, please cross question number 11 as well. How many questions have we answered? 12. Everyone can develop the same abilities. Underline, everyone develop same abilities. Question number 13. People of low intelligence are likely to lead uncontrolled lives. Now, just underline, low intelligence, lead uncontrolled lives. So, how many questions have we answered? 2, 10 and 11. Will we read them again? No. Now, please come to Jeffersonian. Jeffersonian. Okay, now we just go through paragraph H. Jeffersonian view is that people should have equal opportunities. Underline, equal opportunities. But they do not necessarily avail themselves equally of these opportunities and are not necessarily equally rewarded for their accomplishments. People are rewarded for what they accomplish if given equal opportunity. Focus this thing. Does it ring a bell? Question number 9. People should only gain benefits on the basis of what they actually achieve. Now, what is written here? Yeah, exactly. People are rewarded for what they accomplish if given equal opportunity. People are rewarded for what they accomplish, and people should only gain benefits on the basis of what they actually achieve. What they achieve means what they accomplish. So for question number 9, answer is B. And you will cross number 9 also. Cross number 9 as well. Let's read on. Paragraph H, 4th line. Low achievers are not rewarded to the same extent as high achievers. Now, once again, in the Jeffersonian view, the goal of education is not to favor or foster an elite. Elite means rich class of the society. Right? The goal of education is not favor or foster an elite as in the Hamiltonian tradition, but rather to allow children the opportunities to make full use of the skills they have. Now focus this thing. Goal of education is not to favor or foster an elite, but rather to allow children the opportunities to make full use of the skills they have. It's question number 8. No section of society should have preferential treatment. No. Come on. Go through the questions. 12 is everyone can develop the same abilities. No. Absolutely. Question number 7. It is desirable for the same possibilities, underline same possibilities, to be open to everyone. Now please come back. In Jeffersonian view, the goal of education is not to favor or foster an elite. Not to favor or foster, it means there should be same possibilities to be open to everyone. When they say not to favor or foster an elite, it means everyone. When you say education should not favor the rich people, it means it should favor everyone. Okay, and then they say it is desirable for the same possibilities to be open for everyone. And what are the possibilities? For that they use the word opportunities. right? Possibilities and opportunities. So question number 7 answer is B. Now please cross question number 7 as well. How many questions have we answered? 4. And how many questions are left? All right, let's go on. Okay, now we are going to go on, and next we've got Jacksonian. The very next one, okay? The Jacksonian view is that all people are equal, not only as human beings, but in terms of their competencies. Means you cannot say this person is intelligent, this person is unintelligent, all people are equal. That one person would serve as well as another in government or on jury or in almost any position of responsibility. In this view of democracy, people are essentially intersubstitutable except for specialized skills, all of which can be learned. Anyone can learn anything. In this view, we do not need or want any institutions that might lead to favoring one group over another. Now please come back. We are left with question number 8. No section of society should have preferential treatment at the expense of another. And what have they used for that? Yeah, in this view of democracy, people are essentially intersubstitutable except for specialized skills, all of which can be learned. In this view, we do not need to want any institutions that might lead to favoring one group over another. So question number 8 answer is C. Now what are we left with? 12 and 13. Question number 12. Everyone can develop the same abilities. Exactly. Why? Where have they written? Everyone can develop the same abilities, all of which can be learned. Specialized skills. Otherwise they say all of which. All of which means all the skills can be learned. So that is question number 12. Everyone can develop the same abilities. Answer is C. Cross it as well. Now what are we left with? People of low intelligence are likely to lead uncontrolled lives. Now I think we missed it somewhere. So for this we'll have to go back to Hamiltonian. Let's go back to Hamiltonian. Paragraph G. Okay, paragraph G, and we've got the last two lines. Last two lines. People who cannot take care of themselves, left to themselves, the unintelligent would create, as they always have created, a kind of chaos. People who cannot take care of themselves. What is that? People of low intelligence are likely to lead uncontrolled lives. Now what is for uncontrolled life? Exactly. Left to themselves, the unintelligent would create, as they always have created, a kind of chaos. So kind of chaos is that they would lead an uncontrolled life. Question number 13, answer is A. Sometimes if you miss any question, you will have to go back. But don't answer blindly. Right? Okay. Now we come back to first 3 questions because we are quite familiar with the passage. We know about this monster, how to see, and we have been through many paragraphs. So let's see. Okay, the best way to deal with the type of questions which is called which paragraph contains the following information is through scanning. Now I tell you what to scan and how to scan. Question number 1. Information about how non-scientists' assumptions, underline non-scientists. Information about non-scientists' assumptions about intelligence influence their behavior towards others. Now, non-scientists. Non-scientists are sometimes the people who are not scientists. Go back and see where do they talk about it. I give you 3 paragraphs, A, B, C. Scan. Information about how non-scientists' assumption is what they believe, what they assume about intelligence, influence their behavior towards others. B. Why B? Okay, which line? Alright, paragraph B, let's read from the beginning. First, implicit theories of intelligence drive the way in which people perceive and evaluate their own intelligence and that of others. To better understand the judgments people make about their own and others' abilities, it is useful to learn about people's implicit theories. For example, parents' implicit theories to their children's language. Now come back. Information about how non-scientists' assumptions. What is non-scientist? People, parents, right? And assumptions is their theories about intelligence influence their behavior towards others. Come back. Let's read again. To better understand, I'm reading paragraph B, second line. To better understand the judgment people make, people are non-scientists, about their own and others' abilities, it is useful to learn about people's implicit theories. For example, parents, children language development will determine and all that. And if you go on, you will find further clues. Now, please come to question number 2. A reference to lack of clarity, underline lack of clarity over the definition of intelligence. Now, look here. They will tell us it is very hard to define intelligence. Read the question again. Lack of clarity over the definition of intelligence. Now, for example, what is the definition of intelligence? It is very hard to decide. Some people say intelligence is this. Some people say intelligence is that. We don't have a universal definition of intelligence. Now, go back to paragraphs A, B, C, and then tell me which paragraph is that. Okay, paragraph A. Looked at in one way, everyone knows what intelligence is. Now, lack of clarity, focus that. Looked at in one way, everyone knows what intelligence is. Looked at in another way, no one does. No one does means lack of clarity. Sometimes if you look at it in one way, everyone knows what is intelligence. If you look at it in another way, no one knows what is intelligence. So question number 2, answer is A. Question number 1, answer is B. Now, question number 3. The point that researchers' implicit and explicit theories may be very different. Now, underline researchers and implicit and explicit theories. These are 2 types of theories. That's it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now, just look for researchers' implicit and explicit theories may be very different. Very different means 2 entirely different theories. They think in a different way. Paragraph D for doctor. Exactly. Third, implicit theories can be useful when an investigator suspects that existing explicit theories are wrong or misleading. If an investigation of implicit theories and all that. Now, investigator. What is investigator? That is researcher. Exactly. So the point that a researcher's implicit and explicit theories may be very different. How do we understand may be very different? Exactly. Theories are wrong or misleading. Absolutely. So for question number 3, answer is D. And you have noticed one thing, when they have questions like which paragraph contains the following information as question number 1, 2, 3, mostly answers are in paragraph A, B, C or A, B, C, D. If there are 3, 4 questions, you can just see. Because, you know, when they start IELTS reading, it starts from band 1 level. Band 1 means non-user, by the way. In IELTS, if you get number 1, it means you have no relation with English. Then band 2, band 3, band 4. So they start reading from band 2 level, then band 3, band 4, and gradually they go on. So they try to keep part 1 simple and easy. Anyways, thank you. Now get ready for something different. Saving bugs. What is bugs? Insects. saving bugs to find new drugs. Now, what do we have in the passage? They will talk about some insects which they are going to use to make new medicine. They will make medicine. Like, have you heard, if you eat mosquitoes every day, it's good for your stomach. If you have a headache, eat some flies. You'll be fine, okay? Yeah? No, just kidding. Don't start eating flies. The other day I saw on YouTube, they made kebabs of mosquitoes in Africa. And this is how they, protein, the protein needs of their bodies, they have got something and they just do it here and there, and they collect mosquitoes. Once they collect the mosquitoes, then they mash them all and then they make those kebabs and yummy, huh? Okay, so saving bugs to find drugs. Now switch on your imagination. They will talk about some insects, how they can use those insects to make drugs. Zoologist Ross Piper. Ross Piper looks at the potential of insects in pharmaceutical research. Now we understand the scope of the passage. Once you read the topic and understand the scope of the passage, then you come to the questions. Questions 14 to 20. Reading passage 2 has 9 paragraphs. Which paragraph contains the following information? Bad day. Listen, whenever they say test was easy, test was difficult, it depends on the type of questions. If in the test you have more type B questions, test is likely to be difficult. Like for example, which paragraph contains the following 14 to 20? How many questions? 7 here, 3 in previous one, and then after that if they give you list of headings also, so that test is going to be more confusing. And if they have more sentence completion, true, false, not given, yes, no, not given, and then they have multiple choice questions, table completion, that test is going to be easier. So it depends, right? Anyways, questions 21 and 22, double multiple choice questions, and questions 23 to 26 complete the summary below. So where should we start from? Summary completion. Kam as kam 4 te sahi ho jange, okay? Then we can go back and fight with other ones. Now, for summary completion, mostly questions and answers are in order. Sometimes they give you one summary, sometimes they give you 2 separate paragraphs and they are 2 summaries. If there is one summary, space, another summary, then you have to deal with them in 2 separate paragraphs. And once I solved a question type, every question was a summary. Question number 11, one summary, one summarized sentence, 12 another, 13 another. In that case, questions and answers will not be in order. But if it is one summary, then questions and answers are in order. Research at Aberystwyth University. Look for Aberystwyth University. Look for that. So the good news is you will find all the answers in paragraph Hanji. Okay? In paragraph G. So you have found the location. Now we read the questions. Now first we read the questions and then we go back. Ross Piper and fellow zoologists at this university. If the name is difficult, however you can read it. Otherwise just read AB University. AB. Right? Moving ka siddha karan di zarurat nahi. Okay? Just AB University are using their expertise in dash. Now, where are they using their expertise? It can be a subject or area. They are using their expertise in dash when understanding bioprospecting with insects. Now, let's go back. Paragraph G, my colleagues and I at AB University in the UK have developed an approach in which we use our knowledge. Our knowledge means expertise. We use our knowledge of ecology. So, knowledge of ecology means expertise in ecology. Well done. Answer is ecology. Clear? All right. Now, question number 24. They are especially interested in the compounds that insects produce to overpower and preserve their. Now, look here. Their means something related to insects. And insects use that compound to overpower. Overpower means to control and to preserve their dash. Let's come back. Third line. The creatures that particularly interest us are the many insects that secrete powerful poison for subduing prey. Subduing prey and keeping it fresh. It means prey. And fresh means preserve. Keep something fresh means preserve. What will be the answer? Prey. And what does prey means? Prey means shikar. Prey. This prey is P-R-E-Y, prey. Right? So, subduing prey. What is the word for subduing? Overpower. Overpower and subdue and preserve, and for that the word is keeping it fresh. Answer is prey. Let's go on. They are also interested in compounds. They means not insects, now the researchers, Ross Piper and fellow zoologists. They are also interested in compounds which insects use to protect themselves from pathogenic bacteria and fungi found in their dash. Now listen, the clue word is pathogenic bacteria and fungi. Now pathogenic bacteria and fungi is found in their. Their means related to insects. In their dash. Same paragraph, we read the next line. There are even more insects. Found it? There are even more insects that are masters of exploiting filthy habitats such as fecus and carcasses, where they are regularly challenged by thousands of microorganisms. And then they talk about these insects have many antimicrobial compounds for dealing with this and that. Now, what should be the answer? Come back, read the question. They are also interested in compounds which insects use to protect themselves from pathogenic bacteria and fungi found in their. Where did they find it? Pieces. Okay, please read it again. Read it again. There are even more insects that are masters of exploiting filthy habitats such as faces and carcasses, where they are regularly challenged by thousands of microorganisms. Now these microorganisms are mentioned here like pathogenic bacteria and fungi. So these are found in their habitat. Absolutely. What is habitat? Habitat is a place to live for animals or insects and all that. And in the passage they have used plural word, so you will write plural word, habitats. Let's go on. Piper hopes that, question number 26. Piper hopes that these substances will be used in the development of drugs such as means answer is the name of a drug. In the development of drugs such as. Okay. Third last line, paragraph G. These insects have many antimicrobial compounds for dealing with pathogenic bacteria and fungi. Now they mentioned that, suggesting that there is certainly potential to find many compounds that can serve as or inspire new antibiotics. Now antibiotics is the drug, and such as, for such as they use the word as. So answer is antibiotics. Okay guys, now we try and solve questions 21 and 22. We call it double multiple choice questions. In double multiple choice questions, sometimes there is a paragraph that contains both options. It is very essential to read the title of the question. Let's read that. Questions 21 and 22. Choose two letters A to E. Which two of the following make insects interesting for drug research. Now underline make insects interesting for drug research. So you will not read the options and you're going to scan the paragraph that contains information about insects, insects interesting for drug research. Drug research and insects. Drug research and insects. We've already read about that. Paragraph G, and then it may be paragraph H. Okay, insects interesting for drug research, as they talked about their habitat and this and that and all that. Okay, now we will not read the options. First we come to paragraph G and then we'll come back. Over here you have to do one thing. You have to skim read paragraph G. So I give you 20 seconds to skim read paragraph G. And by the way, you have read it already. Just quickly go through the points and develop a habit of underlining important words, important ideas, important statements. Only paragraph G. Got it? Okay, now let's go through the options. Option A, huge number of individual insects in the world. And remember, in multiple choice, elimination is the best way. As you guys said, no, now your success rate is more than before. So A is not the right answer. Option B, variety of substances insects have developed to protect themselves. Have you noticed that? What is the word for protect themselves? Potential. The creatures that particularly interest us are the many insects that secretes powerful poison for subduing prey. When they subdue the prey and keep it fresh, it means they are protecting. No. Protecting themselves will be somewhere else. Yeah. Third last line. These insects have many antimicrobial compounds for dealing with pathogenic bacteria and fungi, suggesting, so variety of substances insects have developed to protect themselves, and to protect themselves means dealing with pathogenic bacteria and fungi. So the first correct answer is B. Okay, now let's go on. Probably we get the clue. Potential to extract and make use of insects genetic codes. Underline genetic codes. Option D, similarities between different species of insects. Underline similarity, species of insects. Option E, manageable size of most insects. Size and all that. Now, if you haven't found any other clue, you found one answer, don't forcefully select another option. Now, please go through paragraph H. I want you to come to paragraph H, look for DNA codes. Paragraph H, although natural history knowledge points us in the right direction, it doesn't solve the problem associated with obtaining useful compounds from insects. Fortunately, it is now possible to snip out the stretches of the insect's DNA that carry the codes. What is DNA code? Genetic codes. Absolutely. So the potential to extract and make use of insects genetic code, option C. So the second right answer is C. On your answer sheet, what will you do? 21 B and 22 C. Or even if you write it in reverse way, it's okay, no problem. But for one question, you will write one option only. Okay? All right. Okay, now we see how to deal with which paragraph contains the following information. Questions 14 to 20. Reading passage 2 has 9 paragraphs A to I. Which paragraph contains the following information? For these questions, you have to use your scanning techniques. And if instead of scanning you start reading, these 7 questions will take 30 minutes. Because for these questions, you have to go through all the passage. And if you scan only, quickly, and whenever you scan, use your pencil to scan. Don't scan without pencil like you're looking and scanning. No, you got to move your pencil quickly, here, there. Sometimes you scan straight from left to right. Sometimes you scan from right to left. Sometimes you scan the whole paragraph in a wave like this. You know, you're looking for a word, you scan the paragraph in a wave. Paragraph may just go up, then come down, and this, and this, and this. And this is how you can scan. Let's see the question. Question number 14. Mention of factors, underline factors. And there will be a couple of factors, 2, 3 factors. Driving a renewed interest, underline renewed interest, in natural medicine compounds. So, renewed interest means once again people are taking interest in what? Natural medicinal compounds. Like people are taking interest once again in natural medicine, herbal medicine, and all that. Now, I just give you the paragraphs, otherwise they will not give you any paragraph. A, B, C. Go through paragraph A, B, C and see which paragraph contains this information. Huh? B, where is that? A, where is that? If you say A, where is that? Okay, focus this word. One is factors, one is renewed interest, one is natural medicinal compounds. Natural medicinal compounds. All right, option B. All right, if I say it's paragraph C, how many of you agree? Come back to paragraph C, please. Third line, after full stop, with the ability to mine genomes for useful compounds, it is now evident that we have barely scratched the surface of nature's molecular diversity. This realization, together with several looming health crises such as antibiotic resistance, has put bioprospecting, the search for useful compounds in nature, firmly back on the map. Now, what is back on the map? Renewed interest and natural medicinal compounds. For that they use the word compounds in nature. So for question number 14, answer is C. Question number 15. How recent technology, very important word, recent technology. For recent technology, they may use the word latest technology, new innovation, new use of technology and all that. How recent technological advances have made insect research easier. Now just focus, new technology, insect research easier. New technology has made it easier. Have you noticed one thing? Listen. Use your past knowledge. You know, in one paragraph, they talked about genes and DNA. And they said we can have everything about insects through their genes and through their DNA. Okay? Which paragraph is that? H. And how? Listen carefully. Although natural history knowledge points us in the right direction, it doesn't solve the problem associated with obtaining useful compounds from insects. Fortunately, it is now possible. What is this? How recent technological advances. It is now possible to snip out the stretches of the insect's DNA that carry the codes. It is now possible means have made insect research easier. So for question number 15, answer is H. Practice will make you perfect. And if you find something difficult, do it again and again and again, and you'll be fine. Question number 16. Examples of animals which use medicinal substances from nature. Listen, in one paragraph they will talk about 2-3 animals. Monkeys do this, donkeys do this, elephants do this, tigers do this. Examples of animals which use medicinal substances from nature. Paragraph A. Can you see fourth line, such as capuchin monkeys who rub themselves with toxin ozing, and then the second one is chimpanzees, right? So examples of animals. And have you noticed another thing? What is the word for examples? Such as, absolutely. So in which paragraph contains the following? If they say example, look for such as. If they say such as, look for example, instance, and all that. So for question number 16, answer is A. Question number 17. Reasons why it is challenging to use insects in drug research. Look here. Whenever they say reasons, look for the word why. Why? Main reason. Why? Why it is that? Why is this? Why is that? F. Absolutely. Reasons why it is challenging to use insects in drug research. Paragraph F. Why is it that insects have received relatively little attention in bioprospecting? Firstly, now what is firstly? The first reason. Can you see then secondly? Underline secondly in the same paragraph. Underline thirdly in the same paragraph. So, what we learn from here, whenever they say reasons why, look for why and look for firstly, secondly, thirdly, finally. So the right answer for question number 17 is F. Question number 18. Reference to how interest in drug research may benefit wildlife. Reference to how interest in drug research may benefit wildlife. Like if we have interest in drug research, it can benefit wildlife. Wildlife means the animals that live in the wild. Now look for the word wildlife, animals, species of animals. Absolutely. Last paragraph, and please, I is not written, write I. In actual exam, it will not happen. Just write I. Okay, so wildlife. What is the word for wildlife? Good. If you start from third line, I sincerely believe that all species, and species are species of animals, insects, and all that. All species, however small and seemingly insignificant, have a right to exist for their own sake. If we can shine a light on the darker recess of nature's medicine cabinet, exploring the useful chemistry of the most diverse animals on the planet. So wildlife, animals, species, and all that. See, sometimes one word is enough to scan and find all that. Question number 19, a reason. Now, a reason means single reason. A reason why nature-based medicines fell out of favor for a period. Go back to paragraph ABC. A reason why nature-based medicines fell out of favor for a period. For a period means 10 years, 20 years, century, and all that. Fell out of favor means nobody paid attention to them. Paragraph B, third line. Then for a while means period. This is how you find the answer. For a while means for a period. And now let's find the word for fell out of favor. Then for a while, modern pharmaceutical science moved its focus away from nature and into the laboratory. So, reason why nature-based medicine fell out of favor. And what's the reason, by the way? What is the reason that they mention here? Yeah, the main cause of this shift is that. So it means they have given the reason. And by the way, I told you the difference between reason and reasons. When they have reasons, firstly, secondly, thirdly. When they have one reason, the main cause of this shift is that. All right. Now, which question is left? 20. An example. How many examples? An example of an insect derived medicine in use at the moment. At the moment means present. Insect that we derived from an insect. So look for a paragraph with this. All right, paragraph E for elephant. Second line, for example, Elferon, an antimicrobial compound produced by blowfly larvae. Blowfly larvae is that insect. Okay, is used, which tense? Present. And what does it mean? Is used means use at the moment. Now for at the moment they have used the word is. Is used means used at the moment. So question number 20, answer is E. You know, many of you, what you guys are thinking, you are thinking ek kalle bande da kam nahi hai. There should be 4 or 5 people. One person cannot do it. Yeah, one to read the questions, one to scan the passage, one to read the passage, and one to tell you the answer. Okay, so you must be thinking ek kalle bande da kam nahi hai. There should be 4 or 5 people to do it all. Okay, no problem. IELTS is going to change your life. Yeah, it's not that he got married, he thought his life would change. Yes, his life changed, but upside down. Okay, yeah, what he used to be is not that. पहले अपने घर में शेर था, अब बिल्ली है. Okay, exactly. So you should take IELTS seriously. It's going to change your life. And once the life changes, even those who are not married, wife will change. Otherwise, phuphi di kudi, mamu di kudi, mamu da munda, they are waiting. Absolutely, they are waiting in the kuch nahi hona, ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਆना है. Yeah, mentally they are engaged with you. You guys don't know. Many people are mentally engaged with you, right? And you are mentally engaged with someone, right? But actually, if you do IELTS, then that engagement will be different. How do you feel? You come back from Canada, दो छोटे-छोटे अंग्रेज आपके दाएं बाएं. Okay, meet my wife Julie. Julie is Canadian, right? And then there are 2 small children. Yeah, अंग्रेज बच्चे. So think like that. Yeah, you think local children. Local children, अब्बा मैनू कुल्फी लेके दियो. So think about अंग्रेज children. They will say, Dad, I want to eat an ice cream. Say, okay, no problem, right? Anyways, so let's go on. Passage 3. Power of play. Yeah, instead of crying, laugh. रोने की बजाय हंसें. The power of play. Now, what does it mean? Play. Play means, now we don't know. This play is TV play or this play is playing a game. And when you read the first line, virtually every child the world over plays. Every child plays. It means they are going to talk to us about children who play. Right? So the power of play. Have you ever played when you were small? You know, children play in the streets. Children play like with dolls. Right? One of my friends, he used to play with dolls. So like that. The power of play. Questions 27 to 31. List of researchers, and you have to match them with questions. And list has more options and questions are fewer than the options. Okay, no problem. Questions 32 to 36. Yes, no, not given. And questions 37 to 40. Complete the summary. So where should we start from? Absolutely. Never follow the order in which the questions are given. You follow your own order. That I understand summary completion, I will start from there. Secondly, yes, no, not given. And finally, kismat mein hua to. Otherwise, time finishes. And then you can guess. Right? But you need to make sure at least you get 7, 8, 9 correct answers. Okay? And don't worry, in academic reading, you only need 30 correct answers for 7 band. And those who are looking for 6 band, they only need 23 correct answers. Yeah, with 17 mistakes, you can get 6 band score and go to Canada or Australia, right? So don't worry about it. Don't think I need to get 40 by 40. आपको कौन सा 9 band चाहिए? Yeah? Something like that, okay? Okay, questions 37 to 40. Guided play. Choose one word only. Underline the word guided play. Now let's look for guided play in the passage. Guided play. Oh, one paragraph, and that contains how many answers? 4 answers. 1 or 2 paragraphs, okay? And that paragraph contains all 4 answers. Isn't it good? Yeah? Alright, now, by the way, when you do sentence completion, yes, no, not given, practice so well that you don't have mistakes here. You cannot afford to have mistakes here, right? Guided play. In the simplest form of guided play, an adult contributes to the environment in which the child is playing, okay? Alternatively, an adult can play with a child and develop the play. For instance, underline for instance, by dash the child to investigate different aspects of their game. For example, by. Now, by is important word. And by the way, listen, after by, we mostly use ing form of the verb. By helping, by creating, by going, by coming, by giving, by providing. Now, let's go back. We focus the word by. Exactly. Guided play takes 2 forms. It is a very basic level. I'm reading second last paragraph. Okay, it's at a very basic level, adults can enrich the child's environment by providing objects. This is not the answer. Listen, they have already said child's environment. This is before that. Go back to the question. Don't write wrong answer in excitement. They say, yeah, they said adult can play with a child and develop the play. Now this is something else. Let's go on. So we read on, by providing objects or experiences that promote aspects of a curriculum. In the more direct form of guided play, parents or other adults can support children's play by joining in the fun. By joining in the fun, let's go on, as a co-player. Now do they talk about co-player? They say, and develop the play, for instance, by dash the child to investigate different aspects. Focus, investigate different aspects. Let's read on. Okay, as co-player, raising thoughtful questions, commenting on children's discoveries, or encouraging further exploration. Encouraging further exploration or new facets to the child's activity. Now, what is the word for further investigation? Further exploration. That is to investigate different aspects. So, what will be the answer? No, encouraging. And I'm sorry they didn't use the word by. Okay, that was misleading. Or encouraging. Now, you just have to see what is written after the blank. Right? And answer will have synonyms of that after the blank. Now, for example, they use dash the child to investigate different aspects of their game. So, they use the word or encouraging further exploration or new facets to the child's activity. Child's activity means game. Exactly. So, answer is encouraging. By the way, you are doing reading part 3. And you say part 1 kida sansi, huh? Alright, let's go on. Adults can help. I'm reading question number 38. Adults, and you will always read the question from the last full stop. Adults can help children to learn through play and may make the activity rather structured, but it should still be based on the child's dash to play. Something related to child. Right? It should be based. Based means stem. Base and stem. Child's dash to play. Child's dash. For apostrophe s, sometimes they use of. Okay. Let's go on. Alright. It's the same paragraph. Although playful learning can be somewhat structured, it must also be child-centered. Play should stem from the child's own desire. Now, what happens if you write own desire? Because it's one word only. And some will write own as the right answer. Okay, this is very common. Answer is desire. Now, question number 39 and 40, they are a separate paragraph. Play without the intervention of adults gives children real, underline the word real, and for real they use the word true. Real happiness, true happiness. Let's go back. Next paragraph. Both free and guided play are essential elements in child-centered approach to playful learning. Intrinsically motivated free play provides the child with true autonomy. True autonomy means real autonomy. Exactly. Some will write true. Gives children real true. It doesn't make any sense. And remember, in fill in the blanks, wrong words will never make any sense. But you will be fine. Say, okay, it's nonsense, but it's okay. I found the answer. Answer is autonomy with adults. Okay, play can be dash at particular goals. Always remember, after can be, we use third form of the verb. So answer is going to be past form of the verb. Play can be dash at particular goals. Targeted. Well done. After true autonomy, while guided play is an avenue through which parents and educators can provide more targeted learning experiences. Now they have given three words. Targeted learning experiences. So some will write can be learning, can be experiences. But actually it is targeted. Alright, for particular goals, they've used the word learning experiences. So is it okay? Alright. Okay guys, now we have yes, no, not given. And by the way, I tell you, usually when you reach part 3, you are running out of time. And they announce candidates 5 minutes left. Don't forget to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. In that case, if you come across yes, no, not given, and there are 4 or 5 questions, don't say question number 32, yes. 33, no. Alright, 34, not given. Why not given? Because I already used yes and no. Never guess like this. If you want to guess all yes or all true, and otherwise all false, because the ratio of not given is less than yes, no or true, false. Now I tell you, if you write all the answers as yes, 32 to 36, your 2 answers will be right out of 5. मेहनत करके आपके एक भी नहीं होना, okay? When you reach here, I'm sorry. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So if you write all yes, 2 answers are correct. If you write all no, still 2 answers are correct. And if you write all not given, 1 answer will be correct. Okay, so in a hurry, you can write all yes, 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 yes. Jithe lagda lalo sahi hai, and I'll get the bench score. Anyways, now children need toys in order to play. Look at me, look at me. If children need toys to play, answer is yes. And if children can play without toys, you know, sometimes they play with a bottle, or there is just a wrapper and they start playing with the wrapper. So if children don't need toys to play, answer is no. And if they don't tell us whether children need toys or not, answer is not given. What's the clue word? Not toy. Toys. English, you know, Canada, yeah. Toys. Children need toys in order to play. Where is it? Wow, first paragraph, second line. Okay, so first paragraph, second sentence. The drive to play is so intense that children will do so in any circumstances. For instance, when they have no real toys. So children need toys to play? No. Answer is no, absolutely. Question number 32, answer is no. Yeah? There's another technique. 2-3 ध्यान ना कर लो, बाकी सारे yes और बाकी सारे no. Alright. Question number 33. It is a mistake, underline mistake. It is a mistake to treat play and learning, now underline treat play and learning as separate types of activities. Now look here. If we say play and learning, they are separate type of activities, it's a mistake. Now if it is a mistake to treat play and learning separate, it's true. It's yes actually. And if treating play and learning separate is not a mistake, it is actually the right thing, then it is no. And if they don't tell us anything about it, then it is not given. Now, you know what are they doing at school, kindergarten? They teach children by the games. They make them play and they learn. Okay, so let's go on. It's the third paragraph, second paragraph, where? It's the second paragraph. Okay, mistake. They use the word false. Right? Okay, now let's read this carefully before we decide yes, no, or not given. Everyone please come to second paragraph and we read it from third last line. I'm looking for this. Yeah, let's read it from third line after full stop, after 2008. Under pressure of rising academic standards. Found it? Play is being replaced by test preparation in kindergartens and grade schools, and parents who aim to give their preschoolers a leg up are led to believe that flashcards and educational toys are the path to success. Educational toys, flashcards and educational toys. Let's read on. Our society has created a false dichotomy between play and learning. Our society has created a false dichotomy. It is a mistake. Our society has created a false to treat play and learning as separate types of activities. False dichotomy between play and learning. So it's a mistake to treat play and learning as a separate types of activities. Answer is yes, absolutely. Question number 34. Play helps children to develop their artistic talents. Underline the word artistic talents and all that. Third paragraph. Third paragraph. They don't have the word artistic talent, but let's see. Play helps children to develop their artistic talents. So third paragraph. Through play. Yeah. Through play is actually the clue word here. For through play, they use the word play helps children. Children learn to regulate their behavior, lay the foundations for later learning in science and mathematics, figure out the complex negotiations of social relationships, build a repertoire of creative problem-solving skills, and so much more. Have they mentioned play helps children to develop artistic talents? No. Artistic talents, they have not said anything about it, that play helps children to develop their artistic talent. That is why answer is not given. Question number 35. Researchers have agreed on a definition of, and you know it. If researchers have agreed on one universal definition of play, answer is yes. If they have different definitions and they don't agree, according to some researchers play is this and others play is that, then it is no. And if they don't tell us whether they agree or they disagree, then it is not given. So it's the fourth paragraph. Full consensus on a formal definition of play continues to elude the researchers and theorists who study it. Definitions range from discrete descriptions of variation types of play. Now, what's the question? Researchers have agreed. Definitions range from. It means they don't agree. Answer is no. Try to understand. Researchers have agreed. In the passage, they say definitions range from this and that. It means researchers don't agree on one single definition of play. Question number 36. Work and play differ in terms of whether or not they have a target. So, work and play differ. If they differ in terms of whether or not they have a target. Alright, please come to fourth last paragraph. Work and play differ in terms of whether or not they have a target. All right. From the perspective of a continuum, play can thus blend with other motives and attitudes that are less playful, such as work. Unlike play, work is typically not viewed as enjoyable and it is extrinsically motivated. That is, it is goal oriented. Now come back. Work is goal oriented. Goal oriented means it has a target. Work has a target and play is not goal oriented. So work and play differ in terms of whether or not they have a target. Yes, because work is goal oriented and play is not goal oriented. So work and play differ in terms of, and for goal oriented they have used the word whether or not they have a target. 36 answer is yes. Now let's go on. We've got questions 27 to 31. Alright, 27 to 31. Okay, now there are two ways of doing it. One way is that you go back and underline list of researchers. Elkind, Miller and Almond. Can you find Elkind? Yes, sir. Where is it? Second paragraph, yeah, Elkind 2008. After that, underline Miller and Almond. Good, underline it. After that, Robin et al. Yeah, it's the same fourth paragraph, and then some part, yeah, and they are repeating it. The confusing thing is they are repeating it. They are repeating the names. But anyways, you underline. These are the locations where you have to search for the answers. Okay, then Stewart Brown. Can you see Stewart Brown? Stewart Brown. Okay, underline that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stewart Brown, underline that as well. After that, Pellegrini. Okay, underline that also. Pellegrini. John Goodman. Goodman or Goodman? John Goodman. Found it? Yes. Underline that. You can either underline or you can encircle. Right? John Goodman. And Hirsch, Pesek et al. Yes. Paragraph? Yeah. Now listen. Wherever you have encircled or underlined these names, these are the locations where you will find the answers. Okay? Now I tell you, if you go through these locations one by one, you will be confused. You will read one, then come back to the question, then you will read another, you come back to the questions. The best way is to read at least a couple of questions or to read all the questions, and then gradually you can go back and see where these options are. Let's see. Question number 27. Play can be divided into a number of separate categories. Now just look for, and you are already familiar with the passage now. So number of separate categories means play has got various types. Play can be divided into a number of separate categories. Who said that? Look for it first. Look for it. Yes, it's the fourth paragraph. Fourth paragraph, second line. Definitions range from discrete descriptions of various types of play, such as physical, construction, language, or symbolic play. And then there is bracket Miller and Almond. Right? So Miller and Almond. Which option is that? Option B. Question number 27. Answer is B. And by the way, one option can be used twice. And there will be few options which you will not use because there are only 5 questions and there are 7 options. So there are some which you will not use. Question number 27, answer is B. Question number 28. Adults' intended goals, underline adults' intended goals, affect how they play with children. Adults' intended goals mean what they have in their mind, the targets that they have in mind, affect how they play with children. Now go back and scan. Adults' intended goals affect how they play with children. Option G. And where is the location? Hirsch. Paragraph? Third last paragraph. Well done. Adults' intended goals affect how they play with children. It's the third last paragraph, where they say critically recent research supports the idea that adults can facilitate children's learning while maintaining a playful approach in interactions known as guided play. That is said by Fisher. But read on. The adult's role in play varies as a function of their educational goals and the children's developmental level. So, adults' intended goals affect how they play with children. For that, they use the word adults' role in play varies. Adults' role in play varies means adults' intended goals affect how they play with children. How they play with children means adults' role in play varies as a function of their educational goals. Question number 28. Answer is G. Hirsch, Pasek et al. Now, come to question number 29. Combining work with play may be the best way for children to learn. Combining work with play may be the best way for children to learn. Work and play. Which paragraph is it? Fourth last paragraph. Fourth last paragraph. And there we have the statement of John Goodman. Okay, combining work with play. Can you see in the third last line? Okay, let's read fourth last paragraph, fourth last line. For example, मिल गया सबको? For example, a child may be engaged in a difficult goal-directed activity set up by their teacher, but they may still be actively engaged and intrinsically motivated. At this midpoint between play and work, the child's motivation coupled with guidance from an adult can create robust opportunities for playful learning. Playful learning means it's basically learning and playing together. So, we've got question 29, combining work with play. Now, what is the word for combining work with play? Playful learning may be the best way for children to learn, and that is said by John Goodman, option F. Question number 30. Certain elements of play are more significant than others. Certain elements of play, focus that. Certain elements of play are more significant than others. Certain elements of play are more significant than others. Alright, option E, Pellegrin. Now please come to second paragraph on second page. Second paragraph on second page. And we read it from second line. Robin and colleagues did not assign greater weight to any one dimension in determining playfulness. However, other researchers have suggested that, now read this carefully, process orientation and a lack of obvious functional purpose may be the most important aspects of play. Yeah. May be the most important aspects of play. What does it mean? Certain elements of play are more significant than others. So what is the word for certain elements? Lack of obvious functional purpose. And before that they said process orientation. Now process orientation and lack of obvious functional purpose, they are certain elements of play. And for more significant, what is the word? Most important aspects of play. For question number 30, answer is E, Pellegrini. Question number 31. Activities can be classified on a scale of playfulness. Scale of playfulness, activities can be classified. Activities can be classified on a scale of playfulness. Alright, yes, it is C. Title page, second last paragraph. Title page, second last paragraph, second last line. Often play is defined. Found it? Okay, often play is defined along a continuum as more or less playful using the following set of behavioral and dispositional criteria. More or less playful. Now, more or less playful means scale of playfulness. You know, you say on the scale of 1 to 10. So, scale of playfulness, more or less playful. And this is said by Rubin et al. And Rubin et al. Is option C. Question number 31. Answer is C. Yes. Page number 91, unit number 8. And by the way, you must read all the units. I tell you, for essay writing and for report writing, this book is ideal. Right? I mean, this will give you a very good start and then you can move on. So, comparative graph. Now, what is a comparative graph? A comparative graph is a graph where there is comparison. What is comparison? Your shoes are better than my shoes. Huh? The color of your jacket is better than the color of my jacket. Your hairstyle is better than me, or my hairstyle is better than you. Okay, so this is what we call comparison. In comparison, they will give you 2 to 3 items and you have to compare, right? Let's just take a start, page number 91. Task 1, writing. How to write about comparative graphs. In this unit, you will look at how to write about a graph or table without a trend. There is a graph with a trend. I'll teach you that later. Information given in this type of chart does not change over time. They will only give you 1 year data, 1 year information. It will not fluctuate or change. It will not go up or come down. There will be the information, you just have to compare. Let's take a look at this example. The graph shows data about the average Saturday sales of 2 bakeries in London in 2010. Now, if they give you 2010 to 2015, then that is a graph with a trend. But they only said average Saturday sales of 2 bakeries in London in 2010, so it's a comparative graph. Okay, summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now let's take a look. You can enlarge this bar chart. You can see we've got lovely loaves and Bernie's buns. And the items are, what are the items down there? Cakes, cookies, rolls. Exactly. So which item is number 1? Donuts. Donuts are number 1. So it means when you start the body of your report, first you will talk about donuts. In comparative graph, you need to start from the highest, the second highest, or the most popular, second most popular, third most popular, and if the data is very large, then you can pick up few things from there. If the data is small, like this one, so then you can define all of it. Is that clear? After donut, number 2. Cookies. Okay. And then you can talk about crisps. Clear? Now, please look here. Whenever you write a report, it's got 3 parts. Part 1 is called introduction. And there is a very simple way to write introduction, which I'm going to tell you right now. Part 2 is called overview. Overview. And part 3 is called body of the report. Introduction, overview, and body of the report. Now, what is introduction? Very simple. The sentence which they have given you here. The graph shows data about the average Saturday sales of 2 bakeries in London in 2010. You have to reword and rearrange this sentence. Understand? Reword, so that examiner knows it's not the copy. If you copy anything from the question paper, it will be out of the word count. If you copy any sentence from the question paper, exactly, that will be out of the word count. Same rule, get out. Okay? Yeah, so don't copy.
Rearrange so that examiner should not see it's the same thing, and reword. For example, they use the word graph. You use the word bar chart because it's the bar chart. Then they use the word data. You can use the word information or details. They said average Saturday sales. Now, you cannot reword Saturday. Okay, that you say, I'll write Sunday. Saturday cannot be reworded. And then sales of 2 bakeries. Bakeries cannot be reworded as well. London cannot be reworded. I will write Lahore because this is my city. Right? So never reword the proper nouns like that in 2010. Okay? So please come over here. We have the bullet points. This is what I already explained. Write an introduction to the topic of the graph in your own words. Second bullet point. Give an overview of the main ideas in the graph. We are going to go through it, by the way. A detailed report we are going to study. Then describe the most important details, including numbers, paragraph 3 and 4. And remember, when you write overview, there is no conclusion of the report. There is no need for any conclusion when you write overview of the report. Okay? Now, take a look at this, and you can come to page number 96. I will just tell you there are few sentences which you can use in your report, which you can copy from here as well. So, model answer. Page number 96. Page 96, and instead of holding your mobile like this, hold it like this. Make the paragraph bigger so that you could read it easily. We've got this book available. If anybody wants to get, Yasin is there. Model answer, comparative graph. So, this bar graph compares. Whenever you get bar graph and it's a comparative graph, you can copy this. This bar graph compares. This pie chart compares. This line graph compares. You can copy it because it's comparison. Or you can, instead of writing compares, you can say gives a comparison. Gives a detailed comparison. Play with the words. Try to write a variety, okay? Compares the most popular items sold by 2 bakeries in London on a typical Saturday in 2010. So this is rewording of the sentence which they gave over there. Now you are going to give a little reference of the items. Like on x-axis and y-axis, you will give a little reference to that. The graph shows average sales of 8 items. Right? Now instead of writing all 8 items, never do that. Right? The graph shows average sales of 8 items, comma, including cakes, rolls, and toasted sandwiches in Bernie's buns and lovely loaves. This is the first paragraph. Is that clear? First sentence is rewording. Second is what you see on x-axis and on y-axis. Right? You can just write that. Okay, now the next one is overview. Whenever you write overview, always remember this sentence. Overall, it can be seen that. And there is another one. What stands out from the graph is that. Because when you're writing overview, it means what is it that you're taking out of that graph. Right? So what stands out from the graph is that, or overall, it can be seen that Bernie's Buns is generally the busiest bakery. Now you can go back and see. Saturday sales of Bernie's Buns is higher than the other bakery. So you've written it's the busiest bakery. And one thing, let me tell you interesting point. There is no number in overview. You can only use the year if you want to. Do not use any number. Do not use any value. Do not use any statistic. Because in overview, you just tell overall. You don't use any specific information there. So, lovely loaves in 6 out of 8 items. Full stop. On the whole, savory foods. Now you will talk about foods which are more popular. First you talked about bakery, which is more popular. Now you will talk about food items. So on the whole, Savory foods such as toasted sandwiches, salads and rolls are not as popular as sweet items like cakes and cookies. So first, which bakery is more popular? Second, which item is more popular? This is what we call overview, and now you will not write any conclusion. After this, you will start with number 1 item, number 2 item, and by the way, this book and this unit will teach you all the vocabulary, grammar, which you need to write such type of sentences, number 1. Number 2, in our class WhatsApp group, I have shared a handout that contains the vocabulary for graphic information. There is a specific vocabulary. I've already shared the handout, so you can find all the things, all the sentences, phrases, words from there. Anyways, in terms of sales, at Bernie's Buns, donuts come top of the list. Now you will talk about both bakeries separately. Okay, you will not just mix up or mingle all the things. Talk about first bakery, number 1 item, number 2 item, number 3 item, then talk about second bakery. And the first bakery should be that has got the highest sales, right? Donuts come top of the list with an average of around 155 sold on a Saturday. Focus the language, right? And by the way, marking criteria for task 1 is also same. 4 parameters. They are the same. Okay, next they say cookies and cakes are the next best seller. Now, if you're only right, number 1 item is donuts, number 2 item is this, number 3 item is that, number 4 item is that, full stop. Then write next paragraph, number 1 item, number 2. You need to be wordy. Wordy means how to present these trends, how to convert the trends into sentences. That's what you got to do. So, 115 and 100 of these snacks. Now, the word snacks refers the same items like cookies, sandwiches and all that. You're using word snacks for that. Sold respectively. Savory foods are less popular. Bernie's Buns sell slightly more rolls than crisps with roughly 75 of each leaving the shelves. Now, leaving the shelf means they sell it. And toasted sandwiches and salads are not nearly as popular with just 25 and 18. And then you talk about the next bakery. Their number 1 item, number 2, and again you will use same phrases. Is that all clear? And it needs practice. Now let me tell you about a good resource which I've already shared with you. In your class WhatsApp group, we have this book, IELTS Journal, Academic Training Module. And you can see they have given some charts there, IELTS Journal. So this book is ideal to deal with any type of graphic, any type or every type of graphic, right? So you should use this book actually. It's the same IELTS Journal. I mean, all the books have the same title. IELTS Journal for writing task 1. In this book, you will find every type of graphic information, but you need to start with this book. This book will develop your understanding and type, because for report writing, we have 4 types. Number 1, graph with a trend. Number 2, comparative graph. And by the way, graph with a trend, it can be line graph, it can be bar chart, it can be even pie chart, right? So don't worry about that. Information and the method is same. Second is comparative graph. Third is process diagram. And fourth is map. They may give you a map also. And you never know, but the most common ones are the first and second. Graph with a trend and comparative graph. Okay, now we are going to go through a comparative graph. Now, what is a comparative graph? A graph that compares. There is one that we call graph with a trend. A graph that shows the trends, upward trends, downward trends. That is a graph with a trend. But comparative graph is different. In comparative graph, they will give you comparison. Comparison of the sales of 3 bakeries or anything like that. Now let's take a look at this graph, please. I'm reading it from here. The graph shows data about the average Saturday sales of 2 bakeries in London in 2010. Always remember, in comparative graph, data will not move. Move means in a graph with a trend, prices from 2010 to 2020. So there will be fluctuation upward, downward trends and all that. But when they give you a comparative graph, in comparative graph we will not have any data that is fluctuating, going up, coming down only. And by the way, the year will also be given like 1 year. For example, 2010. In a graph with a trend, there will be time period 2010 to 2015. But when there is a graph, comparative graph, then there isn't anything that is increasing or decreasing. It's like that. Now let's take a look at this, please. The graph shows data about the average Saturday sales of 2 bakeries in London in 2010. And by the way, if they write in 2010 and 2020, still it's a comparative one. Unless they write 2010 to 2020. Do you understand the difference? Time period. Like if I say 2010 as one unit and 2020 as another unit. But when I say from 2010 to 2020, that is a time period. Whenever there is a time period, we've got a graph with a trend. Okay. So let's see. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting. Now you can see here we've got 2 bars. One bar is for Lovely Loaves and one bar is for Burnie Bun. In actual IELTS test, they will give you all these charts in color. So you can easily read, easily identify and all that. Okay, now if we take a look at this on y-axis, you can see we've got number from 0 to 160. Can you see that? 0 to 160, and that is average number of items sold. And what are those items? On x-axis you can see we have cakes, cookies, rolls, fresh loaves, toasted sandwiches, salads, crisps, and then we have donuts. By the way, which item has got number 1 sales? Donuts. Exactly. So donuts are top of the list. After donuts, cookies. After cookies, cakes. So that means the sweet items are more common or more popular than the other items, right? And the items like fresh loaves, toasted sandwiches, salads, they've got relatively less sale. Okay, now we go through these bullet points. First of all, you need to write an introduction to the topic of the graph in your own words. Now listen, whenever there is a comparative graph and you are supposed to write an introduction, there should be 2 sentences. Sentence number 1, you will reword this. The question rubric, we call it question rubric. You will reword it. They have written the graph shows data about the average Saturday sales of 2 bakeries in London. So you can just reword it. When we reword it, we use another term, reword and rearrange. Rearrange means you can talk about bakeries first and sales later, like that. This is first sentence. Second sentence is what is given on x-axis and y-axis. You will talk about that, right? Now let's see. I just take you to page number 96, please. Page number 96. Page number 96 and first paragraph there. This bar graph compares, don't forget this word, compares, so that you tell the examiner, I understand it's a comparative graph. So this bar graph compares the most popular items sold by 2 bakeries in London on a typical Saturday in 2010. So this first sentence is rewording of question rubric. Second sentence, the graph shows average sales of 8 items and these 8 items are given on x-axis. Can you see that? Yeah, 8 items like bread and loaves and donuts and all that, including cakes, rolls and toasted sandwiches. Now it is not necessary that you write all 8 items one by one. Just give a reference of a couple of items. Sandwiches in Burnie's Buns and Lovely Loaves, these are the names of the bakeries. Is that clear? So this is what we call introduction. Now please come back to page number 91 again. Take a look at the graph. the bullet point. So the second bullet point is give an overview of the main ideas in the graph. This is your second paragraph. Now you are going to give an overview of the main ideas. What are the main ideas? Main ideas are, first you are going to say which bakery has more sales. First you will tell that, right? Now the bakery that has more sales, the bakery that is selling more items. So in your overview, you will talk about that. If you come back to page 96, please. Overall, it can be seen that, now you can underline this sentence and copy it whenever you write your overview. Overall, it can be seen that Bernie's Buns is generally the busiest bakery, outselling Lovely Loaves in 6 out of 8 items. Is that clear? The outselling means they are selling more in 6 out of 8 items. So this is what we are writing as overview. When you write overview, you don't need to write conclusion. Overview is sort of a conclusion. Second sentence, on the whole, savory foods such as toasted sandwiches, salads and rolls are not as popular as sweet items like cakes and cookies. Rather, you should give the reference of donuts, cakes and cookies, because donuts are number 1. So sweet items are more popular than the savory food. This is the second sentence and we call it overview. Clear? Now, after this, you will write body of the report. In the body, first you will write about the trend or the bakery which is the most important one. The bakery that's got highest sales. In donuts, you can see one bakery is selling less donuts than the other one. So the bakery that is selling more, we will write about that. Let's come back to page 96. In terms of sales at Bernie's Buns, now we are going to write about Bernie's Buns first. Donuts come top of the list. So first we will talk about donuts. Donuts come top of the list, comma, with an average of around 135 sold on a Saturday. Now you can see, go back and see, around 135 sold on a typical Saturday. Next, after this, cookies and cakes are the next best seller. These phrases, cookies and cakes, and then next best seller, with around 115 and 100 of these snacks sold respectively. And then you will talk about the next item, next item. So one full paragraph will be written about one bakery. Then they say respectively, savory foods are less popular. Bernie's Buns sell slightly more rolls than crisps, with roughly 75 and all that. Now please come to the last paragraph. Donuts are also the number 1 purchase in Lovely Loaves. Now you can see Lovely Loaves is the second bakery and donut is the number 1 item, and we are writing a comparative graph. With just over 120 sold on a Saturday. Now you can take a look and see just over. Just over means a little more than 120. On a Saturday, cookies are second after donuts. You can see they have cookies, number 2. Is that cookies or cakes? Cookies, exactly, that's right. So cookies are second at around 65 sales. Salads come next with just over 60, 3 times as many as are sold in Bernie's Buns. 3 times as many. By the way, I'll just tell you the page numbers from 91 to 100, pages 91 to 102. You must read all these pages very, very carefully, and then you will be 100% clear about the language, sentences, structure, everything. They will teach you everything on these pages, okay? So 91 to 103, right? All right, so coming back to that, we got the last few lines. Okay, then they say, as many sold in Bernie's Buns, rolls and fresh loaves are joint fifth. Joint fifth means they are at number 5. With 50 sales apiece, followed by crisps at approximately 45. Least popular item in the end. Least popular item in Lovely Loaves is toasted sandwiches with around 25 sales. Is that clear? Now there are 4 paragraphs. Number 1, introduction. Number 2, overview. Number 3, you will talk about, if for example, if there are 3 bakeries or if there are 3 items, you can write 3 paragraphs. If there are 6 items, you will not write 6 paragraphs. You will just join 2 or 3 items together in one paragraph. I mean, try not to write more than 4 paragraphs. Now, if you got more data, then you can pick up some references. For example, if the data is really large, it is not necessary to cover all the data. You can just pick up some points that, okay, this is the highest, this is the second highest, this is the lowest, and you can talk about that. Right? Sometimes they give you large data, and sometimes the data is really very short or to the point. Then you can elaborate everything. Like over here, we elaborated everything. We left nothing. Right? So you just need to see and then decide it accordingly. So for report writing, this book is wonderful. After this book, we've got the book IELTS Journal. You can use these 2 books together. They are more than enough for writing. And by the way, if you are academic IELTS candidate and you need 7 or above in writing, then you must pay attention to good report writing as well, because report writing plus essay writing, that will bring you your desired bench score, right? Okay guys, we will talk about academic writing task 1. Academic writing task 1 is report writing. And basically there are 4 categories. Like in essay writing, I told you there are 5 types of essays. When it comes to report writing, there are 4 categories. The first one is a graph with a trend. I'll teach you that as well. The second one is a comparative graph. And the third one is process diagram. And the fourth one is maps. Okay, so there are just 4 types. There isn't any 5th type and all that. Today we are going to discuss processes, and in our class WhatsApp group I will share a link where you can learn all these things. By the way, it starts from unit number 7, then unit number 8, then unit number 9. So in 3 units we have all 4 things. So you can also note this for your referencing or for reading at home. Unit number 7, 8 and 9. You should do that also. Unit number 7 starts from page number 79 and then it goes on. And I will send you the videos on that in our class WhatsApp group. Okay, now let's talk about process. As far as the process is concerned, I'm going to read it from top. This is the page and I'm going to read it from here. Processes and maps. The majority of task 1 questions in the IELTS exams are either a graph with a trend or a graph with comparatives. However, there are 2 other possible types of questions. Describe a process, for example, how to produce chocolate, and there can be a map. Now please come here, this one. Processes. If you have a describing a process task in the exam, you will be given a diagram with a series of pictures, right? A diagram. And there will be a series. Series means the first step, the second, the third, the fourth and all that. The diagram shows the stages of how something is made or how something works. Very important. There can be a manufacturing diagram, how something is made. And there can be a diagram how something works. Now how something works means how rainwater is purified. How a boiler or a piece of machinery works actually. It can be anything like that. Typical diagrams are how chocolate is produced, how coffee is grown and produced, the life cycle of an animal or insect or anything like that. Once there was a diagram how the water is evaporated from the sea, it turns into clouds and then it rains and how it comes back. So there can be a cycle or processes and all that. Okay, now let's go through these bullet points. The first bullet point is write an introduction which describes the process in your own words and mentions how many stages there are. In a minute we are going to see everything. Let me define it first, then we'll see it. So introduction which describes the processes in your own words and mentions how many stages. How many means number of stages. Like you can see there is a diagram on the same page. How many stages are there? 18 stages exactly. Second bullet point, write 2 paragraphs in the main body dividing the process into 2 clear parts. Now, if I ask you to divide this diagram into 2 clear parts, where will you divide it from? Yeah, maybe 1 to 8, one part, how tea is manufactured and it reaches the market, and then from 9 onwards, that is how to make tea, right? So you can divide it there. And where you divide it, you will write 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph from process 1 to 8 and second body paragraph from process 9 to 18. Okay, use mostly present simple and present simple passive. Now look here, whenever they give you a diagram, process diagram in academic writing task 1, you should use only present simple tense, active voice and passive voice. Now what is active voice? For example, you make a cup of tea. This is active voice. Why active? Because when I say you make a cup of tea, you are making cup of tea and you are active. When the subject is active, we call it active voice. And if I say a cup of tea is made, cup of tea is made. In this sentence, is cup of tea doing anything? No, cup of tea is made. English is spoken. I speak English. Active voice. I speak English. If I say English is spoken, that is passive voice, right? So when there is a diagram, you will use active voice and passive voice, and I'll tell you when these two things come. Use a range of linking words. Very important. Have you noticed 18 stages? And for all these stages, you will say first of all, stage number 1. After that, stage number 2. Now, if you only know after that, and you use after that 17 times in your report, you will get low band score. So you need to use a variety of linking words, and all those linking words are clearly given in unit number 9. You just have to study this unit and you will find all those linking words. Okay? And write a minimum of 150 words. Okay, now let's take a look at this diagram here. I'm going to read it for you. The pictures below show how tea is produced, and this will be written, by the way. In the question, in the exam, this statement will be written as it is. The pictures below show how tea is produced. They also illustrate the process of making a cup of tea. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features. Now let's just go through it. I'll come to you. You just can see. Number 1. What is number 1? Tea grows in India and China. Now you have to convert it into a fine sentence. Number 2. Sow tea seeds. Who? Farmer. Understood. Farmer sows tea seeds. Number 3. Sunshine and the plant grows, or the plants grow. Number 4. Yeah, the farmer picks and puts the tea leaves into the basket. Number 5. Dry. Exactly. They spread the leaves out in the sun to dry. Number 6. Pack in the boxes. Number 7. Load onto a lorry. Lorry is just like a van, delivery van. So they load those boxes there. Number 8. Deliver tea boxes, and where? Supermarket. Exactly. Number 9. Customers buy. So customers buy the tea from there. Number 10. Yes, customers take the tea home. Number 11. No, they pour some water in the kettle. I mean, the tea making process starts from here, but actually in number 11, they pour some water, or you can use passive voice. Water is poured into the kettle. In order to avoid you or they or whatever, water is poured into the kettle. Number 12. Then the kettle boils the water. Number 13. Tea bag is added into the cup. Very good. Number 14. Not water, hot water. Hot water is poured into the cup from the kettle. Number 15. Leave for 2 minutes. So that tea bag and hot water, they are left for 2 minutes. Then add milk. So you can use passive voice. At this stage, milk and sugar can be added according to the taste. And finally, whose picture is this? Number Oh, you? No. You? Aisha, you? All right. All right. You can take a look. Number 18 is drink and enjoy a fine cup of tea. All right. So that's it. Now please come to page number 104. On this page, they will teach you Spotlight 1 using the present simple passive to describe a process. So you have to go through it. There are exercises 1, 2, 3, 4. Answers are given at the end of the book. Then please come to page 105. Linking stages together. On this page, they will teach you how to link the ideas and what words you have to use. Page 106. Giving extra information about a stage. Now what are the stages? How tea is made and all that. And then page number 107, we have model answer. Now please come to page 107 and at the same time, you can do like this. You will take a look at 107 and you will go back 103 as well. 107, 103. So, let's start. In introduction, the first paragraph, there will be only 2 sentences. The first sentence is, these pictures illustrate how tea is produced, comma, and how a cup of tea is made. It's a compound sentence. Clear? It's just a rephrasing of what is written on the diagram. There are 18 stages in the diagram. Then you will talk about number of stages. From the first stage, sowing the tea seeds in India and China, comma, to enjoying, and then the last stage. So from stage number 1 to the last stage. And that is second sentence of your report. Is that clear? Okay. Now we move on, the body of the report. The first step is, now you need to learn these type of connecting words. The first step is that the tea seeds are sown and then the sun shines, which causes the seeds to grow into plants. By the way, in this one compound sentence, how many stages have they covered? 3. The first step is that the tea seeds are sown and then the sun shines, which causes the plants to grow. So, the first is tea grows in India, China. Then 2 is sow tea seeds and 3 is sun shines. So, the first 3 stages have been covered in one sentence. Next, once the plants have grown, now this is what we call present perfect tense. Right? Once the plants have grown, those ladies who teach cooking, they use this thing. Once the eggs are boiled or once the eggs have boiled, then you can do this. Once this is done. So, once the plants have grown sufficiently, the leaves are then picked by the farmer and put into baskets. Now, how many stages have been covered? No. 2 stages. What 2 stages? Yeah, pick. Yeah. So you can see that is stage number, they said here, once the plants have grown sufficiently, the leaves are then picked. So leaves are picked, that is stage number 4, by the farmer and put into baskets. That's the same thing actually. All right. After the picking stage, the tea leaves are spread out into the sun to be dried. Now that's the next one. They are there to be dried. The tea leaves are packed into boxes and then they are loaded onto lorries which take the boxes of tea to the supermarket. Now how many stages? Yes, 6, 7 and 8. And these are all compound sentences. In order to make a cup of tea, now we reach this stage number 9 after this delivery. In order to make a cup of tea, you fill the kettle with water and put it on the stove to boil. Which one is it? 11 and 12, both of them. Stove to boil. Meanwhile, you put a tea bag in a cup. Can you see that? That's stage number 13. And once the kettle has boiled, the water is poured into the cup. That is stage number 14. Having been left in the cup for 2 minutes, which one is that? 15. Having been left, present perfect. The tea bag is then removed and the tea is now ready to drink. Ready to drink is at number 15. Now let's see what do they say after that. At this point, milk and sugar can be added, and that is stage number 16 and 17. By the way, ready to drink is not appropriate there because you didn't add sugar and all that. Milk and sugar can be added. The final step is that you drink a nice cup of hot tea. Is that clear? Next we have on page 107, there is a process diagram on how to make tomato ketchup. Can you see that? So your home assignment is you have to make tomato ketchup, not a report, don't write report. You have to make tomato ketchup at home and then you have to bring it for me with French fries or burger or pizza or anything. Okay? Understand? Alright. Okay, that's all.
Okay guys, whenever we talk about academic writing task 1, there are 4 options. You don't have any option, but actually there are 4 categories. The first one is graph with a trend. Second one is comparative graph. Third one is process diagram. Fourth one is map. So we will do all 4, okay? Now today we are going to discuss maps. Remember, when you were small, you used to play a game Spot the Difference. You know, 2 identical pictures. दो तस्वीरें एक जैसी, spot the difference. Over here hat is red, their hat is green. Right, over here this and that and all that. In the same way, they will give you 2 maps of a city or town or a small place. And all you need to do, you need to spot those differences and then you will write about those differences. You will write a report on that, okay? These 2 maps can be one in the past and one in present, right? Second, it can be both maps from the past. This is very, very important. If they give you one map 2001, second 2010. So now both are past, so you will use past tense for both. If there is one map that is like 2010 and today, for present, they will not use the word 2021. They will use today or they will say now. 2010 and now. 2015 and now. It's just like that. Okay, now I'm going to read it from here. Please follow me. This type of question often shows you a plan of a city in 2 time periods. Right, and you have to describe the main changes between the 2 periods. The most common time periods are between a time in the past and now, 2 times in the past, for example 2000 and 2010. Is that clear? Yeah? Alright, now next is the plan. We will go through these 4 bullet points. The first one is brief introduction to the maps in your own words. In a minute I will show you how to do that. We will go into the detail of it. Brief introduction to the maps in your own words. Next, short overview to describe what has happened to the town in general. This is called overview. First paragraph introduction, second paragraph overview. Next, 2 paragraphs to describe some of the main changes. This is what we call body of the report. So in total, how many paragraphs? 4 paragraphs. Introduction, overview and 2 paragraphs in body. Minimum 150 words and all that. Now let's take a look at this map here. The maps below show changes in the Spanish city of Castellón in recent times. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now please take a look, Castellón 2000. See, they didn't have any modern facilities and all that. And then Castellón today. In today we have hall of residence, police station, new shops, new train station, even airport under construction, new shopping center, cinema, bars and all that. When they give you maps in actual exam, they will also give you directions. East, west, north, south. So you can easily write north corner or northwest corner, in the downtown, in the middle, east side, west side, and all that. So they will always give you directions so that you can just do that. You can link this with the map in IELTS listening. Okay, the language you can use like that. All right, now please come to page number 112. And now you will move between page number 112 and page number 108. First, we are going to see how to write the introduction. The two maps show the main changes which have taken place in the town of Castellon between the year 2000 and today. That's it. Please come back to the map, and they have written, the maps below show changes in the Spanish city of Castellon in recent times. So all you need to do, you need to reword or paraphrase this sentence. Paraphrase means write it or rewrite it in your own words, and that will become your first introduction sentence. Is this clear? Right? Now let's go on. In general, it appears that, underline this phrase, in general it appears that. You can use it in any overview. In general, it appears that Castellon has become a much more modern city, present perfect, because they said now. For now, you will use present perfect. For now, you will not use present simple tense. You will use present perfect because changes have taken place. That is why. So, Castellon has become a much more modern city with far more shopping and transport facilities. For shopping, they have shopping malls and supermarket, and for transport facilities, they have tram line, bike rental scheme, airport under construction, and all that. You can add one more thing here. Please add it. With far more shopping, comma, transport, and entertainment facilities. You know, clubs and bars and all that. So you can use entertainment facilities. Is this clear? Right? So this paragraph is called overview. First introduction, second overview. And you will follow this pattern for any map type of question. Now we have actually the details. So one interesting change is that, underline one interesting change is that. You can copy it in any map type of report. One interesting change is that a new tram line has been built. Now please take a look, go back to the map, and tram line has been built to connect the university with the town center. Look at university, look at town center. Can you see tram line? Yes. So they have started from there. And by the way, you may take a start from anywhere, but try to talk about some prominent change. Okay? Alright, in 2000, now focus tenses. Focus the tenses. In 2000, there wasn't any accommodation, past tense. Right? There wasn't any accommodation. By the way, wasn't is a contraction, and contractions should be avoided. So you should write there was no accommodation. Instead of any, just write there was no accommodation for students. But a hall of residence has been built. Hall of residence. Yesterday we were talking about it. Hall of residence. A place to live. In listening, exactly. That's right. Hall of residence has been built. Has been built is passive voice of present perfect. So for maps, you should know past tense and present perfect tense passive voice. What is passive voice? Has been built. Banaya gaya hai. Right? It's like that. Okay, another striking change is that, underline this also, you will use it. Now tomorrow when you are writing your report, you will use these phrases. Another striking change is that, now after this, if you write a broken sentence, ये sentence आपके गले पड़ेगा. You know what I mean? Examiner will say, okay, ये इसने रट्टा लगा लिया, आगे इसको आता ही नहीं क्या लिखना है. But after that, if you write a grammatically correct sentence, इसकी भी value बन जाएगी. Okay? So, another striking change is that the old market in the west of the city has been knocked down to make way for new shops. Now go back and see old market, knocked down to make way for new shops. Can you see that? Now you will say, map में तो कहा ही नहीं दुकानें गिरानी. गिराइयाँ तो नहीं बनी है ना. या उसके ऊपर ही तो नहीं बना दिया. So it's that. Has been knocked down. Which tense? Present perfect, not continuous, only present perfect. With present perfect continuous, we use ing. Okay? So has been knocked down, and this is passive voice. Okay. A completely new covered market has also been built. Why completely new? Because there wasn't anything there. Exactly. So you will use phrases like that. A completely new covered market has been built on the other side of town. Now they did not mention east, west, north, south. Otherwise you will write on the south side, west side, north side and all that. Okay, so you will divide the whole map into two parts. You can just see like this, vertically or horizontally divided into two parts. Or maybe you can just see transport facilities one part, entertainment facilities second part, shopping facilities third part, like that. Okay. If we look at the port area, now one paragraph about port area. It has been pedestrianized since 2000. Pedestrianized means now you can walk it only. Vehicles are not allowed. It has been pedestrianized since 2000. Has been pedestrianized. You see, present perfect passive voice is very common. And a range of entertainment facilities have been built. Now what are those entertainment facilities? Cinema, bars and clubs. So range of entertainment. Now instead of using the word cinema, bar, clubs, you have used the word entertainment, range of entertainment facility. This is what we call rewording, paraphrasing. So you'll get good Ben score. And if you write bar, cinema and same wording, just see what sort of place is that. If this is supermarket, you say shopping facility. If they say train, you say transport facility. So you can use words like that. Okay, let's go on. The northeast of the city used to be a green area. Now they have mentioned northeast, so most definitely in actual exam they will give you directions. The northeast of the city used to be a green area with lots of trees, but the trees have been cut down. Clear? Trees have been cut down and a new shopping complex has been constructed. Now don't see someone is cutting down the trees in the map. Means जब दरख्त नहीं है तो कट ही गए ना, right? So a new shopping complex has been constructed. Now just look at this sentence. They said northeast of the city used to be a green area. Past tense. Used to be means हुआ करता था. Green area हुआ करता था. With lots of trees, but the trees have been cut down. Trees have been cut down means in present perfect, right? And a new shopping complex has been constructed. A final interesting development, underline that also. Last sentence pe you can use this. A final interesting development has been the introduction of a bike rental scheme in the city center. Clear? So this is how you will write your answer on maps. Let me tell you, just like in IELTS test, opinion essay and discussion essays are very, very common. The most common types are opinion and discussion. In the same way, for report writing, most common types are graph with a trend and comparative graph. Although we have 4 categories, but graph with a trend and comparative graph, I'll teach you that. They are most common ones. For letter writing, formal and informal letters are very, very important. Sometimes semi-formal, otherwise formal and informal. So you will be getting this sort of map in actual test. And again, one thing. Please come to page number 112. Not 112. 114. 114. Okay, I am here. Page number 114. The pictures illustrate the changes in ship's mouth between 1995 and 2010. Now, which years are they? Past. Both are past. 1995 and 2010. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now, for 1995, you will use past, and for 2010, even you will use past tense. Now you will not use present perfect tense, okay? Let me see if they have given any answer towards the end of the book. Passive voice नहीं, मैंने passive voice से तो नहीं रोका. You can use passive voice. Okay, that is Kimsville. Kimsville is different. This is Shipmouth. Kimsville is here, but that is in present. So, I mean, you will be using total past tense. Listen, for 1995, you will use there used to be. Hua karta tha. There used to be. For example, there used to be a factory there in 1995, which was replaced by a shopping center. Right, which was replaced by a shopping center, जिसको shopping center से replace कर दिया गया. Clear? So used to be, and then you'll use like that. Okay. Yes, one more thing. We have this book IELTS. Do we have an academic book also for this one? Have you given it to the students? Good. So we've got this book for, actually can't show the book on screen, but yeah, better.
Okay guys, now we are going to learn the most important essay in IELTS. Right? Most important, this essay type is called opinion essay. Whenever you take your IELTS exam, almost 80 to 90% chances are either you're going to get opinion essay or discussion essay. For other types, chances are very sleek, like for example 10-20% chances that you get opinion problem solution or advantages, disadvantages. But you need to pay attention to all four major type of essays. You may get any of them. Opinion essay, we also call it agree disagree essay. Opinion, agree, disagree, how far do you agree, to what extent do you agree, do you think, do you believe. Whenever through the question you understand that they are asking you for your opinion, that is what we call opinion essay. Now first of all, note down the units which you are going to read before Saturday when you come to take your mock test. It's unit number 3 and unit number 6. Unit number 3 is on page number 31 and unit number 6 is on page number 67. Is that clear? These two units you have to read. Now first of all, we go to unit number 31. We go through a topic, we read the topic, and then I just elaborate that for you. For now, please come to page number... Yes. Page number 36, please. We have a topic here. Prison is the best punishment for criminals. And then they have written discuss. Now cross discuss. This is wrong. Cross discuss. And instead of that, you should write how far do you agree or disagree with this statement? How far do you agree or disagree with this statement? Prison is the best punishment for criminals. How far do you agree or disagree with this statement? Now, whenever they write how far do you agree, to what extent do you agree, do you think, do you believe, all these things show it's an opinion essay. Before we continue, I just want you guys to think about the topic prison. What is prison? Whenever you do brainstorming, for 5 minutes during your brainstorming session, you have to discuss it like that. Prison means jail. Prison means behind the bar. Is the best punishment. Means this is the most suitable way to punish criminals. Now you have to think prison is the best punishment for criminals. Is that right? Or are there any other ways to punish them also? Right? Now first, what is your opinion? What do you think? Do you believe prison is the best punishment for criminals? Yes? or no? Either you agree or you disagree. In both cases, whether you agree or you disagree, you need to come up with two reasons for your agreement or disagreement. Now, if I believe prison is the best punishment for criminals, reason number one can be when we send the prisoners behind the bars, they become good human beings after that punishment. Like if they are there for 6 months or 1 year, then they understand the value of freedom, and as a result, when they come out of the jail, they become good human being. This is reason number one. Reason number two, it's a good idea to separate bad people from the good people in the society. So prison is really a good way to separate all the offenders, criminals, lawbreakers, and when we separate them for some time, they learn the value of pious life or normal life, and then they become good human and all that, right? So you need to think like that. If you agree, if you disagree, prison is the best punishment for criminals. No. Sometimes there are petty criminals. Petty criminal is someone who has just stolen a chocolate from a superstore, and you put him in the bars or put him behind the bars as well. So for petty criminals, it's not good. For some criminals, going to the jail is like a holiday camp. Yeah, they enjoy. One of my students, he was sent to a jail in England, and as he reached there, they took his belongings, and then they gave him some options. Do you want a book, or do you want playing cards, or do you want any game like that? So he said, I took playing cards, and I was playing cards, you know, tash ke patte and all that. So maybe being in a prison is just more like a holiday camp. You get 3 times meal. There is television. Meals will be served on time. Roti bhi achhi. Not like our jails. Panty padti hai. Not like that. Their jails are good. Sometimes air conditioned and all that. Right? So you can just think, it's all up to you. Whether you agree or you disagree, you need to come up with solid reasons. And how many reasons? 2. Total 2 reasons. 2 solid reasons why you agree and why you disagree, and these 2 reasons should be like this, not like this, close. I mean opposite. Okay, one thing. Now I just want you to come to unit number 6, and we have another type of opinion essay. I would like to tell you about that as well. Page number 67, please. Page number 67. Got it? Now the topic is, it's a common aspiration among many young people. Whenever you read the topic, translate it into Urdu, Punjabi, or whatever you are comfortable with. It is a common aspiration. Common aspiration means a common desire among many young people. Young people means university graduates, youngsters, people who just finished their education, to run their own businesses or business rather than work for an employer. To run their own business means to become an entrepreneur. This is their desire. Instead of doing a 9-to-5 job, they want to do their own business. So the topic is, it is a common desire of young people to start their own business instead of working for some employer. Now the topic sentence, do you think the advantages of working for yourself outweigh the drawbacks? And many students think this is advantages, disadvantages essay. It's not. It's opinion essay. Do you think? When they say do you think, now if you agree, do you think advantages of working for yourself outweigh the drawbacks? If you agree, it means advantages are more. So you will come up with 2 advantages to support your opinion. If you disagree, that means disadvantages are more. Then you will come up with 2 disadvantages to support your disagreement. Is that clear? Right? I'll go through these essays, by the way. Right? So in opinion essay, you always write 5 paragraphs. How many? Always, whatever. And it's very important to identify opinion essay, because sometimes they write like this, do you think this is a positive or a negative development? That is also opinion essay. When they use the word do you think, and you have to think, right? You think it's positive, this is your opinion, or you think it's negative, that is also your opinion. So whenever they say do you think this is a positive or a negative development, that is also opinion. Do you think advantages outweigh drawbacks, that is also opinion. How far do you agree, disagree? To what extent do you agree, disagree? What do you think? Do you believe? All that means opinion essay. Whenever you read the topic and you have a feeling that they are asking me about my thoughts on that, my opinion, that will be an opinion essay. I don't want you to write a wrong essay. They give you topic, do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Which type? Advantage, disadvantage. So if you write wrong type, which does not match with the topic, you will get substantially low band for that. Okay? Now let's go back to the previous essay and we just go on with that. All right, just a second. I tell you the page number. 36. Yes, but I changed my mind. I'm the teacher, I can do that, huh? So you should come to page number 72. Page number 72. And by the way, for opinion essay, there is a template which I'll share with you. Complete template that will tell you how many paragraphs, how many sentences, and what to write and all that. Now, you should have a pencil in hand, and always remember whenever examiner looks at your essay, right, they have 4 criterias. The first one is task response. Task response means how thoroughly you cover the topic. Task response means you understand the type of the essay. Task response means you understand the topic of the essay, right? Task response means 250 words minimum for essay writing. So all these things come in the category of task response. If you write irrelevant essay, like once I gave the topic smoking should be banned at the public places, what are the advantages and disadvantages of watching TV for children? Many students wrote essay on television. Television is this, television was invented by this and that and all, and the topic was what are the advantages and disadvantages of watching TV for children. Now you will not write about adults, you will only write about children. So it's very important to, if you understand the topic and you achieve task response, even though your grammatical range is not very good and all that, still you can get reasonable band score. And if your task response is not achieved, then the other things will fail. Right? They say, for example, they say, whenever they go to find a match, रिश्ते के लिए नहीं जाते. लड़के की तनख्वाह 2 लाख रुपया. लड़के को घर और गाड़ी भी मिला हुआ है कंपनी की तरफ से. लड़का जो है उसमें ये भी खूबी है, लेकिन बस नशा करता है. See that? जब नशा करता है तो 2 लाख जाए चुल्ले से, बाकी चीजें भी जाएं चुल्ले से, right? Something like that. So when task response is not achieved, grammatical range जितनी मर्जी अच्छी है जाए चुल्ले से, मतलब कोई फायदा नहीं है उसका, पे ठीक है, फिर आपकी vocabulary का भी फायदा नहीं है. So task response, that is why read the topic 10 times. You're sitting in examination hall and read. It is a common aspiration among many young people. Look here and there. Like this, okay? Read it 1 time, 2nd time, then take a little break. Little break means do something else. Again come back and read. So if you misunderstand the topic, and by the way, this has to be done before you start your essay. Because once you start, then you cannot change at any point. These things should be crystal clear before you start your essay. So at least task achievement is the first thing, and then there are the other criteria. If you don't achieve that, you will not achieve other things. Second criteria is grammatical range and accuracy, and for that I will only advise you 3 C's. C number 1, compound sentences. C number 2, complex sentences. C number 3, conditional sentences. Most of the time, 70% you will use compound sentences. Only 10 to 15% means 1 or 2 complex sentences in the body paragraph will do. You just tell the examiner that I know complex sentences as well, and wherever it is necessary, especially when you are giving example, there you can use conditional sentence. So these three type of sentences should be clear to you. And then they have accuracy. Accuracy means punctuation, spelling, grammatical correctness of your sentences and all that. The next criteria is lexical resource or vocabulary, the third one. Now when we are reading a topic, common aspiration among many young people to run their own business. Now we should know different words for that. For young people, you should know other words. For common aspiration, you should know other words. For own business, you should use the word like self-employed, entrepreneur, entrepreneurship. So these type of words you have to use. If throughout the essay you write common aspiration, young people, common aspiration, young people, if you repeat the same words again and again, that is a plan for 5 band. Okay, so what you present to the examiner related to the topic. It's not that I know 5 good words. Yeah, exactly. So you are not supposed to use those words which are not relevant. Anything you write irrelevant will be out of the word count. Anything. There is one phrase, there is one thing we call it stock sentences. S-T-O-C-K. Stock sentences. Stock sentence is a sentence which you can write anywhere. They don't convey specific meaning, they only convey general meaning. Now some students try to write those stock sentences in introductory paragraph. Different people have different views about this thing and that thing and all that. Stock sentences are usually cancelled in IELTS. Cancelled means it will be out of the word count, right? Any sentence that does not match with the rest of your writing, right? You've written other 10 sentences, 10 sentences are broken. One sentence is excellent, perfect by all means. So examiner will look at that sentence as a crammed sentence that will also be out of word count. No stock sentences. No stock sentences means don't just copy full sentence that my teacher told me jithe marzi la deo. Not like that, okay? So these things are really bad. And the last criteria is coherence and cohesion. Proper flow of ideas. Now what is coherence and cohesion? First things first. The first point, explanation of the point, example. And for coherence and cohesion, you have to use the tags like first of all, secondly, finally, moreover. These type of words actually connect your ideas. Now, I just want you to write down on a piece of paper, number 1, TR. Just write it down somewhere. TR. Number 2, GR. TR is task response. GR is grammatical range, or you can write GRA, grammatical range and accuracy. LR, lexical resource, vocabulary. And the last one is CC, coherence and cohesion. Now I will show you all these things here. I will tell you this is LR, this is GR, this is that. Okay, page number 72. Are you guys there? Okay, and as I told you before, you have to do one more practice. Just pick up this essay. Let me tell you, for every essay type, you have to prepare your personal template. What is that personal template? Opinion essay, in introduction, 4 sentences. Sentence number 1 is this, sentence number 2 is that, third is this, fourth is that, and then you write your points. So like this, you need to, the first thing, make your own template. Number 2, practice these sentences. I'll tell you how. Let's take a start. First paragraph, please. These days, it is a common aim of many people leaving university to try to start up their own company. Now you can write here general sentence about the topic. And what's the topic? Topic is common aspiration, young people run their own business. So you started these days, comma, it's a common aim of many people leaving university to try to start up their own company. At least you can just see these days it is common, and then you can write sentence on any other topic. So you can practice these days it is common, and then after that whatever you want to write, you can just do that. Second sentence, and by the way, you can see here leaving university. Leaving university is for
young people. They've used in the question, they use the word many young people, and here leaving university. And for start up their own company, what is that they used in the question? Run their own business. Now startup is a very popular word for the new companies or organizations and all that. All right, now let's go on. So first sentence is general sentence about the topic. Second, they believe that. Now listen, this second sentence is to elaborate the first sentence, means to continue that first sentence talk. They believe that. They means young people. Now for young people they use the word they, which is a pronoun. They believe that running a business has many advantages over working for someone else. Now for someone else they use the word rather than work for an employer. Do you understand? No repetition. They are using different words for that. Okay, such as freedom to make your own decisions. Now this is what we call, the third sentence is called thesis sentence. Thesis sentence is your main, basically thesis sentence tells the reader whether the type of the essay is what? Opinion, problem solution, discussion and all that. I agree with this point of view. When you write I agree, examiner will say yes, this candidate has understood. And if you write in this essay I will discuss advantages and disadvantages of starting your own business, the donkey will go into the well. खोता कुएं में चला गया, सत्यानाश हो गया, यहीं से सत्यानाश हो गया, अब आगे जो मर्जी कर लें, it will not benefit you, right? So this sentence is called thesis, thesis, thesis sentence, and this sentence tells your position on the essay and the type of essay. So I agree with this point of view, but it is important to bear in mind that running a company does not suit everybody. So this is the middle sort of agreement. I agree, but running a company does not suit everybody. So you can write like that as well. How many sentences are there in introduction? Exactly. So now you remember 3 sentences, and you should know what are those 3 sentences, so that when you write, you know that. First is general, second is elaborate the topic in the second one, and third one is your thesis sentence. Okay, now you said I agree. So there should be 2 reasons for agreement. 2 reasons in 2 body paragraphs you will write. Let's see what is reason number 1. There are several benefits. The word benefits is for advantages. See that? Rewording, paraphrasing, using. This is what examiner wants to see. Examiner does not want to see high vocabulary, very extreme vocabulary, right? There are several benefits of setting up your own business. For me, the main one is that you have room to be creative. Benefit number 1, room to be creative or creativity. Now throughout this paragraph, you will elaborate on this point. You will not have another point. In one sentence, one point, another sentence, another point. You need to develop your idea. Now around this creativity, you will develop your idea. Instead of having to follow your employer's decisions, comma, you can set the goals for the business yourself, comma, which means that you feel more in control. Underline this sentence, and then later on write it on top of your notebook and try to write 5 different sentences using this pattern. This is a compound sentence with 3 ideas, and these sentences are highly regarded in the eyes of examiners. Okay, just underline that, write it on a copy, focus, comma kidhar aaya, which kahan pe aaya, kitni clauses hain, and then try to write something like that. This generally results in people feeling happier in their job. This is concluding sentence of this paragraph. So what is reason number 1 or benefit number 1? Room to be creative. Let's go on. Not only that, so you can write secondly, or you can write not only that, means I have another benefit. Not only that, comma, you can also keep the profits if the company is successful. What is benefit number 2? Keeping the profits. Okay,
You can also keep the profit if the company is successful. If all goes well, conditional sentence. If all goes well, comma, you will earn far more than if you work for someone else. So see, a variety of sentences: compound, complex, conditional, and all that. For instance means for example. You can write to illustrate, for instance, for example, and all that. For instance, if you set up, and by the way, usually examples are given in conditional sentences. For example, if you start a company. For example, if you go abroad. For example, if you start your own business, like that, right? So, for instance, if you set up, now the word set up, your own graphic design company, and by the way, in IELTS essays, you can always create examples on your own. You're not going to see, I don't have general knowledge. Now, this graphic design, you can change it to a software house. You can change it to a call center. You can change it to any academy or any coaching center. It's all up to you. For instance, if you set up your own graphic design company, comma, and you build a good reputation, comma, you will be able to make substantial profits. How many ideas in one sentence? 3 ideas. It's a compound sentence. So write sentences, at least 1 to 2 sentences like this in body paragraph, right? Okay, let's go on. You will therefore be more motivated to work hard in order to make a success of your company. Always remember, in opinion essay, you will write 2 points to support your opinion. Just 2. Now, what is the third paragraph? The third paragraph is actually to discuss the opposite side. Because you are going to balance your essay. This is what we call contrast. You agree? Good. Now, people who disagree, you will write about them. And whenever you write contrast paragraph, do not write it with I. Write it with people believe, they think, they argue, according to some people, because that is not your view. Your views have been discussed in the 2 body paragraphs. Now, let's see. Having said that, you can even write however. Instead of having said that, you can write however, on the other hand, on the contrary, and all that. Having said that, it is understandable that running a business is risky. First, you are saying room to be creative, making profits and all that. Now, you are going to talk about contrast, and the contrast is it can be risky. If there is an economic downturn, this is a very good word, economic downturn, like economic crisis. If there is an economic downturn, comma, or you make mistakes in your business decisions, comma, your company can go bust. Go bust. It's another word, right? Then again, comma, which can mean that you have that you lose everything and you have to lay off your staff. Now, underline this sentence and try to write at least 1 or 2 sentences like this in your essay. There are 4 ideas joined together. Clear? Moreover, now whenever you write moreover, you want to say further. Moreover, additionally, furthermore, and all that. Moreover, it is very hard to switch off at weekends. Switch off is a good word here. And by the way, we know these words. I mean, until now, I think there is hardly any word that you guys don't know. But only how to use them, that's the main thing. Okay, it is very hard to switch off at weekends because the business is always in the back of your mind. You're always thinking what to do and all that. Okay. Alright, so this is contrast paragraph. 2 paragraphs to support your opinion. 1 paragraph opposite opinion. Right. And now you come to conclusion. To sum up, although there is no doubt. Now this is 1 sentence summary, or we call it paraphrasing your opinion once again. In conclusion, you will paraphrase. Paraphrase means to reword your opinion. To sum up, although there is no doubt, now you can copy that for opinion essay. To sum up, comma, although there is no doubt, and then you can write the topic sentence. Although there is no doubt, there are some risks associated with running your own business. I believe, now this is your final verdict. conclusion of the essay. I believe the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. And by the way, you can copy this sentence blindly, because in opinion essay, when they are talking an opinion essay with the advantages outweigh disadvantages, only there you can copy this, right? So I believe the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, particularly with regards to making decisions, or if you want to write all three, with regards to creativity and making decision. However, now this is the contrast part of your essay. However, it should be said that not everyone is a risk taker, and some prefer to work for someone else, right? Now again, one more thing. This is not like mathematics that 100% you have to follow this pattern. कोई sentence आगे पीछे नहीं हो सकता. You can do that, right? But the purpose is you need to fulfill 4 criteria of the examiner. Once you do that, you will get good bench score. Now please come back to page 36. Page number 36. Got it? We have another essay over here. We'll just go through it so that you guys understand. I'll be very quick now. Very quick. Prison is the best punishment for criminals. And then you write, how far do you agree or disagree? Sentence number 1. These days, now the topic is prison is the best punishment. These days, every time you turn on the television or flick through the pages of newspaper, you learn about victims of crime. What is this? General sentence about the topic. Topic is crime. So these days, every time you turn on the TV, pick up the newspaper, you learn about victims of crime. Second sentence is, but what is the most effective method of dealing with the rising crime rate in our society? This is a style where you highlight something by asking a question. If you want to do it, this is fine. Otherwise, you can paraphrase the topic here. The main topic, you can paraphrase that. Some people believe the best, now this is paraphrasing the topic. If you want to leave second sentence, you can do that, no problem at all. Some people believe the best way to punish criminal is to sentence them to time in prison. Now that's the topic. Prison is the best punishment for criminals. Sentence number 1, general sentence about the topic. Sentence number 2, paraphrasing the topic. I completely disagree. What is that? Thesis sentence. I completely disagree with this idea, and in this essay, I will support my opinion with examples. Clear? Now we go on. Firstly. Now firstly is to achieve coherence and cohesion. You are telling the reader, this is my first point. Life in jail is far too comfortable for prisoners. Right? Jail mein koi responsibility nahi. Just enjoy. They also play football. Right? Life in jail is far too comfortable. So what is the reason behind disagreement? Reason number 1 is life is comfortable in the jail. For example, many inmates, now for prisoners they have used the word inmates, have access to luxuries such as television, computers and sports facilities and so on. In other words, again for CC, coherence and cohesion. In other words, when you say, it means what you said before, now you want to explain that further. In other words, spending time behind bars is more like being in a holiday camp. And finally, this is the concluding sentence. If prison is going to act as a deterrent, now this is a conditional sentence, then I believe it needs to be considerably tougher. One reason is what? What's the reason here? Life in jail is too comfortable. Second, another reason why I disagree, you can copy this. Another reason why I disagree. For opinion essay, I told you यहाँ से copy करके अपना एक template बना लें कि हर paragraph में एक में for example लिखूंगा. In one paragraph I will write for instance. In one paragraph I will write to illustrate and all that. Another reason why I disagree with prison as a punishment is that a large number of prisoners are not actually a danger to society. Right? Now we are talking about petty criminals. Okay? Take shoplifters as an example. Do you know who shoplifters are? The people who go to big shopping mall and they put a chocolate in their pocket or any other thing in their pocket and come out. We call them shoplifters. Take shoplifters as an example. Now you should know words like that, shoplifter. Take shoplifters as an example. They are often locked up in the same cell. Cell is what? Prison. See that? They are locked up in the same cell. This is the variety examiner wants. As murderers, rapists and violent criminals. Now murderers, rapists, violent criminals, these words have been used for criminals. So this is what we call vocabulary. Vocabulary is not something that, you say hi-fi and this and that. Just 5 to 6 words related to each word which is given in the main topic. Now the topic is prison, best punishment, criminal. You need to know 4 or 5 words for prison, 4 or 5 words for best punishment, 4 or 5 words for criminals. And you can just use them frequently. Okay, I strongly believe, once again, your opinion. I strongly believe that this is a serious waste of taxpayers' money. What's more, in IELTS essay writing, never use contraction. What's is a contraction. So it's better to write here furthermore. Just cross what's more, write furthermore or moreover. What's more, furthermore, moreover, or you can write what is more. Instead of what's more, write what is more. Petty criminals. Now petty criminal is for shoplifters. Petty criminals may even learn how to commit more serious crimes when they are inside. They make plans. Last time I was a shoplifter, now we will rob a bank. Okay, like that. On the other hand, what does that mean? Yeah, on the contrary, some people think jail is good thing. On the other hand, there is an argument. Never say that on the other hand I also believe. Not like that, okay? On the other hand, there is an argument that prison can help to rehabilitate offenders. Very good word, rehabilitate, and paraphrasing offenders for criminals. You understand now what is vocabulary? Rehabilitate means to make them good human being again. Many inmates have the opportunity to study while they are doing time. Doing time means they are spending their time in jail. As a result, many never re-offend. Now the words like re-offend, you know offend already, re-offend is another word. When they are released. So 2 paragraphs to favor your opinion, 1 paragraph opposite to your opinion, and you will write that in 3rd person. Finally, conclusion. In conclusion, although it is a common belief that prison is the best way to punish criminals. Once again, paraphrase the topic. Whatever the topic is, paraphrase. Paraphrase means apne words mein likhte hain. In conclusion, although it is a common belief that prison is the best way to punish criminals, I believe, now your opinion once again, I believe it is too soft. Go back to 2nd paragraph of your essay. 2nd paragraph. What is there? Life in jail is far too comfortable. For that they have used the word it is too soft. Clear? Life is comfortable means it is too soft, and that it is not necessary in the majority of cases. Come to 3rd paragraph. What is that? Large number of prisoners are not actually a danger to society. So that is, it is not necessary in some of the cases. That means you have given the summary of your 2 supporting points. And finally, personally, I think prison should be the last option when all else has failed. So you can write something like that. Personally, I think dash should be the last option when all else has failed. So this is opinion essay, and you're going to get opinion essay on our in our Saturday's mock test, right? So these 2 units you must read. Again, I tell you page number so that you could prepare very well. Page number 31, unit number 3, and unit number 6, page number 67. When you read these units, they will teach you every type of sentence, grammar, vocabulary, connecting words and all that, right? Okay. Okay guys, now please listen first. We are going to discuss how to write a discussion essay today.
or discussion essay, how many paragraphs you're going to write, what to write in each paragraph, and all that. First of all, whenever it comes to IELTS writing task 2, by the way, page number 39. Same book, page number 39. But first, please listen to me. I would like to explain, then I will go to the book and I'll tell you further. The first thing is, whenever you go to take your IELTS test, you should be able to identify type of essay. I mean, you read the topic and you should be able to tell this is opinion essay, this is discussion essay, this is problem solution essay, this is advantages, disadvantages essay, and you should write it there on the question paper. Like, other day, somebody told us that on question paper, you can write things. You can do your rough work on question paper, there is no problem. Even you can brainstorm your ideas on question paper, which they give you, right? So, what you guys are going to do, the first thing you write on the question paper is opinion essay or discussion or problem solution or advantages, disadvantages. You should write it there. And then you should also write compound, conditional and complex sentences so that your brain gets the message from there that you have to use compound, complex and conditional sentences, right? By the way, you will learn all these things from the book which I've shared, so you can easily learn about them. Okay, now let's see. Whenever they give you discussion essay, it's very easy to identify discussion essay. In discussion essay, they always write discuss both views. Sometimes they only write discuss both views. Otherwise, they write discuss both views and give your own opinion. Right? Sometimes they write only discuss both views. Otherwise, they write discuss both views and give your own opinion. Now, look here. Whenever you write a discussion essay, do not use the tone as I. You should, because there are two sides. By the way, in discussion essay, they will always give you two opposite sides. What are two opposite sides? Some people prefer to live in the cities. On the other hand, some people believe life in the countryside is very peaceful. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. So they will give you two contrasting opinions, two contrasting views, right? It's very easy to identify discussion essay. Number one, they will give you two contrasting views. Number two, they will mention there, discuss both views and give your own opinion, so you can easily understand that. And by the way, two essays are the most important ones. Yesterday, there was an IELTS test, and in that test, students got opinion essay, right? So one most common type is opinion essay. Second most common type is discussion essay. Other essays are less common in IELTS writing. So mainly you should focus opinion and discussion essays, right? Now, whenever you write a discussion essay, you are going to write 5 paragraphs. The first paragraph is introduction. In a minute, I'll tell you how many sentences and what to write in introduction, right? First paragraph is introduction. Second paragraph, you will discuss one view or one side you will discuss in second paragraph. You may give examples, you may elaborate your point further in that paragraph, right? But remember, when you discuss one side, you will never say, I believe, according to me, in my opinion. You will say, people argue, people believe, some people think, some people say, right? Because you are discussing that. You're not giving your opinion. It's not opinion essay, it's a discussion essay. When you discuss other side, there again you will not use I think, I believe. Again you say, on the other hand, on the contrary, there is a large number of people who believe, or a vast majority of people think, something like that, right? So you will not use I think, I believe and all that. So after discussing both views impartially, next you will write a short paragraph that gives your opinion. Your opinion means I agree with this or I agree with that, right? Okay, and after that you can write a conclusion. So total 5 paragraphs, and 5 paragraphs only when they say discuss both views and give your own opinion. If they only write discuss, they don't write give your own opinion, then you can write 4 paragraphs. Introduction, discuss one side, discuss other side, and in conclusion, give your opinion. You don't need to write a separate paragraph for that. But if it is discuss both views and give your own opinion, then you can write a separate paragraph. Now, Please come to page number 39. On page number 39, you just have to come to the middle. Here. Page 39. Got it? Good. Now we are going to learn how to read and understand the topic, which is very, very important. If you write essay on wrong topic, or if you misunderstand the topic, your band score will go down substantially. Then they will not like your grammatical range and vocabulary and all that if you write off the topic. And they have a marking criteria for off the topic. Whatever you write off, for example, one paragraph off the topic, they will just put that in bracket, and that is out of the word count. Isko bahar pheng do. They will not consider that. Whatever you write off the topic. Now, for example, you learned a paragraph, and some teacher told you, you can put this anywhere. You know, there are some different people have different opinions and this and that and all that, very flowery ones. If you write anything like that, they will just roll it all, and that's out of the word count. Examiner will not consider that. So write things on your own language. Your own language written according to the topic will bring you better bench score as compared to the copied one. If you cram paragraphs, if you cram some sentences, that these are beautiful sentences, remember one thing, a sentence which you can write anywhere in any type of essay must be avoided. They are what we call stock sentences, S-T-O-C-K, stock sentences. Stock sentences means you can write them anywhere. So you should avoid those sentences, okay? Now, please follow me. We read and understand the topic. Some people view teenage conflict. Now, please look here. Some people view means according to some people. Teenage conflict with their parents. I just want you to imagine some teenagers, right? You know, from 13 to 19, yeah, that is teenage, right? Just imagine some teenagers. So, some people view teenage conflict. Teenage conflict means when children reach teenage, they often argue with their parents, right? Mothers say something and they go against that. Fathers say something and they go against that. So, teenage conflict with their parents, according to some people, what is that? As a necessary part of growing up. Means it's normal. There is nothing bad about it. Okay, it's a necessary part of growing up. When children reach teenage, they argue with their parents. That's normal. There is nothing bad in it. So it's a necessary part of growing up. What is this? One view. Now this is one view. Hold it here. Now we see what is the second view. And I told you there will be two contrasting views, right? Second view is whilst. In discussion essay, they will use the words like whilst, however, on the contrary, whilst. Others see it as something negative which should be avoided. It means, what does it mean by it? Some people or others see it as something negative. It means teenage conflict with their parents. So one view is teenage conflict with their parents is normal. Other view is teenage conflict with their parents is negative. It should be avoided. Now what is after that? Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Clear? Now you understand it's a discussion essay. Right? Okay. Now let's have a long jump. I've already told you about that. So the first paragraph is introduction. Second paragraph is discuss one view, one side. Third paragraph is discuss other side. Fourth paragraph is give your opinion. And your opinion only means which view you support. According to me, teenage conflict with their parents is something which should be avoided. That's my opinion. First I will discuss teenage conflict is normal. Then I will discuss teenage conflict is not good, it should be avoided. Then I will come and say, according to me, or as far as I believe, you will write a short paragraph where you will just mention which side you support, and then you will write conclusion. Okay? Okay, now we read another topic and we go through this. And there are around 10 to 15 discussion essays here which you can read, right? So the topic is several languages are in danger of extinction. What is extinction? Dying out. 29. Several languages are in danger of extinction. Extinction means they will wipe out. They will finish. They will not be any more, right? Because they are spoken by very small numbers of people. So what is one side of discussion? Like they've just given us the background. At the moment, this is background. Several languages are in danger of extinction because they are spoken by very small numbers of people. Now, some people say that governments should spend public money on saving these languages. What is view number one? Government should spend money on saving these languages. This is one view. While others believe that would be a waste of money. So some people say money should be spent on saving these languages. Other people say it's a waste of money. We have other serious issues other than these languages. So this money should be spent on medication and education and all that. So we have these two views. And by the way, you should spend around 2 to 3 minutes reading and understanding the topic. It's not that you say, what was the topic? Languages. And I wrote very well. English is international language, spoken all over the world. That's not the topic. Topic is not languages. Topic is actually several languages are in danger of extinction. Should we spend the money to save the languages, or it's a waste of money? Right? So this is what you need to address in your essay. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Now let's go to first paragraph, please. The first sentence is a general sentence. And by the way, there are different ways of writing first paragraph. You can write 4 sentences. You can write 2 sentences, right? 3 sentences. It's all up to you. I just tell you, I mean, if you want to write 2 sentences, the first one is general sentence about the topic. Second sentence is what we call your thesis sentence. Thesis sentence is a sentence that tells the examiner what your plan in that essay is. In simple words, you can call it plan sentence. Plan, or whatever your plan is. Thesis is spelled like Thesis, right? So let's see how many sentences we have here. It is true that some minority languages may disappear in the near future. This is a general sentence about the topic. It is true that some minority languages will disappear in the future. Although it can be argued that governments could save money by allowing this to happen, I believe that these languages should be protected and preserved. So in the second sentence, you have given your position on the essay. This is another style. What is that? You mentioned both sides, and you have also mentioned that I support this very side, right? Okay. Now, let's go on. In the next paragraph, you will discuss the side that you actually support or do not support, but you just need to see whatever the first argument is, you can write about that first. For example, there are several reasons why saving minority languages could be seen as a waste of money. So, what are they going to discuss here? Saving languages is a waste of money. They are going to discuss that one here. Firstly, if a language is only spoken by a small number of people, expensive education programs will be needed to make sure that more people learn it, and the state will have to pay for facilities, teachers, and marketing. Now, remember one thing. In IELTS, if you want to get good bench score, you need to consider 4 things. The first one is task response. Task response means you write on the topic. Task response means you don't go here and there. Like topic is this and you don't write essay on languages, importance of languages. It's not that, right? And task response also means for task 2, 250 words, and for task 1, 150 words. That is what we call task response. Second criteria is grammatical range and accuracy. And for that, just consider compound sentences. Compound sentences are when you join 2 sentences together, that becomes a compound one. And you can consider conditional sentences, especially when you're giving example. For example, if we allow these languages to die out, for example, you can create examples on your own. So for examples, it's a good idea to use conditional sentences. What's a conditional sentence? If you help me, I will help you. If you don't come here, I will not be able to teach you. If you don't listen to me, I will not, something like that. We call it a conditional sentence. So, as I said before, you guys should do one thing. It will take around 30 minutes. Watch 3 tutorials on YouTube. The first one is about compound sentences. Just write there how to make compound sentences in English. Second one is complex sentences. And third one is conditional sentences. These 3 type of sentences are highly regarded in the eyes of examiner, and you may get very good bench score for that, right? Yeah, compound, complex and conditional. And passive voice also. In essay writing, passive voice. Languages are spoken. This is passive voice, right? Okay, now let's go on. I was telling you this is the second criteria. The third criteria is vocabulary. We call it lexical resource, LR. In vocabulary, students believe that if we use difficult words, if we use hi-fi vocabulary, we'll get hi-fi band. Not at all, right? Not hi-fi vocabulary, a variety of relevant words. Okay, now for example, we have a topic, several languages. For languages, what are the other words? In danger of extinction. For extinction, you can use die out, wipe out, finish, discontinue, right? Then they use the word number of people. Okay, that's fine. Some people, government. For government, you can use the word government, administration, okay, law enforcement agencies, ministers, anything like that. Public money. For public money, you can use taxes. Other words for that. So it's a good idea in actual exam also, underline the main words in the topic and then think about the synonyms related to that, okay? So yes, saving languages. To save language, for save, what are the other words? Protect a language. Sorry? Preserve a language. Very good. Preserve a language, protect a language. This is what they want to see. Now see, protect is a simple word. Preserve is a simple word. So if you use these words, most definitely you will get good bench score. And if throughout the essay you say only government, language, government, language, government, language, you will get low bench score for that, right? So 8 band candidate did not write any word which was a fancy word. He said, I only used variety of simple words related to the topic and I got 8 band, right? Okay, let's just go on. The fourth criteria is left. The fourth criteria is coherence and cohesion. Very simple. Every sentence that you write in IELTS essay, you have to guide the reader what that sentence is. For example, if you write a sentence and you say, first of all, now reader is clear, this is your first point. Then second sentence you write and you write there, by this I mean. By this I mean means what you said before, now you want to elaborate on that. You want to express more on that, right? After that you write for example. When you write for example, you are telling the reader that now I am giving the example. And then you write finally, that means you are going to conclude. So these type of tags are extremely important whenever you write. So you could guide the readers whatever you are doing. This is what we call coherence and cohesion. Now what is cohesion? I mean, when you connect your ideas together, means all the sentences, as I gave you the example before. If I say, I have a mobile, it is very beautiful, I like my mobile, it was gifted by my father, I use it every day, it is very good, battery timing 20 hours or something like that. Okay, so these sentences are not connected. This will give you 5 band, 5.5 band. But if you write, I love my mobile because it was gifted by my father on my last birthday, right? Then you go on. Moreover, there are several applications in my mobile which have educational uses. Therefore, I always keep it with me. You're connecting your ideas, 2 to 3 ideas together, right? That will bring you good bench score, not only in writing, but also in speaking as well, right? So that is what we call coherence and cohesion. ये 4 बच्चे खुश हो गए, तो आप बच्चे भी खुश हो जाएंगे. Okay, you'll be very happy at the end when you get the result. So let's go on. This money, I'm reading this same paragraph. This money might be better spent on other public services. Secondly, now see that I told you. Firstly, secondly, finally. Secondly, it would be much cheaper and more efficient for countries to have just one language. Governments could cut all kinds of costs related to communicating with each minority group. So this is one side. Now we come to the second side. Despite the above arguments, and by the way, from each essay, try to learn and copy some phrases. You can copy the phrases to achieve coherence and cohesion. If you write this, despite the above arguments, you mentioned something, now you say despite the above arguments means now you're going to go on to the other side. I believe that governments should try to preserve languages that are less widely spoken. I believe. Now what are you doing? You are talking about the view with which you agree. Okay? Again, let me tell you, there isn't any single way of writing essay. I'm teaching you discussion essay this way. There are 5 other ways also by which you can write discussion essay. Now you might be thinking, which essay will give us 8 band? It's not the essay style which will give you 8 band. It's your writing. What you write in the essay, that will bring you good band score. I've seen some essays in introduction, they write only 1 sentence. That is also fine. Introduction, just 1 sentence. No thesis statement. Just a generalized sentence, and then they go on with the essay. So it's not the style. You may find variation to this style. Okay, that's pretty normal. It's not maths. 2 plus 2 always 5. Okay? Thank you. Wanted to check your reflexes, whether you are in learning state of mind or not. So 2 plus 2 is 6. Yes. Yeah. He said, he come jari rakho. 5 or 6, I don't care. I was one day I was in another part of the country and I was giving workshop on English language and I said, C-A-T, cat. Pronounce it like cat. A guy appeared and said, no, it's not cat, it's Kate. Kate. And I said, come on, it's not Kate. Kate is actress, Kate Winslet. But although Kate Winslet looks like cat, that is something else. But actually the word is cat. At the end, the gentleman said, what difference does it make? Whether you call it cat or Kate. So it makes a lot of difference, right? Yeah. Anyways, let's go on. It is, now you can see this, a language is much more than simply a means of communication. Next we have this semicolon. Semicolon is usually used when you are writing complex sentences. They are only for complex sentences. In complex sentence, you've got the main clauses and the subordinate clauses. It has a vital connection with the cultural identity of the people who speak it. If a language disappears, now the word disappears for what? For extinction, right? For extinction. If a language disappears, a whole way of life will disappear with it, and we will lose the rich cultural diversity that makes societies more interesting. By spending money to protect minority languages, governments can also preserve traditions, customs and behaviors that are part of our country's history. And finally, we've got conclusion. It may save money in the short term if we allow minority languages to disappear, but in the long term, this would have an extremely negative impact on our cultural heritage. Now look here. I'm going to share a handout with you. This is for those who want solution, ready-made solution. Those who just say, mere muh mein niwala dalne, You know, there are some of you, some are saying now, well, do some effort and all that. Some say, no, I'll just open my mouth. और उस पे भी कहते हैं कि इतनी देर से मुंह खोला है, चम्मच क्यों नहीं मुंह में डाल रहे, something like that. So, I have made a template for all essay types. I'm going to share that in our class WhatsApp group. There are 3 to 4 pages. You can print them out. At least that template will help you understand how many paragraphs and what to write in each paragraph, right? The next thing which I'm going to tell you, in a discussion essay, what are the sentences that you will write? First of all, when you write introduction, and by the way, you should be clear. For example, in actual exam, you are sitting and they give you advantages, disadvantages essay. You should be very clear how many paragraphs, how to start, and what to write in each paragraph. You should be very, very clear about that. Otherwise, you'll be thinking, looking here and there, and then you say, uski surkhi achhi hai, I'll buy that also, or something like that. You know, people just think like that. if you know how many paragraphs, if you know type of essay, you can easily, without wasting your time, start writing that essay, right? So whenever you write a discussion essay, I advise you to write 2 sentences in introduction. Okay, 2 are fine. If you want to write 3, you've got the plan for that also. If you want to write 3 sentences, number 1, write a general sentence about the topic. Now, topic over here is languages are in danger of extinction and all that. Write a general sentence about the topic. Sentence number 2, paraphrase the topic in your own words. Paraphrase means अपने वर्ड्स में उस टॉपिक को जो वर्डिंग दी हुई है उसको घुमा फिरा के यूज सिनोनिम्स एंड राइट अ सेंटेंस अबाउट दैट. एंड सेंटेंस नंबर 3, योर प्लान. योर प्लान मीन्स in this essay I will discuss both these views and finally give my opinion. You can write. This is thesis sentence, right? So you may write 3 sentences comfortably, but make sure these 3 sentences out of 3, 2 sentences should be compound. 2 sentences should be compound and 1 you can write simple, that will be fine. Now, after that, when you write the body paragraph is after introduction. In body paragraph, first of all, you just rewrite the first side of discussion. As they mentioned here, there are several reasons why saving minority languages could be seen as a waste of money. So, in the first sentence of the body paragraph, you just write about that topic. If it is a discussion essay, the first thing. Now, there is another thing, we call it development of ideas. Let me tell you what is development of idea. If I say, I would like to learn French, this is my desire or opinion. Or, okay, let's make it like this. In my opinion, French language is quite important to learn. Now, this is, I have not developed my idea. I have only given my opinion. In order to develop my idea, number 1, I have to explain my idea. Number 2, I have to give relevant example. So, in my opinion, French language is quite important to learn because this language is spoken very widely in many countries of Europe. Moreover, see that I'm developing the idea. And if I say, in my opinion, French language is very important, French language is very useful, French language has many applications, French language this. No, develop your idea. First, talk about the main thing, make another sentence to express further about it, then give example to further develop your idea. Remember one thing, do not stuff your essay, body paragraph with a lot of idea. For example, if I say, what will you do at the weekend? Or what will you do on the weekend? You say, I will go to, all right, let's make it like that. What will you eat at the weekend? What will you eat? And you say, I will eat pizza, I will eat burger, I will eat shawarma, I will eat some French fries, I will eat like that. Are you developing the idea? No. But if you say, what will you eat at the weekend? First of all, this weekend I will eat pizza. The reason is I like pizza very much and there is a birthday in my family. So therefore, first I will eat pizza. After that, because right after eating pizza, I usually like eating ice cream. Therefore, right from the pizza place, I will go to my favorite ice cream parlor and there I will enjoy my favorite garlic ice cream. Whatever, it's my life, huh? Just joking. See that? I'm developing the idea. So you should develop the idea. For that, you can give example and this is going to be better. And otherwise, if you say, I will eat pizza, I will eat ice cream, I will eat this, I will eat that, and I will this and that, this is not going to be good. So in body paragraph, present the main idea. Then in one sentence, explain the main idea. Then in third sentence, give a relevant example. And in fourth sentence, conclude the idea. In body paragraph, you only need 4 sentences. Just 4. What is the first one? First sentence. Yeah, just present the main idea, whatever it is. Second, elaborate that idea. Third, give example. And by the way, if you don't have example, then what will you do? Further explain it. All right, don't worry. Examples are not compulsory. That without example, you will not get good band, not at all. Right? In one paragraph, you can give example. In other paragraph, you can further explain the idea. That is equally fine. And the fourth sentence is conclude that idea. Right? Okay. So this is how you can write your discussion essay. Okay guys, now we just start with IELTS essay writing, and in essay writing today we will learn how to write a problem solution essay. Mainly there are 4 types of essays which we need to go through, like problem solution essay, advantages disadvantages essay, opinion essay, and discussion essay. So today we'll be discussing problem and solution essay. Whenever they give you problem solution essay, the first thing is they will present a problem, and the second thing is they will ask you either causes of the problem or they will ask you the problem, right? For example, causes of the problem, what are the causes of pollution in big cities? And problems, if they ask you problems, they will say what are the problems of big cities. So it can be problem solution or cause and solution. You understand? Yeah, cause and solution. I give you an example of that. Please come to your books, IELTS Advantage Writing Skills. And by the way, unit number 2 and unit number 6, these 2 units you have to read before you come for your mock test. Unit number 2 and unit number 6 from the same book. Okay? Because these 2 units will equip you with grammar, vocabulary, and all that. So let's go through this topic, problem and solution essay, and you should come to page number 24. First come to page number 24. Got it? Page number 24, I'm going to read it from top. You should spend about 40 minutes on this task. In writing, there are 2 tasks. Task 2 is same for academic and general training. Task 1 is different. Letter writing for general training, report writing for academic candidates. So, write about the following topic. These days, I'm reading the topic. These days, in many countries, fewer and fewer people want to become teachers, particularly in secondary school. Now, what is the problem? Fewer and fewer people want to become teachers, particularly in secondary school. It means the problem is people do not want to adopt teaching as a profession. That is the problem, right? What are the reasons for this? Now they are saying reasons. If they use the word reasons or causes, that means they are asking you to give them the reasons or causes of the problem. What are the reasons for this and how could the problem be solved? Now what's the problem? People are not willing to become teachers, right? Teachers की शादी नहीं होती जल्दी or anything like that. इसीलिए मैंने पहले शादी की फिर टीचर बना, right? So okay, this is what they usually say. So you need to just come up with the causes and then the solution. What are the reasons? And by the way, reason and solution must match. Same reason and then solution to resolve that very reason. Now after this, I will just give you another example of problem solution essay. Please come to page number 60. Page number 60. Page number 60, and there is another topic. You can share. There is only one book here. Yes, there is only one book, so you can just someone can come from there and just make sure. All right. So let's go on. Book share कर दें उस पे भी वैसे. We have another topic. You should spend about 40 minutes on this task. Write about the following topic. People who live in large cities face a range of problems in their daily life. Now you are also living in large cities. So people who live in large cities face a range of problems in their daily life. What are the main problems? Are they asking causes? No. So this is problem and solution. So problem and solution, cause and solution, cause and effect, sometimes reason and how does it affect the society. What are the reasons of corruption? How does it affect the society? What are the reasons of unemployment and how does it affect the society? So it can be cause and effect, cause and solution, problem and solution. All these things will come under the same category. So this one, people who live in large cities, what are the main problems people in cities face and how can these problems be tackled? Is that clear? Now please listen carefully. Whenever you write problem solution essay, the first thing is immediately, whenever there is any essay type, by the way, after reading the topic, the first thing is you need to use a pencil and write the type of the essay. Type of the essay. You read the topic and say, okay, this is problem solution essay. You read the topic and you say, oh, this is advantages, disadvantages essay. You read the topic and you know what the type is. If you write wrong essay, like I was going through some band descriptors, and there is a band descriptor. If your answer is irrelevant to the task, you get 1 band. Entirely irrelevant to the task, 1 band. Even if you've written excellent answer, right? Or if your answer is memorized, even then you get number 1 in IELTS. Then you can say, I got number 1 in IELTS. Wow, clapping. Yeah, not like that. So you should be very, very careful. After this, very briefly, I would like to tell you there are 4 criterias, and each criteria is equal to 9 band. Number 1, task response. Task response means topic and type. Topic and type. Type means problem solution, opinion, discussion, and topic means whatever the topic of the essay is, you should write on that. IELTS topics are not just like one word topics. In our exams we get, what is the topic? Corruption. What is the topic? Unemployment. What is the topic? Pollution. They don't give any topic like that. They will give you a topic in a statement. There is a statement of the topic. So you need to see, actually this is about pollution, but they are asking about this very thing of pollution. We call it range of the topic. So in IELTS, first identify the topic, then identify the range of the topic, so that you don't write your essay off the topic. Off the topic means irrelevant to the topic. So topic, range of the topic, and type of the essay, these things are actually your task response, and then 250 words for task 2 and 150 words for task 1. After that, second thing is what we call grammatical range and accuracy. Over there, just focus your sentence structure. So I advise you all to repeat your tenses once again: present, past, future. Mainly we use present tense in essay writing, mainly. But sometimes you want to give a reference of past, so you can use that. And in essay writing, you must use some passive voice, passive structures, right? So passive voice should be used. After that, compound sentences, complex sentences, and conditional sentences. These 3 sentences, those who are looking for 7, 8 band, they need to make a variety of compound and complex sentences. Now, what's a compound sentence? When you join 2 sentences together, you can watch a short video on YouTube and you can learn about compound sentences and then just practice. Same with the complex sentences, practice, and that's it. Okay. Now, when we talk about, after this, the next thing is vocabulary. The third criteria, out of 9 you will get from there. Vocabulary is, they call it lexical resource, LR. So in vocabulary, you will not get good bench score if you use difficult words of English, hi-fi English. Yeah, even examiner doesn't understand what you write. Very hi-fi English. Hi-fi English will never give you hi-fi band, right? And if those words are irrelevant, hi-fi English, irrelevant words, you know band 1 is waiting for you. Okay, so be careful. Now, what they want, they need a variety of words, synonyms. Synonyms which are related to your topic. They just want to see that if they give you a topic, fewer and fewer people want to become teachers, particularly in secondary school. What other words you know about teachers? What other words you know about secondary school and all that? In a minute, I'll show you all that, okay? For vocabulary, yes, very good thing. There are 2 types of vocabularies. One is the topic related vocabulary, one is essay related vocabulary. Essay related. Now that essay related vocabulary will repeat in every problem solution essay. Essay related vocabulary will repeat in every opinion essay. So you should learn that first, because there will be few words and phrases which you can learn. Second is topic related. Topic related means whatever the topic is. So as we go through one essay, I will tell you what is topic related and what is essay related vocabulary. Okay. After vocabulary, the last criteria is coherence and cohesion. Coherence and cohesion means the way you write, proper organization, number of paragraphs, introduction, body paragraphs, conclusion, and then within the paragraph, within the body paragraph, the way you have actually organized your sentences, the way you have developed your ideas, and then the connectivity of your ideas together, we call it coherence and cohesion, and I'll show you all these things. Okay. Now, for problem solution essay, there are 2 ways of doing it. Number one, you can write 5 paragraphs. And by the way, first paragraph will always be introduction and last paragraph will always be conclusion. Introduction and conclusion. Okay. The middle paragraphs, they may vary from 2 paragraphs to 4 paragraphs. You will never write 5 body paragraphs. Maximum 4 and minimum 2 body paragraphs. I'm talking about body paragraphs. Minimum 2 and maximum you can write 4 body paragraphs. Okay. Now for problem solution essay, there are 2 ways of doing it. The first is think about 3 causes of the problem and solutions. 3 causes and 3 solutions. And you can write those 3 causes and 3 solutions in 3 body paragraphs. Cause number 1 with solution number 1. Cause number 2 with solution number 2. Cause number 3 with solution number 3. This is one method. Second method is you can write all the causes in one paragraph. Cause number 1, cause number 2, cause number 3. And then in the next paragraph, you can write solution number 1, solution number 2, solution number 3, and make sure those solutions are related to the same causes which you mentioned before. This is also right, but I advise you to write cause 1 plus solution 1. There you can easily balance the paragraphs and everything. That is even better. Clear? So total 5 paragraphs. Now, topic related vocabulary is almost 30%. Topic related, essay related vocabulary, type related vocabulary. Type related vocabulary is almost 30 to 40%. So if you learn that, and that will be used in any essay of the same time, right? I'll highlight those words which you can use. And then next is topic related vocabulary. Yes, you need to focus that. And for topic related vocabulary, I'll share a book of essays with you. Read all those essays and you'll be fine. Because usually we don't know about these things. They talk about crime, pollution, population, education. We don't know about these things. So I've got a book with 111 essays, and these essays are on the the very common types of essays which they give in actual exam. So if you read all those essays, like in one day you can read 5 essays, and in 20 days you can read all these essays. So those essays will give you good vocabulary, good understanding, good knowledge, and then you can write good essays. But you don't want essays based on 2 things, language and knowledge. Now if you have language, no knowledge, you can't write it. If you have knowledge, no language, you can't write it. So let's just take a start. You will read this essay which is on page number 60 on your own, right? Now we are going to read the essay which is given on page number 24. Please come to page number 24. Page number 24. So we have already shared this book in the group, so you can just see it from there as well. Same book is in class WhatsApp group. You've been added to that, so you can just check it from there. Okay guys, now listen, this time you are going to see, already there are 5 paragraphs. This time you see what to write in each paragraph. What to write means number of sentences, number 1, and number 2, what to write in each sentence, like how many sentences and what each sentence is about. That's what you're going to learn. So let's start with the first sentence. A generation ago, I am on page number 24, right? A generation ago, teaching in a high school was considered an extremely well respected and popular job, and in some countries this is still true. Sentence number 1 is actually a general sentence about the topic. Clear? In introduction, whenever you write the first sentence, that is always general sentence about the topic, and you will start it with a generation ago if you want to say something in the past. Otherwise, these days, nowadays, at present, you can see anything like that, right? So a generation ago, teaching and all that. After this, the second sentence is where you are going to paraphrase the problem in your own words. Paraphrase means you rewrite the problem using your own words, using your own style. So they say, however, in many parts of the world, there has been a sharp drop in the number of young people who want to become high school teachers. What's the topic? These days in many countries, fewer and fewer people want to become teachers, particularly in secondary school. Got it? So what is the paraphrasing? However, in many parts of the world. Now they have used the word many parts of the world for many countries. This is what we call good vocabulary. This is actually what we call synonyms, rewording, paraphrasing, like that. In many parts of the world, there has been a sharp drop in the number of young people. What is that? Fewer and fewer people want to become teachers. So instead of that, they have used the word sharp drop in the number of young people who want to become high school teachers. Secondary school and high school, they are same. Like first year, second year, we call them high school. Secondary school and high school. Do you understand the mechanism? Now vocabulary and all that. And by the way, this was the second sentence. First sentence, general. Second, paraphrasing of the problem. And third is your plan. Third sentence will contain your plan. What's the plan? This essay will look at the reasons for this and propose some solutions. And by the way, from plan, examiner will catch you. Right? If you write over here, in my opinion, examiner will think now this essay is opinion essay. And if you write over here, in this essay I will discuss, it means discussion essay. Right? If you write, in this essay I will discuss advantages and disadvantages of joining teaching as a profession. Right? Teaching is a noble job and this and that. So from this sentence, examiner will catch you. So write this sentence which shows clearly that this is problem solution essay. How do we understand? This essay will look at the reasons for this. It means causes. And propose some solutions. It means solutions. Clear? So in first paragraph, how many sentences? 3. And you should know that. Then you will not waste your time. Otherwise, you'll be looking at the clock or looking here and there, thinking like Mr. Bean. Then you will start looking there. No, this light is not good. I'll look at that light. So you will not waste your time. If you know introduction, problem solution essay, yes, 5 paragraphs. Problem solution essay, first paragraph, 3 sentences. First is general, I write it down. And when you write the sentence, make sure you write compound sentences. If you want good band score. If you need 6 band, do whatever you want to. But if you need 7, 6.5 or even 8, then compound, complex and conditional where they are required. Compound is must, right? Okay, now today when you go back home or tomorrow morning, just watch a short video about compound sentences. You will just learn that concept, fanboys, Fanboys. Fanboys are some connecting words, so you just use them and you will learn compound. Compound sentences when 2 simple sentences are joined together. I want to learn English because it is an international language, something like that. Okay. All right. Now after that, in body paragraphs, usually we have 4 sentences or 4 points. Number 1, you need to write about the first cause of the problem. Number 2, you will elaborate that cause. Number 3, if you have any example, give example. Now example is not compulsory. If you don't have example, further elaborate that idea. Okay, examiner will give you good band score if you develop your idea. Develop means I say something. Number one, you say something. Number 2, what do you mean by that? You explain that. Number 3, to support it, you give a relevant example. And number 4, conclude the point. In problem solution essay, 4th sentence will contain the solution. Right? I mean, now let's see how it works. One of the main causes of the problem is that. Now this sentence can be copied in any problem solution essay. One of the main causes of the problem is that. And if it is not causes, then you can say one of the main problems is that. If it is problem solution, then you write one of the main problems is that. If it is causes and solution, understand, yeah? One is causes and solution, one is problem and solution. So one of the main causes of the problem is that teachers' salaries are lower than many other jobs, full stop. Now listen, in this paragraph, we will not talk about anything other than teachers' salary. Right? Development of idea is what? Now, for example, you write 5 things. The first problem or the first reason of the problem is teacher's salary. Secondly, there is no respect. Thirdly, this. You will get bad band score. Why? Because you did not develop your idea. Now, what is development of idea? You said teacher's salary. Okay, fine, good. What do you mean by that? Write another sentence. Then if you have an example, give an example and then come towards the solution. Right? So let's see. One of the main causes of the problem is that teachers' salaries are lower. And by the way, don't write anything like, say one of the main problems is teachers' salary. Okay, what do you mean? If you say teacher's salary is the main problem, what do you mean? Salary is higher or salary is lower? So whenever you write anything, you must write clearly. If you're talking about salary, what do you mean by that? Okay, teachers' salaries are lower than many other job. Teachers' pay. Now, for salary, what word are they using? Pay. You will get good bench score. See that you know the word salary, you know the word pay, so you can write these words. Teachers' pay has not kept pace with that of other professions such as law or medicine. Right? This is what you mean by that. Teacher's salary means teacher's pay is not as much as the salary of a doctor or engineer and all that. In the UK, for example, what is that? Example, third sentence. In the UK, for example, a doctor with 5 years experience will earn far more than a teacher with the same experience. Clear? Remember, in IELTS essay writing, never write any number. Never write any fake statistics. 70% teachers are unhappy because how do you know 70%? Okay, so even if you know, never add any survey report, any percentages, any numbers according to the survey. In America, 2/3 teachers have this and that. Never write anything like that. I'm telling you, that will be the band killer for you if you write anything like that. Okay, yeah. So don't try to tell the examiner, I read articles and all that, I'm PhD scholar and all. Even if you're PhD scholar, avoid all. Try to keep it as simple as possible. Use a variety of words, no repetition, okay? And then you can do one thing, just use this proper structure, and there is no reason you don't get your good bench score, okay? I taught the same methodology to several students who achieved 7, 7.5, even 8, and the same method students got 5 as well. Now, I tell you why 5. Their basic sentence structure. That's what Mr. Ijaz was telling you, the foundation of your English language. That is the mean. Now, this structure, if you follow this structure and your sentence structure is good, you know tenses, active voice, passive voice, this structure will give you 7 band. And if that is bad, you will get even 5 band. So, it depends. That is why I'm saying, just if you don't know tenses all, repeat them. And then active voice, passive voice, compound sentences, complex and conditional, and that's it. Nothing more. Okay, so let's go on. Next, the solution is for the. Now underline this, the solution is, and you can use it in any problem solution essay. And now listen, you will not use the word solution second time. In next paragraph for solution is, you will use another word. In third paragraph for solution, you will use another word to demonstrate that you know good language. So the solution is for the government to raise teachers' pay. Now the word pay has come again, that doesn't matter. It's not, you're not using it many times. Significantly, which would attract more people into the profession. Is that clear? Now this is the conclusion. In problem solution essay, for body paragraph, conclusion contains solution. Right? Let's go on. Another problem is that, now you can copy it in any problem solution essay. I told you 2 types of vocabularies. One vocabulary is topic related, one is type related. So this is type related. Another problem is that many children do not behave well in class. What's the problem? Children's behavior. Now in this paragraph, you will not write anything. Now you will tell them, what do you mean by children's behavior? Many children do not behave well in class. That is to say, now you can use this word to achieve coherence and cohesion. That means connectivity of ideas. That is to say means मेरा मतलब है कि, जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ sometimes. That is to say, teachers often have to deal with pupils who disobey them, which often causes them to give up teaching. Right? So this is, give up is a good word, and pupil is another word for students. Now you tell the examiner, I know pupils as well, and sometimes you write people instead of pupil. Okay, so it should not be like that. This tends to put off. Now guys, listen and remember the word this is very important. Do not use it unless there is a phrase with it. You can use it then, otherwise you should use the word this. This is like a bridge. When you say this tends to put off, now this is linking the idea presented in the previous sentence. And what is that? Yeah, teachers often have to deal with pupils who disobey them, which often causes them to give up teaching. This tends to put off. This means the behavior of pupil. This tends to put off. Put off means to stop. Potential teachers. Potential teachers are like you say, I want to become a teacher. I want to become a teacher after my qualifications and all that. So this tends to put off potential teachers as well. To tackle this issue, underline that. In problem solution essay, you will use it. First, what was the phrase they used in the second paragraph? Yeah, they said the solution is. Now they say to tackle this issue. So you can learn it and use it in any problem solution essay. To tackle this issue and focus the commas as well. Only 2 punctuation marks are most common. Full stop, number 1, number 2, comma, and sometimes apostrophe. Right? Mainly use this one. So to tackle this issue, parents must give their children a sense of respect for teachers in order to make children behave better in class. Is that clear? Right? Now see 2 paragraphs and properly we mentioned. A third cause of the problem is that. Now you can copy this sentence as well. A third cause of the problem is that teachers often have too much work to do. So what is the third problem? Overburden, workload, they have a lot of work to do. Copy checking, marking. Now new classes are starting. Classroom ko decorate bhi karna hai, ye bhi karna hai, wo bhi karna hai, and all that. Teachers often have too much work to do. Most teachers are snowed under. Now sometimes students ask me the question, can we use idioms in essays? Yes, you can, but appropriately. Overuse of anything in IELTS essay will give you disadvantages instead of advantages. Overuse, like you use so many idioms, all right, so many golden sayings and quotations. Don't use quotations. Don't write golden sayings in because I tell you the reason why not. Golden saying or someone's words, they don't belong to you. You have crammed it. So golden sayings and golden words will go into the pile of crammed answer. You understand the reason? I just realized it now. So therefore, don't use any golden saying, anyone's saying, any popular quotation and all that. So, snowed under is an idiom. You can use appropriate idioms, but not so many. Snowed under means to burden someone. Like, if you put a lot of snow on someone, you're snowing them under. Snowed under with marking and paperwork. Now listen carefully. You said too much work. What do you mean by too much work? Marking and paperwork. So this is how you elaborate your points. Marking and paperwork, which means that they have to. What do they mean by they? Teachers. They have to stay late at school and work at home in the evening. As a result, consequently, these words will help you achieve coherence and cohesion of your essay. As a result, many teachers are tired and stressed, and their job has a negative effect on their family life. The way forward could be, what is that? Solution. So first they said, the solution is, then they said, to tackle this issue, now they are saying the way forward could be. So you can make a list. Now see that in body paragraph, there will be 4 sentences. What is first, what is second, what is third, what is fourth. For 4 body paragraphs, just select some words which you will use according to the type of the essay. You should have all this plan with you. These sentences you can cram. So, the way forward could be to cut teachers' hours. Cut teachers' hours means give them more free periods and all that. And to tackle on more teaching assistants, right? I still remember when my daughter is sitting there. Okay, forget about that. All right, when I was at a college, global college, I used to teach there as an intermediate English teacher. I taught English at an intermediate level and BCom level and all that. So I used to have a free period, and another teacher used to have free period the same time, and we used to have tea together. All right. Okay, so teachers should have more free periods so that they socialize. In the same college, 2 teachers, they got engaged as well as a result of free periods and all that. So the way forward could be to cut teachers' hours and take on more teaching assistants. Take on means to provide. Take on more teaching assistants, which would make, now this structure with which, please try to use it. At least you can just write 4 to 5 sentences by using this structure, comma and then which. You can do another thing, as I said that before. Just write, for example, introduction, and I said there are 3 sentences. Write the first sentence on a notebook, on top One sentence. Write it using a marker and then use a pen. Look at that sentence and write another one. Just copy that, but ideas should be different. Then write another one. Write 5 sentences. Then second sentence, write it on top, and then try to write 5 sentences on different topics. Then third sentence, and now your introduction is prepared. Problem solution essay, any topic comes, problem solution, your introduction is prepared because you know the structures. Now work on body paragraphs and make sure in body paragraphs at least you use 2 compound sentences. 1 complex, 1 compound, or minimum 2 compound. And when you're giving examples, there you can use conditional sentences, right? Okay, let's go on. Teaching assistants, which would make teaching easier job. Now we are going to write conclusion. Again, you should know, like it should be on your fingertips. In conclusion, we write 4 sentences. The first is this, second is that, third is that, and all that, right? To sum up, you can use to sum up, to conclude, and all that. To sum up, teaching has become a much less popular job in many countries. Once again, paraphrase the problem. To sum up, paraphrase the problem. Due to reasons such as, now you will give the summary of problems. 1 sentence summary of problems. Due to reasons such as salary. Go to first body paragraph, you can see salary. Working hours. In 1 body paragraph, we talked about working hours and pupils' behavior. Is that clear? So we've given 1 sentence summary of 3 problems. This is a serious problem and you can copy it. This is a serious problem, and unless we can, and after that I advise you, they have written something else, but I advise you to write solution. Unless we can increase the salary of teachers, comma, then second solution, and with and write third solution. Got the point? Over here, you need to write 3 solutions. First you mentioned 3 problems, and now you'll mention 3 solutions. The education or talented young people to become teachers, the education of our children will suffer. Now last sentence, look here. Last sentence is your opinion. And you might say, this is not opinion essay, why are we giving opinion? At the end, your opinion means the overall solution according to you. And whenever you are writing a problem solution essay, keep in mind, usually the overall solution is with the government, with the city council, with the law enforcement agencies or administrations and all that. So now see, we're talking about teaching, teachers, government schools. So who should do that? Maybe Ministry of Education or government. So this is what we say bigger problem. So when a bigger solution, when you write bigger solution, you need to involve governments, administration, city council, Ministry of Education. If it is something related to pollution, which ministry we have? Ministry of Health, Ministry of Health, yeah, that can be involved. So there you can write, my view is that the main responsibility for solving the problem lies with, now you can copy it, right? This is topic type related. So my view is that the main responsibility for solving the problem lies with parents and the government. So this is your overall solution, parents and the government. Is that all fine? Now you need to know how many sentences, what is each sentence, and practice each sentence well, and then say, okay, my problem solution essay is prepared. Now I'm going to work on opinion essay. Same way, work on opinion essay, then work on discussion essay, and on exam day you'll be very fine. And for knowledge on essay writing, I'm going to share that book, 111 essays. Read them all, and inshallah you're going to get something similar, right? Thank you. All right, guys, I need your attention. We are going to take a start with one of the important types of essays, and that is advantages, disadvantages essay. In total, we have 4 main types: advantages, disadvantages, problem solution, opinion, and discussion, right? And at times they mix up any 2 types and they make another one. So you should be ready, whatever the topic is. You can just see introduction will be same, conclusion will be same. Only body paragraphs depend on the type of essay. Now, whenever it comes to writing advantages, disadvantages essay, first thing is you must be able to identify the type of the essay. As you read the topic, you will have a pencil in your hand. After reading the topic, the first thing which you write on the question paper is the type of essay. Type of essay, for example, you read the topic and you write opinion essay. You read the topic and you write discussion essay, the first thing. Second thing is you should be able to understand the topic of the essay, which is very important. In IELTS, they will not give you one word topic. They will give you a topic statement. So within the topic statement, you have to see what is the range of my topic. What is the topic? For example, topic is smoking. Range of topic. Now, which aspect of smoking you're going to cover in your essay? We call it range of topic. So topic and range and type of the essay, these things should be crystal clear. The first thing. After that, the plan for every essay, you should have it on your fingertips. For example, advantages, disadvantages essay, you may write 2 body paragraphs. Introduction and conclusion is with every essay. For advantages, disadvantages essay, you may write 2 body paragraphs or you may write 4 body paragraphs. I will recommend 4 body paragraphs, right? Then for problem solution essay, you may write 3 body paragraphs and you can also write 2 body paragraphs, right? I will teach you that later. Opinion essay, you must write 5 body paragraphs. Discussion essay, you may write 2 body paragraphs or you may write 3 body paragraphs. If it is discuss both views, 2 body paragraphs. If it is discuss both views and give your own opinion, now you will write 3rd paragraph for giving your own opinion. So these things should be at your fingertips. Clear? How many paragraphs and type of essay and topic of essay and range of topic and all that. After that, the next important thing is you must know in introduction how many sentences, right? And what these sentences are. Number of sentences and what these sentences. If you do all this homework before going to your actual IELTS test, you will not waste your time. You will not have this writer's block. Writer's block means you are holding a pen, it is on the paper and you are thinking how to start. You don't know how to start. Writer's block. You can't write anything. You're just locked and you don't know what to do. But if you know, in my introduction, first sentence is a general sentence about the topic. Second sentence is paraphrasing the topic. Third sentence is plan. You will immediately write it down. So these things should be crystal clear and you should know plan for every essay type. Now we are going to take a start with advantages, disadvantages essay. It's very simple and easy to identify the topic because they will always write what are the advantages and disadvantages of. But let me give you one warning. Warning is sometimes they give you a topic. Do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? 90% students take it as advantages, disadvantages essay. Whereas actually this is opinion essay, right? Whenever they say, do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Or do you think this is a positive or a negative development? This is also opinion essay. So you should be clear about that. In advantages, disadvantages essay, they will not ask a question. They will simply say, what are the benefits and drawbacks of going to a foreign country? What are the advantages and disadvantages of doing something and all that? Is that clear? So topic will be given like that. So these few things, once you read the topic, immediately write type of essay, then focus the topic and see how many paragraphs you are going to write. Now, let's just come to this book and over here we read the topic. The topic is what are the advantages and disadvantages of. By the way, sometimes instead of what are, they write discuss the advantages and disadvantages of. Discuss. Now, it does not mean it's a discussion essay. In discussion essay, they say discuss both views and give your own opinion. That is a discussion essay. But if they only say discuss the advantages and disadvantages of leaving your country to live or study abroad. Are you guys clear about this topic? Leaving your country. Leaving your country means going out of country. Leaving your country means going abroad. To live or study abroad. 2 purposes. One is live. Live means settled there. Live means immigration. Live means work permit. And study means foreign education. Right? That's what you guys are doing. Some of you are going to apply for education, studies abroad. And some of you are going to go for immigration purpose, right? So now what's the topic? Advantages and disadvantages of going out of your country for higher education or immigration or work permit. So, advantage number 1. Huh? Career? Okay, advantage number 1, career. Advantage number 2, dollars, huh? Or dollars. Advantage number 2, maybe lifestyle, right? Okay, lifestyle, or maybe if you're talking about education, so you earn international degree. Disadvantage number 1, homesickness. At times, you're missing your baby or baby, whatever, yeah. No, listen. It's not different. If you are out of your town, you come across homesickness. But now when you talk about homesickness here, you will talk about it as if you are in a foreign country. Homesickness in a foreign country. So this is the disadvantage. Okay? Alright, so what you guys need to do, you can do this work on question paper. Don't do it on answer sheet if you're doing paper delivered IELTS. If you're doing computer delivered IELTS, you can type these ideas and just start your essay from the beginning. At the end, you can delete them. That is your rough work, right? So, 2 advantages and 2 disadvantages. Now listen, why 2 advantages? There are 2 options. Option number 1, in one paragraph, you can write 2 to 3 advantages. In another paragraph, you can write 2 to 3 disadvantages, conclusion and introduction. How many paragraphs? 4. Second plan is introduction. One short paragraph with one advantage. Second short paragraph with second advantage. One short paragraph for disadvantage number 1. Another short paragraph for disadvantage number 2 and conclusion. How many paragraphs? But remember, these paragraphs must be short. You don't want to write a 500-word essay, right? Because if you increase the word count, you will have lesser time for task 1, or if you're doing task 2, you will not be able to complete it. Ideal essay is the one that is written between the range of 250 to 280, 90 or maximum 300 words, right? So it's all up to you. I mean, it's not that if you write 2 paragraphs and you will get low band score. If you write 4 paragraphs, you'll get more band score. It's not like that, okay? Now, please come to this book and we have these bullet points. Write an introduction to the topic. In a minute, I'll teach you how to do that. Think of 2 advantages to the situation. We have done that already. Think of 2 disadvantages and write about them with support and write a short conclusion. Now, by the way, do you want to write 4 or 6? 6? That's better, because there is one thing which is called development of idea. So if you write 1 paragraph for 1 advantage, you can easily develop your idea. You can do that in 1 paragraph, 2 advantages. You can write first of all, first advantage, elaborate, give example, then in the same paragraph you can say, but in that case your paragraph will be long. Okay, so it's all up to you. Now, everyone please come to page number 12. And we have this topic. And by the way, this week you guys already know the plan. This week we will have a class on Sunday, right? Because 14th August is on Saturday. So on Sunday we have mock test at 2:30 p.m. Reporting time is 2:30 p.m. Clear? Yes. On 14th August you can have fun, enjoy. No, don't have fun and enjoy. Study. Exactly. There are different ways of showing your love for your country. Some people show their love by shouting and dancing and music, and you show your love like this. Yeah, I'm going to Canada for my country. I will send dollars. Yeah, dollar or dollar? Dollar, exactly. So, and 2 type of people are in Canada. One type, they spend money. They say it's fine. The other type, they spend money and multiply it by the dollar price. ਇੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਪਾਣੀ 500 ਦਾ ਆਂਦਾ I mean $2 or $3 and they tell the people back to their hometown and all that. पता है burger 1000 रुपए ਦਾ आया ਸੀ. Something like that. Yeah, in reality $7 or $8. They never tell dollars. They just multiply and then they say. And when they come back here, then they say, okay, $10 is equal to this and $100 that and all that. Alright, so when you go to a foreign country, don't become miser. Don't multiply. Just you are earning there, so spending there, and that's it. Don't make. I once met a lady came from Canada, and I went to see her, and she said in Pakistan everything is so expensive. It was June month of June, and it was so hot, and she was using that pedestal fan. Right, and there was the AC in the room, and she was complaining, Pakistan में तो आप AC चला ही नहीं सकते, इतना bill आ जाता है and all that. And I was sitting and sweating, and I said, okay, so how was your stay in Canada, and where do you live, and all that. So sometimes people who live in Canada or any other country, when they come back, they are very miser, but other ones are very good. Yeah, you know, ਵੱਡੇ ਭਾਈ Canada ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, so then they just send them the money and all that. Okay, so let's come back to this thing. These days, more and more people are going to other countries for significant periods of time. Now we have full topic here. Significant periods of time means 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, like that. Either to find a job that is for career, work permit and all that, or to study. So either to find a job or to study, that is for an education. There are clearly many benefits to doing this. Doing this means going abroad. But people who live abroad can also face some difficulties. Difficulties means challenges. Difficulties means disadvantages. Discuss the advantages. Now it's not a discussion essay, I told you before. Discuss the advantages and disadvantages of living and working in a foreign country. Is that all clear? Okay. Now we take a start. I will just tell you how many sentences and what to write in each sentence and what each sentence is. So the first paragraph. Nowadays, taking a year out to live or study abroad. Now, by the way, just keep in mind 4 things. On the same paper here, you can just write task response, TR, task response. Then you can write grammatical range, GR. That's fine. Grammatical range, that is GR. Then you write lexical resource, LR, vocabulary, lexical resource. And then you write CC, coherence and cohesion. So these are 4 criteria. These are 4 things examiners have in mind. Task response means how thoroughly you covered the topic. You write your essay on the topic and 250 words minimum for essay, not less than that. Grammatical range means a wide range of structures like compound sentences, complex sentences, conditional sentences, passive voice. Like we have passive voice, you can use that as well. Lexical resource means words, synonyms related to the topic. Now we are talking about going abroad, studying abroad and all that. What are the synonyms which are related to that? And finally, coherence and cohesion. That means a proper layout of your essay, proper paragraphing, and then using the words which connect your ideas. I will show you all 4 things here in this essay. So, sentence number 1. Nowadays, taking a year out to live or study abroad is becoming increasingly popular. Please put a bracket before and after this sentence and then write general sentence about the topic. Clear? General sentence about the topic. Is that clear? So this is nowadays taking a year out to live or study abroad, and we usually start general sentence with nowadays, at present, or anything like that. Second sentence. Now this second sentence is optional, by the way. If you want to write it, write. If you don't want to write it, even then it's okay. Second sentence is support the first sentence. In second sentence, you are going to support the first sentence, or you are going to actually go on with the same idea in another sentence. For many people, especially young adults, the chance to spend an extended period of time overseas is an attractive one. Okay? Next. However, there are both pros and cons to deciding to do this. Now please cross to do this. Because you know this sentence can be written in any essay. Any sentence that can be written in any essay, anywhere, we call it stock sentence. And stock sentences are the ones that decrease your bench score. Right? A sentence which you can write anywhere It doesn't have specific meaning. It has a general meaning. This sentence will be caught by examiner. It will be out of the word count, and that will be the reason for low band score. So avoid any stock sentence. Stock sentence means any sentence that you can write anywhere. Now, instead of doing this, you should write, however, there are both pros and cons to deciding to move out of your country. Understand? Now it has become a sentence which is related to the topic. Have you got my point? Yeah, I made it a sentence which is related to the topic. So this is the third sentence. And fourth sentence in every introduction, listen, two sentences are common in every introduction. Number one, start with a general sentence. And the last sentence is always a plan. We call it thesis sentence, Thesis, or we call it plan sentence. So you can write your plan in one sentence, and that plan is, in this essay, I will discuss some of the reasons why moving abroad is popular. What does that mean? Some of the reasons why moving abroad is popular. It means advantages. Now try to understand. If in advantages, disadvantages essay, you write everywhere. Advantage number one is this, advantage number two is this, another big advantage is that, one more advantage is that, second disadvantage is that, advantage, and you write going abroad, you will get low band score. Repetition of words, repetition of ideas, repetition of phrases, they are actually the band killer. Right? Or if you move around in circles, same ideas again and again. Ideas like, different people have different opinions about that. Different people have different opinions. This is again a stock sentence. Avoid stock sentences, right? So, in this essay, or you can write, this essay will discuss. In this essay, I will discuss, or this essay will discuss some of the reasons why moving abroad is so popular, and some of the challenges. Challenges means disadvantages, challenges to be overcome. Is the first paragraph clear? So you can write 4 sentences if you want to, otherwise you can write 3 sentences in your essay. Even you can write 2 sentences also, even you can write 1 sentence also. I mean, there are different types. Never take essay writing as something mathematics. You go through another book, they will tell you another way of writing it. You go to another book, they will tell you another way of writing it. Now you might ask me, which is the right one? Every one is the right one. Every method is the right one. Every essay type is the right one. As long as your language is correct, your English is good. Even with 2 sentence introduction, you can get 7.5. And with 4 sentence introduction, you can get 5.5 as well. So it's not the number of sentences, it's what you write. Okay, now we are going to start with advantage number 1, and I will show you 4 things: task response, grammatical range, lexical resource, and coherence and cohesion. Let's begin. Now, first of all, please replace this let's. You can write let us. In essay writing, never use any contraction. What's a contraction? Don't, doesn't, gonna, wanna, and all that. Never use any contraction in essay writing. Essay writing is formal. In formal writing, we never use contractions or words like wanna, gonna, don't, doesn't, and all that. So let us begin by looking at the advantages of moving away. Moving away is the replacement of going abroad. So this is what we call lexical resource. And again, I tell you, it is not necessary to use difficult words, high-fi vocabulary to get good band score. Only relevant words and variety of words. Relevant and variety. So now moving away is a simple word, very simple word, moving away. One of the main positives, now the word positives is used for advantages, and look here. For every essay type, there are 2 types of vocabularies. Vocabulary number 1 related to essay type. Now, whenever you write advantages, disadvantages essay, you can write positives, you can write challenges to be overcome. So, one is type related vocabulary, second is topic related vocabulary. Topic is going abroad, words related to that. So, for type related vocabulary, you can learn Now, for example, you know, for advantages, disadvantages, for advantages I can use these 5 words. For disadvantages I can use these 5 words, right? So you should learn that vocabulary, and then the second vocabulary you can already see what the topic is. So this is how you can score well in your IELTS, right? So let's go on. One of the main positives of heading overseas is what? Going abroad. Do you understand? This is what we call LR, lexical resource, variety of words. But relevance is very important. It's not that you write a variety of words but topic is changed altogether. Heading overseas is that it broadens your horizon. Advantage number 1, broadens your horizons. Now, how does it broaden your horizon? You see, if you go to a foreign country, you see people from all over the world. So then you come to know about different things and your mind is totally changed. That's why people go abroad. They come back after 5 years. They are broad-minded people. So it broadens your horizons. What I mean by this, coherence and cohesion. What I mean by this, and listen, IELTS examiner will give you good band score if you develop the idea. Now, what is development of idea? You said it broadens your horizon. Okay. What do you mean by this? Explain it in one sentence. Even to further develop your idea, you can give example and then you can conclude that very thing. So this is called development of idea. If you write 10 advantages, you will never get good band score. If you write one advantage with proper explanation, example, conclusion, you will get good band score. So never do that advantage number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and all that. Just 2 advantages and 2 disadvantages. Okay, what I mean by this is that you have the chance to meet people from different cultural backgrounds and learn to cope with foreign customs and food. So this means broadens your horizon. So you elaborated what you mean by broadening your horizon. This can make you, now the word this is very good. In essay writing, avoid the word it. Like you can use it in introduction somewhere. It doesn't mean it's a banned word, but instead of it, you should use this. When you say this can make, this means what you said before. This works as a bridge to connect your ideas. And this is a very good word for coherence and cohesion. When you say this can make you, now what does it mean this? This means chance to meet people from different cultural background and learn to cope with foreign customs and food. So this can make you more rounded as a person. If you don't understand the word rounded, you can use the word experienced or any other word. More rounded, more experienced, more skilled as a person. Is that clear? So one advantage, properly elaborated. They didn't give any example, so example is not compulsory. If you develop your idea without that, even fine. Secondly, now why have we written secondly? To guide the reader, and this comes in the category of coherence and cohesion. Secondly, thirdly, finally. Secondly, moving abroad can lead to a better quality of life. What is advantage number 2? Better quality of life. Take British people for example. Now we have example. And try to give global examples. Don't give local examples, right? Take my uncle for example. Yeah? So not like that. Take British people for example. Because they say use anything from your experience and all that. But never give any personal example like that. Give a general example and try to give a global example. Because your writing will be marked by any examiner anywhere in the world. Okay? So, thousands of people from the UK moved to Spain and Australia. Now for abroad, what are the words? Spain and Australia. You can say, take Pakistan for example. Thousands of people from Lahore or from Pakistan moved to Canada and Australia. Something like that, okay? Every year, these countries, what do they mean by these countries? Australia and Spain. So this is how you have connected 2 sentences with the help of these countries. So this is what we call coherence and cohesion. Ideas are connected within the paragraph. These countries have a warmer climates and encourage a better work-life balance. In addition, now in which category will it go to? C, well done, coherence and cohesion. And you can write in addition, you can write additionally, you can write furthermore, you can write moreover. something like that. But you must write, I mean, in your body paragraphs, every sentence should have a word or phrase for coherence and cohesion. For example, first of all, in addition, by this I mean, every sentence should have something like that. Now, for instance, if we write, let's go back to the previous sentence. Take British people for example. If we don't write take British people for example, and we only write thousands of people from the UK moved to Spain and Australia. Now, do you understand what this is? No, because they did not say anything. So if you write any sentence without a tag of coherence and cohesion, that sentence is nameless, right? There is no purpose of the sentence there, therefore you should use something. Okay, in addition, by living overseas, you can, and one more thing, it doesn't mean that one word you have used in the essay, second time you will never use it. Repetition is when you use one word within the same paragraph 4, 5, 6 times. So if you use a couple of words in one paragraph, now you use them in the second paragraph or third paragraph, they're absolutely fine. Okay, yeah. Living overseas, you can gain qualifications and language skills which may improve promotion prospects on return. Turning to the other side of the argument. Now for advantages, disadvantages essay, this is a very good phrase. Turning to the other side of the argument. Which pile will it go to? CC, coherence and cohesion. Turning to the, now you have told the reader that now I'm going to talk about the opposite thing. Turning to the other side of the argument, culture shock is a major problem. Culture shock. You know what culture shock is? Oh, hi, yeah. You will go to Canada, you see their lifestyle, say, huh? That is what we call culture shock, huh? Yeah. Something like that. So culture shock means, like, for example, in your country, alcohol is forbidden. They'll see alcohol openly. So any meat that you don't eat, there you will see that meat there. So this is what we call culture shock, right? So turning to the other side of the argument, culture shock is a major problem. Major problem means disadvantage, right? So you can make a list of all these words for each essay type. Major problem, issue, and all that. Many people who take a year out. Now take a year out means go abroad. Take a year out means they go out to a country for 1 year. Take a year out. Find it hard to cope with the language barrier. So culture shock is also language barrier, the food and general cultural differences. So food is culture shock, language barrier is culture shock, and general cultural differences. This often leads to, what do they mean by this? This means language barrier, food, general cultural differences. Again, CC, coherence and cohesion. I told you this is a very, very useful word. This often leads to homesickness. When there is culture shock, language barrier, फिर वहाँ जाके बेबे के आलू वाले पराठे याद आते हैं, हाँ? Yeah. Homesickness, and in some cases a sense of isolation. Sense of isolation means मैं अकेला पंछी. Yeah, exactly. All right. Next, another issue is that, again, another issue. This is CC, coherence and cohesion. And issue means disadvantage. Another issue is that, at least you can use all these words. Make a list of them. In every essay you can use them. Another issue is that it can be difficult to start a new life from scratch. When you go to a foreign country, you will start a new life from zero. New house, new place, everything new, new neighbors and new family and all that. Family depends, yeah, not family. You can bring your old family or you can make a new family there. So life from scratch. From scratch means from zero. In other words, see that you can use it. Now, why are they using in other words? They want to redefine the same idea. So after this, you will give one sentence summary of 2 advantages and 2 disadvantages. You need to weigh up. Weigh up means you got to do the weight of something. You need to weigh up the pros of better lifestyle. Pros means advantages. Now you can use this word in any advantages, disadvantages essay in conclusion. Pros of better lifestyle, weather, and so on. So these are 2 advantages, comma, and the cons of, con means disadvantage, and the cons of culture shock and language barrier. Culture shock is one disadvantage, language, and these are two advantages which you mentioned and two disadvantages which you mentioned. And finally, you will give your personal view. Personally, I believe the benefits in terms of personal growth eventually outweigh any negatives. So in 3 sentences, you will write your conclusion. All good? Okay, thank you. Okay, there are 3 parts of IELTS speaking. Part 1 is called Introduction, where examiner will ask you some basic questions all about you. Like, myself questions, favorite color, shopping, family, and all that. So there is a list of questions we'll give you and you can practice from there, right? In part 1, your answers should be short, to the point, according to the question. When you answer the first, second question, you will understand how much does the examiner demand from you, like the sentences and the length of your answer and all that. Once part 1 is over, examiner will say, we now move on to IELTS speaking part 2. By saying this, examiner will hand you a topic, like we have given you the topic. So examiner will give you a topic with pen and paper, because in speaking test, you are not allowed to take any stationery, wristwatches, mobile phones, recording devices. They are not allowed. Okay. So examiner will give you the topic and then pen and paper. And then examiner will say, you now have 1 minute to read the topic. You can take some notes if you want to. And after 1 minute, you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. The first thing is, as you read the title of the topic, you need to decide immediately whatever you're going to talk about. Don't decide it like you're thinking, okay, I'll talk about that. No, I'll talk about this. No. Decide immediately. After that, the second thing you need to discover from the topic is that whether the topic is in present, past, future, or 1 point is in past, 2 points are in present, 1 point in future. So you should see this all very, very carefully, because you don't want to speak in the wrong tense. Some people say when they give you the topic for speaking part 2, you can describe the past of the topic, present and future. All wrong. Some topics you find there you need to use only past tense. For example, describe a place you visited. Now, when they say describe a place you visited, how can you talk about future and present? You will just speak about that place in the past tense. You will describe that incident when you visited that place. So you need to understand the topic, and after that the tense of the topic. And then the next important point is, when you write down the notes, remember in 1 minute you cannot even write 1 paragraph. So do not try to write sentences. Do not try to write paragraph. In the topic, they will give you some bullet points. For each bullet point, you have to write a point. Or you call it like 1 bullet point in the topic and 1 bullet point you are going to make against that. And that bullet point should be more like a heading. Sometimes if you know the heading, you can write the rest of the things. So write your headings in such a way that if you read the heading, it gives you the ideas to express on that very thing. So write 2 to 3 headings, 1 main thing, and after that, when examiner says after 1 minute, you now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes, you can just start and speak. And one more thing, in actual exam, you don't know in part 2 whether 1 minute time is over or not. So speak on and on and on until you are interrupted by the examiner. Allow the examiner to stop you. Don't ask the examiner, "Ho gaya ek minute? Yeah, is it done?" Right? Or you just see, no. Just allow the examiner to stop you. And by the way, if you try to stop before a minute, examiner will give you some signals like this. So then you need to go on. Okay. But I would advise you to go on and on and on. And after 1 minute, actually talk time in part 2 is 1 to 2 minutes. But usually after 1 minute, they stop you. Or after 1 minute, they can stop you anytime. And there is no negative marking on that very thing. Once your speaking part 2 is over, examiner will take back paper from you, topic from you, okay, and the pencil from you, and then examiner will say, we now move on to IELTS speaking part 3. In part 3, they will ask you some questions which may be related to your cue card. Why I'm using this word maybe? Recently, 2 to 3 students of mine, they appeared in IELTS test, right? Like today, it's 15th July 2022. So they appear in their IELTS test on like 8th July, 7th July, and like that. They said in speaking part 3, there is a variety of questions, and these questions are not even related to cue cards. Now I tell you why and how they ask you these questions. If examiner is not clear about your bench score, if examiner is indecisive, for example, examiner cannot decide 6.5 or 7, like in football, we have penalty strokes at the end and all that, okay? So then they will ask you some extra questions on different topics. So don't worry about that they asked me so many questions. Like one student appeared, she said, in part 3, they asked me around 10 to 15 questions. And then she said, my speaking test went on for more than 20 minutes, okay? So no need to worry about anything, all right? So you just need to answer every question confidently. If they change the topic, if they ask you variety of questions, that's perfectly fine, because now instead of asking you questions on one topic, they ask you questions on different topics, because students cram their answers. Like there are some speaking books and their speaking topics have been leaked through those books. So students cram those topics and they give memorized answer. So in order to break that pattern, examiners will ask you one question from another topic, second question from another topic, third question from another topic, so that they see you have not memorized any answer. For IELTS speaking and IELTS writing, never memorize any answer. In part 3, they will ask you some questions. These questions are the category of questions. Number 1, opinion-based questions, where you have to give your opinion about something. Number 2, comparative questions, where you will have to compare past with present, present with future, or two things in present, one thing from the past, one thing from the present, like city life, village life, life 50 years ago and now, and all that. So comparative questions. The third one is prediction. They will ask you some questions where you have to speculate about future, where you have to talk about future after 20 years, after 30 years, and all that, okay? And these type of questions, opinion-based questions, comparative questions, prediction type of questions, they will ask you, and around 5 to 6 questions normally they ask. Now, how to answer? Very simple. The way you answer your questions in speaking part 1, like I've given you that 3-step formula. Step 1, answer the question directly. Step 2, elaborate your answer in 2 to 3 sentences. And step 3, conclude your answer in 1 sentence. So in the same way, you can handle the questions in speaking part 3, but make sure you are using right sentence structure. If the question is a comparative question and you got to compare past with present, so make sure you use past tense when you're talking about past and present tense when you're talking about present, okay? In part 3, in speaking part 1, they check your bench score from 1 to 3. Bench score 1, 2, 3 in part 1. Part 2, they check your bench score 4, 5, 6. And in part 3, they check advanced level 7, 8 and 9. And then they give you your average bench score out of these 3 sections. Okay? All right. Thank you. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. This is Asad Yaqub, and with me we have Mr. Absar. Hello and welcome to my IELTS video.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to have you.
Okay, thank you so much. So Mr. Absar is a good friend of mine and he's in my IELTS masterclass as well. And mashallah, he answers the questions very well. So this video is going to be a simple IELTS speaking video, a specimen video, where you can see the answers Mr. Absar is going to give us. These answers are a good specimen for bench score 7 to bench score 8. Right? So Mr. Absar, are you ready?
Yes.
Shall we start the speaking test?
They're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a favorite book when you were a child?
Yes. I mean, when I was a child, I was more inclined towards Urdu poetry, and just Bange Dara was my favorite book, which has been written by our Mr. Allama Muhammad Iqbal, who is the national poet of Pakistan as well. During that period, I learned quite a few poems, and I learned them by heart as well, which I can recall now as well. I still remember those poems. Beautiful poems for children, for young people, and even for the older generation as well.
All right. How much reading do you do for your work or studies now, like for your job?
Well, my job is more of a customer services oriented job. Well, I have done masters in business administration way back about 20 years ago, and I still utilize those notes that I have done during that period for my day-to-day experiences. But as far as the academics are concerned, it's a very busy and a hectic schedule, so I hardly find any time to read a book, although I would love to read something. Lately, I have read a couple of magazines, especially the Reader's Digest, which is very good for.
Okay. All right. What kinds of books do you read for pleasure?
As I mentioned earlier, these days hardly find a time to read anything. But yes, these new magazines, and there is a application or a website called LinkedIn on the internet, which is available, and there people post some articles regarding my job requirements and my job status these days. So I always go through them, and then I'm very much into gadgets, so I read documents and the new advancement things on that, so that I can be aware of all the advancements that's going on in the world.
Okay. Do you prefer to read a newspaper or a magazine online, or you prefer to buy a copy of it?
Well, these days, getting books from a bookstore is not much of a habit these days. So, and we are so much inclined towards the online things that now they have introduced that Kindle as well, which is like reading a book on, like a physical book, and I mean, you can actually turn the pages on and it looks like so given a time, whenever I find some time, and given the circumstances, I like to read them online.
All right, we now move on to IELTS speaking part 2. You will have to talk about the topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Okay. You have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say. You can make some notes to help you if you wish.
Okay.
The topic is describe a big city you would like to visit. So please, you can start.
Okay, so what we can see is the big city that I would like to visit is Istanbul. It's not the first time that I have been there. I have been living there for quite some time, but it always fascinates me, and I would like to visit it again. You see, the big cities seem attractive to someone because they think that there may be very exciting things to do, and many opportunities for the people to go there and work there and earn a lot of money. But presently speaking, the cities are so overcrowded and so busy that the things are getting difficult for the foreigners to go there and learn their living in those societies. So yes, to answer your question, I would like to go to Istanbul again and live there and enjoy my time over there.
All right, that's good. Let's move on to IELTS speaking part 3. What are the most interesting things to do while visiting cities on holidays?
Well, whenever you go to different cities, you need to explore them vis-a-vis their nature is concerned. There are some historical places and some touristic spots there. For me, since I'm very much inclined towards food, I'm a foodie as well. So I love to try the new cuisines and enjoy myself and enhance my experiences of food. So that is one broader reason that I would like to go to visit those cities as well.
Why can it be expensive to visit cities on holidays?
Well, when somebody, or I mean, anybody goes there on a holiday, most of the people are visiting those cities on holidays as well. So it will be very crowded. And then, especially if there is a touristic city, then the people living there, those shopkeepers, they know that these people are here for visiting, so they charge then enormous prices. And then, as compared to the economy that we are facing, the rupee has been devalued a lot. So when you travel to different countries, different cities of different countries, the exchange rate matters a lot. I mean, it affects your things. And then these shopkeepers, they want to deprive you of all the money that you have. So it becomes very difficult and very expensive to visit those cities.
All right. Do you think it is better to visit cities alone or in a group?
Well, that's a very relative question because you see, if you can get along with like-minded people, then yes, going with a group of friends matters a lot. But again, there are some pros for visiting alone as well. Because you see, when you go alone, and especially if you don't know the city, then you roam around on foot into the cities and to explore them. So going alone or with friends relatively depends on the circumstances and the city that you are visiting, and which one is better.
Okay.
It's hard to say which one is better.
Okay. Why have cities increased in size in recent years?
As I mentioned earlier, when I was discussing about the big cities, mostly the big cities are cosmopolitan ones. People from different walks of life, different breeds and different creeds gather there to earn their living. And then they have like so much to do, and these cities have so much to offer as well. There may be some good employment opportunities, then there may be higher a number of people living there and then crowded as well. So the chances of getting a good business out of it may be very crucial for you as well.
All right. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank
and
you.
I'm really thankful to you that you actually agreed to record some speaking tests for
No.
my channel.
You're most welcome. I mean,
Thank
I'm always
you.
delighted to have.
Sure.
to be
We'll
here.
do more tests with you. And guys, by the way, if you want me to record more tests with Mr. Apsar, please comment this video and then we'll make a series of speaking tests.
Definitely.
Okay? Speaking part 1, part 2, part 3 separately.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you so much once
Thank you
again.
very much.
Right? So, guys, I teach IELTS online all over the world and on campus in Lahore mainly, but I'm visiting Dubai from 13th December to 16th January. 13th December 2022, 16th January 2023. Okay, it's from 16th to 13th. Okay, so if you wish to be the part of my on-campus classes in Dubai, you can contact me. But if you're watching this video after that, don't worry, I'll come again, right? So all the best. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Allah Hafiz. And once again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Jazakallah.